Oh, Jukes, you're going up against pretty much ex-Nova esports from the OG days of PUBG Mobile esports. Plus, Sook, there was the multiple MVP back in PTC years ago on the side of 4 Angry Men. This is just a legendary showdown that I think will be remembered in PUBG Mobile esports history for the longest time ever, because when would you ever imagine these 4 players going up against these other 4 players? Never. I would dream about this, Hot Jukes, but never thought it would ever come to reality.
Me neither. I mean, and I'm so excited to be able to talk about it, watch it live with you on the mic, my man, because this is just a legendary lineup. Now, it's just as far as predictions go, look into this, right? Remember, it's a TDM, so, communication does matter. It's not going to be crazy important, as mostly it's just going to be about gun skill, right? Hitting those shots, making those plays. And these guys are good enough to be able to calm out, hey, all right, let's move to the right. Let's take a look at this, But you got a whole squad of PEL world champions that have been playing together for quite a long time versus some of the best gun skill in the game, all trying to figure things out. So, man, it's going to be a wild one to watch here, Max.
But it's going to be absolutely crazy. And you know what? Going down to predictions on this one, because I want to have a little bit of fun with it. And you already said international champions earlier. I guess you might still go for international champions here, Podrix, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, why not? Let's see what they can do. I mean, this is every single one of these players is cracked at the game, right? So, I want to see what they can do.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I'm going to go with the PL World Champions because you cannot have almost the entirety of Nova Esports playing together again and not picking them. So I'm going with the boys. Nova plus Sook is what I'm going to call them right now. This lineup's looking crazy, and especially the language, right, is not going to be an issue. Instant communications. Though, when it comes to TDM, usually you don't need to communicate that much, Hot Tricks. It's just pings, usually, right, and just like straight up rushing the entire game. That is how you play a good old match of TDM.
Yeah, it's so close together. It's so fast paced that, and not to mention, each one of these players, there's an old saying, right? If you want to master something, it takes 10,000 hours. Well, each one of these players has probably put about 20 to 30,000 hours into this game. You know what I'm saying?
Giga Masters.
So exactly, they're Masters Ultra Plus at this point. Ooh. So when it comes to TDM, yeah, these guys are gonna basically, without words, have a good idea of what's going on. Unless one of the players does something that they're not expecting. But you are correct in the fact that the PEL World Champions have been playing together for years at this point. So there's going to probably be an extra, nanosecond of quickness to their play. But you never know. It's a TDM. Anything can happen.
Yeah, there is one big point of advantage for the international champions, by the way. There's a very serious point I do need to mention. There's no explicit go for Sook. You can't use it in TDM. So instantly Sook is nerfed significantly compared to the Battle Royale mode. No, here. I wonder what's going to be the weapon layout. Usually in TDM, what you do see used most of the time, Hot Jukes, is just the P90, because, we saw it, especially during the main tournament in the group stage. P90 is just this absolutely broken weapon. Are we going to see any variety? Genuinely, I don't think so. I think if you're not playing P90, you're playing to lose at that point.
Yeah, I wonder what it is. Because usually when we see TDM matches, sometimes too, it'll be set to have standardized weapons for to try to make things fair.
Yes.
So I'm not sure exactly what we're gonna see going into it. If they are allowed to pick which weapon it is, then yeah, dude, P90 has got to be the weapon to go for sure, right? But who knows? Maybe we see nothing but M4 shotguns,
Scorpions.
Yeah, Scorpion. Yeah, all pistols. Imagine that would be crazy.
Oh, we would need Federal if it was all pistols, man. Just give me the pistols. Yo, pop off. Let's do it.
You know what? How about no weapons, dude? Let's just see these guys just brawl it out, fist to fist. That would be crazy.
Good old fisticuffs. Oh, okay, well, that could be interesting. It might take a long time to get up to what I'm expecting is going to be 40 eliminations. It's pretty standard here in these TDM show matches. But yeah, the interesting weapons. I don't know, maybe mortars. You know what? Let's just really meme it up here and just put mortars going into the TDM on Warehouse. And it is going to be Warehouse, as we saw earlier on the overall map rotation of today. And yeah, we're going to have a good old hour and a bit of TDM. But with that said, I believe we should be getting ready for it very soon. But this stage here, Hot Jukes, it's looking crazy.
Oh, yes, it is. You can see everybody down there watching this. History being made right here. as some of the best on the planet to ever do it, right? It's not just the best right now, it's the best to ever do it. Battling it out to see just, hey, who are going to be the kings of TDM?
Who is it? Who's going to lock it down? Very curious, looking at all these different lineups. It's tough to tell, man. It really is, but everyone's locked in here.
It really is.
Got their headset, device in hand, ready to just throw down the gauntlet in Warehouse. And again, you know what, chat? Feel free to put your predictions in chat as to who you think is going to be securing the first win. But, it's Order. Wish Order and Suk stayed together as teammates, but now I wonder, is he going to try and nade Suk because they left on two different teams? Like, hopefully not. Hopefully there's no drama like that.
Does he play five finger? It's interesting that he's got his cable between his middle finger. That's something different.
I don't know.
Majority of players I see is always in between the index. By the way, like for all like the esports players, having that cable in, using that as a bigger value. Look at this pinky side now. That's a little bit.
Interesting. I don't know. I just play with three fingers. I feel like an absolute noob, which I am compared to these guys. I'm definitely not stepping up to the play here. But it's Paraboy. Oh, he's here. Come on, Paraboy. Qualified to PMGC. That's my only dream. Okay, I need to see it happen in my lifetime. But I can tell you, for those who have watched PL, I don't know how much PL you have watched in particular, Hodrix, but the aim of this guy, especially with the Mini 14, you give this guy any kind of long-range weaponry, he will just pop the hell off. In CQC, though,
jumping in the box a little bit, trying to get some pop shots off. Meanwhile, Bearboy, in the CQC, making it happen, but Ziol able to get a nice return, Doc. This is going to be nonstop action here. The peaks have to be picture perfect, otherwise you are out of there.
And I'm seeing no P90s, I'm seeing AKMs, I'm seeing Scars, I'm seeing no P90s, I'm seeing an orb in the hands of Ziol. Okay, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with that weapon in the middle of the map of Warehouse. Instantly going to be swapping back to his main AR, hoping to heal up, same for Silas behind that concrete block. Hoping to get it back up to 100% HP, but Suk is instantly going to shut that one down. And so far, it's 4-4. It's even Steven between these two teams, which I was expecting going into this one. These guys are just all so damn good at the game. It is going to be down to maybe just a single elimination to make the difference between who wins and who will take the L.
This is so much different than like a normal TDM where you see players just kind of running, just looking to hit those shots faster. Now, these guys are holding angles. They are taking their time, trying to work together to make things happen. Let's see, Order. Oh, nice shots there on Rebel. Meanwhile, he's going to push up on the Ziol with that AK. He looks good. Ziol with 1 HP. Oh, is it the AWM?
Yep.
No way. Flick shot. Oh, great work from his teammate.
Yeah, able to buy some time in the middle, waiting for his teammate to get back and support his location, though Jimmy's going to get pushed up, not going to be able to take down Revo, 1 bullet away from getting that elimination himself, not the way he was expecting it to go down. But JDG here, Paraboy, the man himself, just holding the angle, waiting for a quick heal up as he's trying to go for some pre-fires around the corner, but nothing really connects as he gets fully overwhelmed. It's 12 eliminations now for the International Champions squad, but up to 11, and the PL World Champions are not falling behind. It's neck and neck, and that's going to remain that way, I believe, until the very end of the game. The angles, the peaks, is just so clean, which you aren't expecting from these guys at this level of play.
Absolutely right. And you can see the International Champions pushing up here, starting to apply that pressure, getting a little bit of a lead now. Meanwhile, that's 13-15. That's a 2-point lead only. Let's see what they decide to do. Suk looking for some off angles here. Paraboy. Paraboy's been really favoring this left-hand side. Unfortunately, getting taken out there by Say Cloud. Silas have an opportunity to do a good 2v1 situation. Rebel with the 1v2. Starting to soak up some points.
Oh, he's tearing down the X-Nova lineup. Really good execution, and now they just have such a good line of sight. They're pretty much just camping out the respawn point, but Jimmy has to try and get rid of them, but he just can't do it. They're just holding the line every single time, and now there's such a huge elimination lead creating 22-15, and they're going to try and increase it even further. Say Cloud does get overwhelmed eventually. Silas holding the line in the distance. The pre-fire will just not connect. Can they pull the comeback out of nowhere? It's now going to be a 4-point difference. It was way higher just a few seconds ago. The redemption arc might begin right here, right now, as Paraboy looking for the angle, finding it possibly to Say Cloud. It's a 1v2 and he just can't win it.
Rebel switching to FPP, putting in the work, showing that, you know what, when it comes to CQC, I am here to play. And man, the angles, the work that the International Champions are doing is so good. One thing I do notice here, Max, is we don't see any nades, right? So these players are not spawning with any nades, any util at all. I think that definitely changes things up a bit.
Yeah, it is definitely a different room setup here. Usually you always spawn with a flashbang and a grenade, but that's not going to be the case here, and a weapon loadout is completely different. And I like that the P90 not being used here, Hodrix, because the fights last a little bit longer, and it requires just a bit more skill to really hit those shots, especially if you're playing with the AKM. As Jimmy, the corner, is just going to be spotted out by Silas. Really good line of sight. He's trying to put his focus down onto Powerboy himself. He's got a good counter fire, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off eventually. 34 to 25. A huge lead has been created. It's a 10 elimination difference here, Hot Jukes. 5 more elimination, and the international champions will be securing the first win here in the TDM show match.
Man, we're going to have to see the PEL champs slow things down a little bit, try to turn the tables here. The thing is that you can definitely tell the international champs got the angles working so well together. They got to get the shot on the Zyo, but Zyo with that turn. That is going to be it, folks. Only 2 eliminations, now down to the last one. Let's see what's going to happen here. Let's see Cloud doing some nice pot shots, but that's going to be it. It's Silas to land the final blow.
What a 19. He had almost half the points of his entire team, Revo. He was not looking too happy going down the stairs, but I'm telling you, he was feeling himself going into that TDM game. And no way, Revo's smiling this year in big old 2026. No way.
You just beat one of the most storied squads, right, in all of PUBG Mobile esports. And we kind of talked about it before, right? We were like, hey, if they win PMGC, they could officially surpass and be the best team on the planet in history, right? So, unfortunately, after that, we've seen them kind of fall off when it comes to tourneys in the year 2026. But in the last game of the group stages, when it comes to Alpha 7, we saw just how hard Revo was trying to keep his team alive. Mm-hmm. So, Revo, he's got that fire in him. He's got that dog in him, and we saw it right here, right? I mean, when it comes to just straight gun skill, this man is one of the best in the planet, if not the best.
Yeah, definitely. One of the best to ever do it in PUBG Mobile esports. And showing it very, very clearly here on the first game. Really happy with the overall showdown between China and the international top-tier players. And yeah, you know what? Powerboy still had some really good flicks, man. I was loving the way he was playing on his peaks. He still got it. I'm telling you, this guy is still a beast, even though it's been a few years since we've seen him globally speaking. This guy, always to be looked at as one of the best to ever make his way into this esports scene. But now, first win, being secured right by the international champs. And now I'm excited to see our second lineup because also a lot of very, very big names, and especially Thunder Talk, right? They had some very impressive wins going back in the group stage. I want to see, can they echo that success going into the show matches?
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch here. Looks like these guys are getting back in the lobby. Going to see some more action coming up very, very soon. But man, TDMs, not messing around. And that's the thing about TDMs, Max, is once you get that momentum, it's pretty much locked in at this point. Oh, what is that? What is that?
What are you talking about?
He just made sure I saw him put something on his hands to make sure that he can have that smooth gameplay.
Oh, some baby powder.
A little bit of baby powder. Old school, by the way. That is OG.
I swear some players still do it to this day.
Really?
It's not as common as you might
crazy.
think, but it's still being used. I saw it. I think it was a PMGC maybe 2 years ago where they were putting some baby powder on their hands, just to make sure the device is just not slipping out of their hands. Because at the end of the day, we are human. It slips, man. You die 3 times in that time. They're so good, they'll instantly punish it.
Yeah, that's why we see a lot of players use those sleeves, right? Because as the oils build up on your fingers, it kind of makes it more difficult to slide your thumb across the screen. Let's see if the PEL World Champs can have even things out here. As Jimmy getting put in a little bit of a blender there.
Who's going to get the win?
And Zyo. Yeah, who's going to get it?
Who's going to get it? Team Baby Powder or Team Deodorant? We'll see how that's going to be going down. Looking at the elimination front, still 4-4. It starts pretty even, Steven, between these teams, right? We saw it last game. It's just when he gets to that midpoint, and as you said, when they get into the zone, they build up that momentum, they just start getting elimination after elimination. I feel like every player that's ever played TDM gets that moment where he's just feeling himself, and he's just getting that true momentum, getting a bunch of eliminations back-to-back. Revo, that's what we had literally last game, getting 19 eliminations. Absolutely wild stuff from this guy. Good to see Brazil still standing strong here in Pmmi. As Revo gets another one, he's up to 3, looking to put the focus onto Jimmy. But the thing about Revo, even when he's low HP, he's like, YOLO, I don't care, and still sends it. And sometimes it works because the guy has just got some insane movement tech.
And aim. I mean, he straight up hit a headshot, right?
Yeah.
With the AK, but just, we saw Jimmy be able to just get the extra shot onto him. Now we'll see how he handles order. This is hard. He has the left-hand side priority. That's going to be a tough one. Oh, but the tight peaks from Revo. Not messing around. He's got those angles down, locked, pack, order, trying to jump on the box, but gotta watch your back.
I gotta say, the team play we are seeing from the international champions is just next level, right? If you have one player that's getting a little bit surrounded, there's another player that is just waiting an extra second or two. He has an angle to back you up. Look at that. For example, here, he thinks Solo was going to go down, but no, he's got some great assistance from his teammates on the outskirts of the main building of the warehouse in the middle of the map. Well, I feel like when you're looking at the other side for the PL World Champions Hot Troops, they're kind of just sending it solo. There's no true game plan here, and because of that, it's just most of the time headed the way of the international champions. But this game is definitely a little bit more closer. It's actually even Steven, 18 eliminations between the two teams.
Yeah, very, very closely here, and you can definitely tell that exact strategy out. The PL World Champs are kind of holding angles, kind of focused a little bit more on that self gameplay, while the international champs, very synergistic when it comes to how they work together. You see, look at this. See how they're pushing twice at the same time.
Clean.
Making it happen. Rebel goes down, though, but it's still so dang close. Hey, Cloud, running around trying to get a different angle. Sook. Man, just trying to make some plays here. Trying to find out the eliminations.
Yeah. I would say, though, looking at the PL World Champions lineup, they are definitely improving. You can tell the way they were playing at the start of the first game and now, they're trying to push a little bit more together, a bit more synergistically inclined, but it's still neck and neck, man. It's still extremely close between these guys as Revo now sending it forward. Good peek again. 2 players sending out one, just overwhelming the competition. And there's no S12Ks to clutch up here. No. It's just pure AR madness. As Jimmy going for the wide angle peek, his teammate gets taken on down. And here, look, one place sending it to the left side, one to the right. That's an instant 1v2 lineup that you can just easily secure as the international champions team.
And wow, look how well Revo and Squad were holding that angle. Now you got Ziol all by himself, but he's still going to wait. He's going to wait patiently unless he... And they are putting this team in the blender. Look at this, the PEL World Champs up 30-24. Silas trying to hit a drop shot, trying to make a comeback. But this is going to be a close one.
Oh my goodness, Yol has just been doing so much heavy lifting here in the last 2 minutes or so. And he's looking for another one. Now he's got to go for a bit more backup from the side of Say Cloud. Got to go for the reload though on the AKM. Instantly going to try and retreat. He spots just order, just lost in the middle of the map. Nice elimination to secure. But now every player's putting up the numbers 8, 9, 11, and 6. Everyone on the international champions lineup is putting up massive, massive numbers.
Not sure if the scores are flipped.
It is though.
You see Team Blue, look at this Paraboy putting some shots on. And meanwhile, yes, it is going to be flipped. So we're going to see actually Revel with 36. So they are up.
Okay.
So the international squads are up 37-32. Let's see what we can from Order and Squad. It's still a close one, but they're going to need to hit some shots.
There we go. 3 more eliminations. That's all you need. Revo holding the angle behind the container. Don't know if he was able to loot that vest or helmet, which can definitely make a bit of a difference, especially in the lobby of this level. 2 more eliminations needed. Silas, they're going for the left side peek. He's got some backup from Say Cloud. That's going to be an amazing engagement. Wow. And Say Cloud gets the final elimination. That's a back-to-back dub, headed the way of the international champions.
Wow, that is how it's done. Oh, maybe the other way around. Maybe we're
Wait, it said Say Cloud got the final elimination, so the only way that works out is if the left squad got the win. So it should be 2-0, okay? I believe.
2-0. Wow, what a play. Man, I'll tell you what, it was a close one, though. We could see the adaptability from the PEL champs, right? Because they definitely made this one a whole lot closer than before.
Yeah. definitely insanely close. The 2-0 at the end, that is going to be making the difference.
Revel popping off again. He got a whole bunch of eliminations. But we're going to be right back, guys. We got another match coming around right around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We are back, guys. So that is what I'm talking about. The international champs coming out on top 2-0 as we now switch it on over to two different titans of the arena. Look at these squads. They are not messing around here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really solid lineups on the two sides. When it comes to the PL FMVPs, got Tianyu, right, from KSG, AJ from Thunder Talk. You also have on the side of Tianbak QZ, this has just been popping off in the main tournament, and then Jing from Thunder Talk also. So two Thunder Talk players, and then you got the other side, the international FMVPs, which are going to be Top, Nolbu, Doc, and Federalis. And again, I'm telling you, man, Nolbu, I think he might just pull a Reva right now because this guy in TDM is an absolute menace from start to finish. He showed it a few years ago back against Nomi in the finals of the TDM show match in PMGC in London, right? That event, he just destroyed everyone. And I feel like that was the particular moment that a lot of people kind of put Nolbu as one of the best mechanical players out there, because the way he just moves around the map is just a thing of absolute beauty. It's a poem in the making here with guns. With that said, let's get right into our second TDM show match and see who's going to secure the big old dub.
Let's take a look. Jing trying to get some nice angles on the top. Wide on the open, but not able to hit those shots. Top doing a good job there, just applying that pressure, wait for his teammate to put in the work for him. Doc as well, making things happen. And goodness gracious, the international FMVPs are starting off with a nice little 4-1 lead. Doc hits the headshot. Wow, look at these peaks. He gets the level 3 vest as well. That's a great start.
Yeah, really good, able to also cancel his leap animation just to get that done. That's the best way to do it here on TDM on Warehouse. Just to really hide yourself back into a decent, safe position. Yeah, the point lead, no, has been reduced a little bit by the PL FMVPs. Definitely got to be a little bit cautious here of how things are going to be wrapping up. Of course, it's a VO3, so you need to get 2 wins, as you saw last game. The top, able to get himself a nice one secured. Doc so far, top eliminations, actually going to get himself another one down onto AJ. And you, as you highlighted earlier, Hodrix, you don't have the grenades, which I'm sure if we did, Doc would definitely love using that because his utility is just absolutely mental, but no grenade, so he has to go back into that CPC range.
It's all about just hitting them shots here. in Macau. And we know all these players have hit plenty of shots in their careers. Now it's time to make it happen here in this TDM. 5-9 so far. QZZ did so well during the group stage. Ended up as being the player with the most damage. Mechanically, especially from that mid-long range, just untouchable. But what can he do up close? Let's see, as things are starting to slow down, players just saying, you know what, all right, let's get a little reset here. Doc saying, let me get out of here. I'm ready to get into the action. And just like that, gets taken out.
I love it.
It's a close one.
You saw Doc had the jitters. He's like, I haven't killed anyone in like 2 minutes. Come on. He just tries to send it. That is typical Doc fashion, right? He's pulling the docketing also in TDM, right? He's just trying to send it forward and try and get something done and secure those elimination points. That is what you would expect from a player like him. As Nolbull, though, trying to go for the heal up. Hey, Shing with the orb, though, picking up top. I'm sure Top was willing he had that weapon, but that's not going to be the case. Nolbull picks up one onto Tianyu. Doc also picked up by QZ. It's all over the place, really, on the elimination feed. It's 11-14 now. Pretty close. A small lead has been created, but it's very easy to overcome. Literally one squad wipe, and they're back into the race.
Nolbull on top so far on this squad with 6 eliminations. Doc right behind him with 4. Meanwhile, Top just applying that pressure onto QZZ. Much different play style than we saw from the last TDMs. Things a lot more calculated. Teams taking their time here. All about those tight peaks. And QZZ gets the better of Top in that one.
Come on. We'll see how things are going to be wrapping up QZ. Nice elimination. So far, really even. Good elimination spread throughout the entirety of the PL FMVP gang. Just trying to hold the angle. Federalis trying to hold down the middle of the map. He's got the off angle secured by one of his teammates. It's Nolbull taking down Tianyu with a great headshot on the AKM. And now it seemed like we saw a few scars in the last game. Hodrix, the scar just completely disappeared. AKM is the meta right now in this particular room setting. And really, I mean, all you need, right, is one headshot, body shot, and you're instantly securing that one. So everyone's going to try and aim a little bit higher just to make sure they can instantly get that flush. And it's been working great, especially for Nolbull. There's up to 7 eliminations as a solo. Again, expected that this guy is going to be dominating TDM.
Yeah, we also got to remember there is a clock on this, guys. So there's 6 minutes remaining. Players are starting to put those pushes. Look at Nolbull going up to 7 there. Now at the halfway point for his squad, 20 total. Runs on into the building into a 1v2, though, and gets taken out.
Kind of a tough one, though. 20-17. Federalis, good movement, but actually not even able to secure a single bullet's worth of damage. So really not the best engagement, as Nolbull also going to get taken away onto the right side of the map. But this is, I like the way International with MVP squad is playing. They just got this 2-2 split every single time. It's like they're playing a MOBA, just throwing it down the 2 separate lanes and trying to keep in check the entirety of the PLF MVP team. Federalis, good engage here with the iron sight, able to get himself a bit of damage down onto QZ. Forcing him to stay slightly more passive and heal up back to 100% HP. But you know what? He peaks too soon. And Federalis, one bullet, and he instantly secures it as AJ looking for the second, and he will get the 1v2. AJ putting them right back on track.
Gets a level 3 vest. But, man, what's the point of the level 3 vest? Because these headshots are just so crazy from both these squads. Now we're starting to see the international squad getting a couple more eliminations up on top. Nice shots there from AJ, though. Trying to even things out here. He could do it. Could get into a 1v2 situation if he ain't careful. He needs some help from his squad. Caught in the reload with the laydown. AJ getting the better of Federalis. Things are now tied up.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty even between the guys. Still 13 eliminations required if you want to take home the first out of this BO3. You can see that these angles are being purely camped because there's no grenade, one single grenade, and they would go way more aggressive, I can tell you that much. So they're just trying to hold their lines of sight, use the third-person perspective to its absolute limit, and get the win. But down to 30-30, okay, compared to the previous matchup, at this point, Hodrix, you'd have maybe a 5 to 8 point difference. But no, at this point, it's still so close, and the teams now, they're going slow. They're not going for random pushes anymore, especially Doc. When Doc is not pushing, you know there's a lot on the line. They're just being so much more careful and making sure they don't give up free eliminations and create a lead for their competition.
It's because it's so close, but look at the clock as well. There's only 3 minutes, 40 seconds left here. So this could go down to the time. If it goes down to time, it'll be whoever has the most elimination will be the winner. And so right now, I mean, we're talking stalemate, baby. Nobody moving a muscle. Nobody wants to give the next team the lead. This next engage could decide it.
Maybe we should add grenades.
Right?
Just for this particular situation, it would help quite a bit.
What if they're just like, guys, let's just tie it. Let's just tie it. Let's just tie it. We're good.
Let's just make it work out. So we all qualify. Okay, yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, Xing is going to be spotted out by Doc. That's a good elimination secured. And then you have an aggressive duo sending it far to the rotation, almost over to the enemy spawn here. Just to making sure, maybe even a little bit of spawn camping is going to be happening. It's 34 to 31 now. And it's going to be down to 3 minutes left on the timer. That is all but 35. 5 more eliminations required here, Hotchix, before we see if the international FMVP squad can take game 1.
They got it, because now the other team has to push out. Oh, never mind. Oh, they're starting to come back. Unbelievable. 34 to 35. The international team cannot play this way too passive. It's just try to get it done on time alone, because that will open the door for the other squad to push up. DEL squad trying to get their next elimination. Oh, they're down now.
Oh my goodness, Top. What a crazy shot right onto the right side peak. Trying to get it onto Chan. He almost gets it. I believe there was one headshot in that spray.
So close.
But he does get punished eventually. 37 to 35. 5 more eliminations. Can the POF MVPs catch up? Now 2 more required. International. Or will it be PEL for the win? But at this point in particular, you will be playing so defensive if you are the red team, waiting for the other squad to put himself in danger out in the open. And that's when you punish it and try to secure the win. They have everything heading their direction. This game is locked in unless a massive fumble happens. But looking at the elimination spread, 13 eliminations for QZ popping off in both Battle Royale and TDM. This guy is destroying the lobby. But can he redeem it in the eyes of his team?
Minute 30 on the clock. Team Blue has to push up. We're going to have to see the PEL squad make a crazy push. And right now, the international team just playing so careful, just waiting, pre-firing, everything. Yeah, all you got to do is run down the time, and you're going to win this. Wait for them to come to you. They have to. They are the one down the points, and they make the push, and it's the international squad catching them slipping. But, man, that was a close one.
Yeah, and it was Federalis to get the final one. The 2 eliminations literally happened at almost the exact same time. I didn't see the number go up to 39. So really well done indeed. But they played it correctly, I would say. Some people might be like, oh, they were camping. You're literally playing how it should be played.
That's
right.
There's money on the line. You do what you got to do.
Yeah, there's like a minute 30 seconds left on the clock. You have a 2-point difference, and you're also 2 points away from winning it. All you do, you set up a really strong defense line, you hold the lines, hold the angles, and you just wait for anyone to push your direction. Literally one wrong peek, one slight mistake on the enemy team, and that's instantly punished, and you secure yourself an extra elimination, get that much more closer. And in that case, it happened literally back-to-back in, 2 seconds worth of time?
Yeah.
So well done to the entire team. And I would say the synergy was there, which you would expect, especially because Shaw, Top, and Doc are literally on the same roster, right? Speaking Mongolian. But it felt like this was just looking like a team that was all speaking the same language, because the way they were playing together and doing the same plays at the same time was just a thing of absolute beauty. GG's.
It really, really was. And I'll tell you one thing right now. We are seeing undefeat from the side of the international teams, right? Let's see if a PL squad can make it happen here in this next one. And I have a feeling it will, because QZZ did so well that last match. Let's see how we can make it happen. Oh, man. This has been so fun to watch. And it's always interesting to see. Because when you see esports players do anything, they are going to do everything they can to win this, right? I mean, especially when you got money on the line. So you're going to see different strategies, different plays happen. And just from 2 different lobbies, we're noticing, right, a lot of changes. We're seeing these 2 teams in particular slow things down a lot, just trying to win it out via just super, super tight peaks. And it just so happens that the international squad came out on top that time.
Yeah, I mean, this is really especially the kind of games that really highlight how good, mechanically speaking, these players are. Like, Top, those peaks on the right side with the AKM, that normally it's a little bit of a beast to control that recoil, right? You're really good when it comes to the York, the M4, or, like, you know, any kind of main ARs that are in the meta in the Battle Royale mode. But no, with the AKM, that iron sight, Hotchix was just barely going up, like a centimeter, because he was just locked on those heads every single time. So it's good to see them just able to dominate so well and highlight that even those that might have not qualified, like on the other international squad, that they are still some of the best mechanically gifted players in the world, and put it on full display here in the TDM show match.
Yep, that's what it's all about. As we take a look and get into the next match here, the international team up 1-0. Let's see if they can shut it down right here, right now. Federalis up close and personal. Oh, QZZ getting taken out there. Great teamwork from the side of these international teams. Finding angles, working together. Doc sees a 1v1 potential. He's going for it, and he gets it.
GG Doc able to get himself that one. His first elimination of the game line of Santa QZ. So, able to find it. Waiting for him to stop peeking and spraying. Going to go for his own peek here. Got to be careful. So his vest is going to be slightly damaged as he's going to be backstabbed fully by AG. What a good wraparound. The main issue is on Warehouse, if you lose one of the sidelines, sorry, not lines, lanes, you can instantly convert right back into the main building. And if any player like Federalis usually is there holding the line of sight, he's going to get taken on out. But Noble, the jump shot secured once again. And now they got big control of the ridgeline. There's also an orb in the hands off top that you will get instantly mowed down. That's Tianyu to secure the point with Xing.
Beautifully done there. Tianyu will be able to reclaim this right-hand lane. And now, look at the shots there from Federalis. But Federalis forced to make those plays in the open. And Xing, with that angle, making it happen. 9-11 now, as Tianyu pushing right down the middle, catches top, wide open.
I do have to say, really looking at these players, the way they're playing it, they're very aware. Also, this is a mistake I do. Is sometimes I'm feeling myself a little bit too much. I'm like, I'm getting so many eliminations. I'm just going to keep pushing into the enemy spawn. You've got to keep in mind, players do have a period of time when they're invincible after respawning, so they're not getting anywhere near the enemy spawn, because if they do, you know those players are going to be abusing that invincibility period to just get a 1v2, 1v3, 1v4 scenario. So they're not making that mistake, and they're really just trying to get as far as possible from those respawn points until they make it to the main warehouse in the middle of the match.
Yeah, they're just playing this picture perfectly as, man, the international squad getting a little bit of a lead here. 11-18. Nobu holding down this left-hand lane. Little free fire action there, using the hollow on the AK. So you're going to have to try and do a tight peek. Yeah, he goes for it.
Yeah.
He's got the priority, and he takes it.
Yeah, they have an advantage for Xing and AGS. They have a right side peek compared to top. And also Nobu, for a bit at least, had a left side peek, which is not the best. It does show a bit more of your character model, which is a bit easier to punish. Noble here, waiting it once again, going for the jump shot with the AKM. And the thing is, the bloom's going to be insane. It's going to be Federalis actually to assist. He gets one, gets two on AG and Tianyu. So far, Federalis putting up some big numbers. Actually, two players kind of hard carrying here in Federalis and Noble, 6 to 7 eliminations apiece. Looking on the other side, it's going to be 6 elimination differential. And I do wonder, POF MVPs, can they make the comeback happen? Because so far, it's 1 point over to the red team. If they can't get it once again here, it might just be falling right between their fingers.
Let's see what happens, though, as PL squad, getting taken out there by Doc. Doc's so good at being able to hold 2 different angles at the same time. Holding that right-hand lane, checking on that center, and that's what it's all about here, right? You got to be able to hold those spots, wait for those players to come to you, and if you can get an initial lead, all you got to do is just kind of sit back and relax and wait for the other team to come to you.
It just really is the way. QZ, good damage done, securing himself 1 extra point. Up to the halfway point for the blue side.
Yeah, you can't
Can't peek that one because Xing is there, holding the line behind the container, and that is just not going to work out. He gets himself a double. That's an instant conversion from Xing. They've got to be careful. He's down to about, 2 clips here, so he's got to try and maybe loot up a bit on the floor. And he does get a little bit of extra ammo. Finds Noble right away as he gets pushed up by top. Can he get himself 4 in a row? That's going to get shut down. The elimination spree will not continue any further. As now top, good little hiding spot here. Did he get that 1v2 scenario? He's getting pushed up in CQC range, going for the big spray, and he connects it right onto QZ. But will he have time to heal up? That's a no.
Man, getting caught mid-reload. Worst case scenario here. Things are starting to tighten up just a little bit. Still a 7-point gap. And now we're going to see that go to 8. as the international team looking locked in here. This should be an easy back-to-back win. It's the international squads dominating the TDM so far.
And the PLF MVP team falling behind so rapidly. And it's at this point where you get very desperate and you give so many opportunities to the enemy team because you just keep making mistake after mistake. They cannot afford to make any more of those. Otherwise, they'll just be gifting the win on the silver platter over to the red team of the international FMVP squad. 37 though to 29. They had closed the gap significantly, but will it be enough to get Federalis out in the open, taken out of the equation entirely? 39 now. One more elimination needed. Can they get it? Hot shoots.
Top, up close and personal. He wants it. Oh, trying to go for the. Did he? I thought he punched him for a second. That is wild, and it's a 2-0 finish for the international FMVP team.
GG, well played. I mean, yeah, he was trying to meme on them because they had such a big point gap. Why would you not try and go for the extra aura points and just go punch them down into a pulp and secure the win in the process? But no, it was secured by Federalis. Really has just been such a consistent player throughout these 2 games today. Really happy with this performance. Unfortunately, I would say the team play for them was just way stronger compared to the PO FMVP squad that were just pushing, and the lines of sight and especially the spraying from the red team was just so damn clean, really hard to go up against.
Wow, well, what a way to start things off, guys. The international squad doing so well when it comes to TDM. We got some more action coming up for you very soon. We're going to be right back.
And here we have it. We're getting ready for our third BO3 and final BO3 of the day. It is going to be PEL FMVPs up against the PEL World Champions. It's a PEL showdown here. China versus China. And who will be taking it home? Will it be the blue or the red squad? Of course, very exciting to see if the Nova team will be able to get it as we're getting ready for the game. Bit of a truce at the start. Everyone looking to respawn, and we're getting right into the action once again on Warehouse. 3rd time in a row. As instantly, it's going to be a 3-1 push for the blue team. Sook holding the left side angle as a solo, making sure they cannot converge right in the middle, but that's going to be an instant line of sight found out by Jing. Though he's going a little bit too aggressive here, showing his back to Jimmy, and that's instantly going to get punished. So far, the elimination has been a little bit of a gap created to the advantage of the PL FMVP team. Things have slowed down. Center of the map secured by Tianyu and AJ. Are Jing and QZ both handing the off angles on the outskirts of the building. Things slowing down, coming to a halt. As Paraboy also got himself a good line of sight in the middle of the map on that ramp. Maximized his information with that third-person perspective, but QZ gets a pixel and he gets an elimination. Now trying to convert it onto order as AJ's got the orb, and he does get order. What a great snipe.
What a great snipe at DQZ, getting some nice shots down range, and Tianyu putting that pressure on as well. But right now, it is the PEL squads. There we go, 9-4 here. And we're going to see Jimmy trying to hit some shots, trying to get their revenge. And get the dub order with a tight peek. Get the better of Tianyu.
Good engage. QZ. Ooh, good response here. Good movement. Get himself back into hiding. Hopefully his teammate's going to keep him safe so he can heal up to 100% HP. 10-7. You know what? Not an insane gap at this point of the game. Pretty damn close. I mean, it's PL versus PL. It's the PL showdown here, realistically, Hot Jukes. But no one's trying to go for that tier 3 vest in the middle. I thought we might see a dock play where you just try and get up, cancel the jump animation to get that tier 3 vest. But no, not many players have been trying to go for it in this showdown.
It's risky, right? You have to literally expose yourself completely to get it. And this is so fast-paced that if you get up on top there and get taken out, oh, it's going to really hurt your team. Plus, I mean, everyone's going for headshots anyway, so the vest is kind of like, oh, what do we do at this point? But if you can get it, why not?
Yeah. By the way, now it's been 2 games where it's been 2-0. I kind of want to see a game go to match 3.
That's right.
1-1, and see who's going to be taking it 2-1 in the end. Because, yeah, by the way, earlier we did confirm, just to make sure everyone is aware, the first match was a 2-0 for the international side. It looked 1-1, but it was not the case. So far, every game 2-0 has been just truly dominated by the international lads. But now I want to see a redemption arc from one of these 2 PL teams. And as of right now, the FMVP team might just be the one to make it happen.
Let's see. Sook making it happen there in the CQC. Nice shots there on the shaking as well. He is up. Remember, with TDM, it's all about that KD. And right now, Paraboy gets taken out. And again, shots ringing back and forth here. Ooh. Nice shot there on a Tian Yu. That's what you got to do, right? When you have those kind of spots. Oh, he goes for the vest. Did he get it? Yeah. It looks like he is.
He did get it. He did get it right there. Hopefully he doesn't get eliminated. Actually does find Jing. So that's going to be allowing him also to heal up slowly but surely back to 100% health. And if so, combo with the extra tier 3 vest, that could put him in a very healthy condition. He gets a huge backstab play. So the Ninja getting work done. Round to AJ2. The off angle is literally denying the entire game plan of the world champions. You know what? It works. I'm sorry, of the PLF MVP teams. You know what? I have to say, I love TDM. We swap POV so quickly. I'm like, who's who?
It's so close.
I don't know.
Wait, what?
It's too quick.
Okay.
How do the players know who's who?
Slow it down. Okay, that's QZ. I just saw that one. There we go. QZZ getting a shot down range. He's up top so far on this team with 8 eliminations. Sook is on top with 10. Oh, wow. What a wild thing to see, as now things slowing down a little bit. That gives us time to really align ourselves, see what's going on. TDM, just non-stop action. AJ getting caught, though. That's the thing, is you get a little impatient and you run out in the open, boom, you are eliminated, especially in a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, unlike classic Battle Royale mode, you don't have smokes to save you here. You know, if you want to reposition and go in the open, you take that risk. And you better be ready to shoot back, or otherwise you're going to get melted down instantly. And you know what? Looking at these games in particular, before we get to the true ending point of this first game, Hot Jukes,
sure,
it makes me jealous that the AKM is such a fun weapon to see, and it's just not meta in the normal esports mode. I wish it was, because come on, these sprays are crazy good, man. It would be so sick to see it over in Battle Royale in esports.
Yeah, it's so good in CQC, but you know what's even better? The S12K.
Oh, so, yeah. I was going to say the M4, but yeah, okay, sure. If you want CQC, definitely shotguns, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be the meta, right? So, hey, AK, as great as it is, it doesn't spray long range like the M4 AUG, and up close and personal, it's all about them shotguns. But wow, nice little return shot there from Jing. Trying to get that pressure on, and he is going to apply it. Tight angles, Jimmy knows where he is. Ooh, but he was able to make it to safety.
But the thing is, their sprays are so clean. If they really wanted to, they could make it meta. Genuinely.
I mean, they could.
Like, we're just that good that we can take a non-meta weapon and just make it insanely powerful in the right hands. As Jing, hoping to heal up a little bit here, waiting for it to kick in.
Sounds like a trap, right? It's like, hey guys, why don't we all use AKs and try it out? And then just everyone uses shotguns.
I am wondering, actually, because I'm not sure if I'm mistaken here or not. I'm not seeing the healing kick in at any point in time. Is the healing just deactivated?
Oh, you're right. They're not. Yeah, they're not healing at all. He would have been healed up already to top. So I guess it is just like whatever. Once you get shot, that's it.
I guess so. That's it. You take damage. You just because normally that is my way of playing the game in TDM, is just wait for the heal to kick in, and then when you're fully healed up, that's when you go for the re-engage for round 2 electric boogaloo. But no, here If you have 1 HP, that's all the HP you're going to have, man. You are just going to be fully done. Which actually takes a lot of value away from the tier 3 vest, right? Because if you can't heal up fully, that vest is just going to go to waste most of the time. So might as well just not commit to it.
We have to see these different strategies ring out as time goes on here. And meanwhile, this is a very, very close one. 29-31. World champs need a comeback here. As right now, Paraboy gets one onto AJ. That's almost going to tie things up, 30-31. Time to slow things down, but man, the FMVP squad get a nice elimination in return. This is so close. Jimmy.
Where's Jason?
QZZ. Oh!
Okay.
Let's go!
Go on, get another one. He's got 3 bullets. Make that 3 eliminations, hopefully. Fresco for 1 shot. Goes for the quick run, but he's going to have still backup from his teammate, Tianyu, to get it done. 5 more eliminations required for the POF MVPs to get game 1 of this PO3. So far, it's looking pretty good, but that gap is not insane. I've seen bigger comebacks happen in TDM as QZ just not able to hit that one down to a single bullet, and the G almost just 1 HP, but the off angle was there. Jimmy shuts him down.
He's officially my favorite player. Arm shot in the finals. QZZ, I'm a believer. Let's go. Oh my goodness, this is close though. The comeback is real. The world champs trying to tie things up here. 1 elimination is all they need to do so. And, the FMVP squad. Oh, it's so close. 38-39. You have to hide. Cannot allow that elimination to come to you. QZZ, though, he wants it. He's looking for those angles. Oh, he the toes! Run! Jimmy, run! Trying to get to safety, but there's no healing, remember? So Jimmy is going to be big time hurt! And barely makes it to safety.
Oh, he almost gets so many eliminations in a row there, trying to lock it down. That 1 elimination. But instantly, I love it. Paraboy is instantly playing alongside Jimmy, very passive, putting the 2 players with full HP bars on the front line. That is a very good strategy to play through a round.
The time,
yeah. 1 minute, 20 seconds is still enough, really, to get those few eliminations. But here, we're going back to what happened last game, where everyone is just holding the lines, waiting for 1 player to make a mistake, punish it, and maybe secure the first game of this BO3. Down to a standstill.
Yeah, the FMVPs are like, push us. You're the ones that are down. You're going to have to run out in the open. Oh, so hard. They're going to have to find an angle because they know exactly where they are. QZZ, though, he might just want to get it right here. Will he risk it? Will he risk the tie? Maybe not. Nah, yeah, I don't think so. I think you just stay. You just stay and wait. Wait for them to push out in the open and then make the play here.
Let's be careful.
Yeah, he's not moving.
Oh, no.
Oh, the toes again. Order. Getting away from it. Now here comes the push. The last try here for the world champ squad. And they do tie things up. It's Sook against Tianyu.
Oh, be solo Sook. 1 bullet. Jimmy, also 1 bullet. You've got to let it down to your teammate. It's going to be Jing to go out there and get it done. It is going to be won by the PELF MVPs. And that was just way too close for comfort. But eventually that final point is going to be taken on home. But still, respect to the 2 teams, they are Jukes. It was close almost the entirety of this game. And they were playing it so well, too, to hopefully get the final 2 eliminations. They do tie it, as you said, at the end of that game. But even a tie is not enough to take home that trophy.
So close. Oh, man. The FMVP's coming out on top as the world champ. You can see, look at him. He's like, I thought we had that one. So, man, what a play, though. What a play. I love this here. We're going to run it back 1 more time. And, hopefully 2 more times. We'll see if the world champs could come out on top in this next one. It looked really good in that last one. It was anyone's game. It really was.
Yeah, no, it was very close, down to the wire for these guys. And eventually, that's the thing. In these modes, only 1 team can take the win, and the other one will have to try harder next match. But it is a BO3, keep in mind. So it's still not game over. For the PL champs, they can still make it happen. They just need to do it back-to-back, which are not an easy task at hand, for sure. Definitely got their work cut out for them. I'll see how this is going to be working out. Look at the man himself, Paraboy. I miss you.
It's been too long.
Come back.
It's been too long. Hopefully we can see them there in PMGC. That would be an absolute wild ride. But I can't wait to honestly see what these matches are going to look like coming up here, Max, right? What is Paraboy going to do when he's back on the field of Erangel?
Yeah, Well, it's maybe not now. maybe PMGC. Yeah. Actually, I'd have to check out the PL rankings, see how close they are from possibly making it to PMGC. I believe the point gap is quite minimal, so we might see him at the end of this year over in good old Turkey. Would be great. But going on to this next matchup, right? 1-0 so far. Who do you think is going to be securing our next match? Not talking about the entire game, well, unless if you pick one team, then it might be the entire game, right, Odrix? But which team do you think is going to get our second point for the showdown?
Man, I'm hoping it's the world champs, right? I mean, we got to see them get a dub in a TDM here. And I think this is their chance to do it. They had a really good comeback there. It was really, really close, down to the wire. But, you know, all it takes is one singular play to make it happen. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I want it to be tied up. And then it's a final showdown into the final game of that BO3. But here we go. What might be the last time today? Right back onto Warehouse for this final TDM. It's going to be QZ. Nice angle secured. As he's going to also have a little bit of assistance from his teammate. But that's an instant 1-2 drop down. Jimmy doing the work with the AK. Oh my god, the Spidey sense were tingling right behind him. He instantly gets it. There's 3 eliminations for his team here, Hodrix, and every single point has been secured so far by Jimmy.
He's owning. Nice little free fire here, but he gets caught in the 1v2 situation. Jing trying to get the revenge, and they do. Wow, way to turn things around on the FMVP squad. Zook gets a nice knock there onto AJ. Gonna be another close one here. Everybody holding very similar angles consistently in these matches. Uh-oh, AWM, Iron Sight, do it, John, you can become one of my favorites.
Come on,
chance.
Okay, good timing though. Like instantly swarming that position, even if he gets one elimination with the Orm, chances are he's not getting the second. So good try. I kind of wish there were more than just 5 bullets on the Orm. Then players might be willing to play around it a little bit more, like give them 10, 15 bullets, all I care. Just send it. Make them want to play with the Orm. Would be definitely a lot more fun around the middle portion of the map. But so far, slight lead created of 2 points for the POF MVPs. But we saw the comeback last game, right, at the very bitter end. So don't count them out just yet. 2 eliminations is nothing at the very early stages of this game.
That is correct. That is correct. Order. Look, using that 3 peek to try to get some angles, get a little bit of information. AJ as well, just waiting for Jimmy. Saying, Jimmy, come here. There's no one here. This is open. Now it's closed.
They don't switch.
Jimmy.
That's so eerie the way you're saying that. Why are you going to say it like
that? Hello, Jimmy. Here I am, AJ, getting the double knock as well. And now, going to go back to that same spot. Hey, it worked before. Why want it to work again?
Here comes Jimmy. He's trying his best to make it work out. I actually do have a little bit of an opening in between those 2 slates of wood. So actually, it kind of works like in a movie. But now it's going to be AJ. Here comes AJ, trying to go for the right side peak. Down to about 50% worth of HP. So definitely a bit of a disadvantage against Jimmy. But he's going for the right side peak. And unfortunately, only a bullet shot is going to be found as he goes for the push. But look at Tianyu. He's just prone, getting that information, feeding the intel to his teammates. He's really just the scout from his team, which yeah, you can be a scout in TDM, apparently. It works.
It does. I'll tell you what else works. Those shots from QZZ up on top right now as far as eliminations. Jimmy leading the charge with 7, though, on his team. It's going to be 13-19. Order needing to get into the mix here. Hasn't got an elimination yet. This could be the chance. Gotta watch out for that KD, brother. Must be strong. There he goes. Gets one on the board there for his team. Gonna slow things down a little bit as AJ and Jimmy battling it out here. He's like, I want that spot back. I want it back.
So 5-point gap has been created here between the 2 rosters. Now it's going to be increasing once again. Oh my goodness. Shots. Okay, the lead is starting to get a little bit crazy. 7-point differential between these 2 teams. But if it is won by the red squad, that is it. 2-0. It will be game over. We need to see a comeback from the PL World Champions. Jimmy, Order, Paraboy, and Sook. Would be sad to see them go out of this early on. And unfortunately, it seems like the lead just keeps increasing or remaining at the same level And if this keeps happening until the very end of this game, to the 2-3 minute mark here, I feel like that comeback opportunity is getting closed even more as time goes on, Hot Troops.
Hey, maybe the world champs, but this is a squad of MVPs, and they are MVPs for a reason. That's because they put down the most work in the lobby. And you can see why here. The shots so dang clean. And when it comes to TDMs, especially this one where there's no util, no healing, it's all about hitting those shots.
Yeah.
And they are definitely doing it. FMVP top up on top. If they do win this game, that is it. I know you're so bummed about that because I know how much more you want to see another TDM match from our world champs, Max. But it could be over right here.
Come on, Paraboy, do the thing.
Do the thing,
which is eliminating everyone. You know, drop your domain expansion. Do something. Drop the ultimate.
Yes. Ult right now.
Press R. The ult button. I get some oval. Here we go though. More eliminations coming on through. 31 to 23. I feel like now the momentum's been completely lost. I don't think it's really feasible here. They just go right through the meat grinder. Gets one good pro play. Unfortunately, will be taken on out. The skill puts Sook down to about half HP, so that's still going to be a worthy trade. There's 26 points to 33. 7-point gap. It's been 7-point gap for like the last, it feels like 3 minutes now, Hot Jukes, and it just is not closing towards the side of the world champs.
Someone grab the arm. That's what I want to see. The AWM again. AJ hitting those laydowns. Tiana, you do it. Grab the AWM. Make it happen.
Oh, I saw the
orb. Memes.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Against the international FMVP. So this is going to be the actual first win here of the showdown. Yeah, so GG well played. This entire lineup was looking just very clean. Not going to lie, my heart hurts a little bit seeing this. Was I biased? You know what? Yes, I'm going to be honest here, Hodrix. I was hella biased for the world champs, but it was just still not going to be enough to bring them through. So GG well played to your PL FMVPs as they secure a 2-0 victory. And with that, we'll be ending today's TDM matches.
You know what? TDM is always so fun to watch, so fun to cast, Max, man. But this one was over so quickly. I mean, Deeb's just going undefeated here. Well, that's going to be it. We're going to get into the matches, and hopefully we see the previous PEL World Champs show what they can do when it comes to good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile esports gameplay.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow, seeing these extra showdowns.
into the building into a 1v2 though and gets taken out.
Kind of a tough one though. 20 to 17. Federales, good movement, but actually not even able to secure a single bullet's worth of damage. So really not the best engagement. As Noble also going to get taken away onto the right side of the map. But this is, I like the way International's MVP squad is playing. They just got this 2-2 split every single time. It's like they're playing a MOBA, just throwing it down the two separate lanes and trying to keep in check the entirety of the PLF MVP team. Federales, good engage here with the iron sight, able to get himself a bit of damage down onto QZ.
Now we're starting to see the international squad getting a couple more eliminations up on top. Nice shots there from AJ, though. Trying to even things out here. He could do it. Could get into a 1v2 situation if he ain't careful. He needs some help from his squad. Caught in the reload with the laydown. AJ getting the better of Federales. Things are now tied up.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty even between the guys. Still 13 eliminations required if you want to take home the first out of this BO3. You can see that these angles are being purely camped because there's no grenades, one single grenade, and they would go way more aggressive, I can tell you that much. So they're just trying to hold their lines of sight, use the third-person perspective to its absolute limit, and get the win. But down to 30-30, okay, compared to the previous matchup, at this point, Hodrix, you'd have maybe a 5 to 8 point.
So this could go down to the time. If it goes down to time, it'll be whoever has the most elimination will be the winner. And so right now, I mean, we're talking stalemate, baby. Nobody moving a muscle. Nobody wants to give the next team the lead. This next engage could decide it.
Maybe we should add grenades.
Right?
Just for this particular situation, it would help quite a bit.
What if they're just like, guys, let's just tie it. Let's just tie it. Let's just tie it. We're good.
Let's just make it work out so we all qualify, okay? Yeah?
Oh, never mind.
Ojing is going to be spotted out by Doc. That's a good elimination secured. And then you have an aggressive duo sending it far to the rotation, almost over to the enemy spawn here. Just to making sure, maybe even a little bit of spawn camping is going to be happening. It's 34 to 31 now. And it's going to be down to 3 minutes left on the timer. That is all but 35. 5 more eliminations required here, Hodrix, before we see if the international FMVP squad can take game 1.
They got it, because now the other team has to push out. Oh, never mind. Oh, they're starting to come back. Unbelievable, 34 to 35. The international team cannot play this way too passive and just try to get it done on time alone, because that will open the door for the other squad to push up. PEL squad trying to get their next elimination. Oh, they're down now.
Oh my goodness, Top. What a crazy
shot
shot right onto the right side peak. Trying to get it onto Chan. He almost gets it. I believe there was one headshot in that spray.
So close.
But he does get punished eventually. 37 to 35. 5 more eliminations. Can the POF MVPs catch up? Now 2 more required. International. Or will it be P? TDM, this guy is destroying the lobby, but can he redeem it in the eyes of his team?
Minute 30 on the clock. Team Blue has to push up. We're going to have to see the PEL squad make a crazy push. And right now, the international team just playing so careful, just waiting, pre-firing, everything. Yeah, all you got to do is run down the time, and you're going to win this. Wait for them to come to you. They have to. They are the one down the points, and they make the push, and it's the international squad catching them slipping, but man, that was a close one.
Yeah, and it was Federalis to get the final one. The two eliminations literally happened at almost the exact same time. I didn't see the number go up to 39, so really well done indeed. But they played it correctly, I would say. Some people might be like, oh, they were camping. You're literally playing how it should be played.
That's
right.
Hey, there's money on the line. You do what you got to do.
Yeah, there's like a minute 30 seconds left on the clock. You have a 2-point difference, and you're also 2 points away from winning it. All you do, you set up a really strong defense line, you hold the lines, hold the angles, and you just wait for anyone to push your direction. Literally one wrong peek, one slight mistake on the enemy team, and that's instantly punished, and you secure yourself an extra elimination, get that much more closer. And in that case, it happened literally back-to-back in, 2 seconds worth of time?
Yeah.
So well done to the entire team. And I would say the synergy was there, which you would expect, especially because Shaw, Top, and Doc are literally on the same roster, right? Speaking Mongolian. But it felt like this was just looking like a team that was all speaking the same language, because the way they were playing together and doing the same plays at the same time was just a thing of absolute beauty. GG's.
It really, really was. And I'll tell you one thing right now. We are seeing undefeat from the side of the international teams, right? Let's see if a PL squad can make it happen here in this next one. And I have a feeling it will, because QZZ did so well that last match. Let's see how we can make it happen. Oh, man. This has been so fun to watch. And it's always interesting to see. Because when you see esports players do anything, they are going to do everything they can to win this, right? I mean, especially when you got money on the line. So you're going to see different strategies, different plays happen. And just from 2 different lobbies, we're noticing, right, a lot of changes. We're seeing these 2 teams in particular slow things down a lot, just trying to win it out via just super, super tight peaks. And it just so happens that the international squad came out on top that time.
Yeah, I mean, this is really especially the kind of games that really highlight how good, mechanically speaking, these players are. Like, those peaks on the right side with the AKM, that normally is a little bit of a beast to control that recoil, right? You're really good when on the other international squad, that they are still some of the best mechanically gifted players in the world, and put it on full display here in the TDM show match.
Yep, that's what it's all about. As we take a look and get into the next match here, the international team up 1-0. Let's see if they can shut it down right here, right now. Federalis up close and personal. Oh, QZZ getting taken out there. Great teamwork from the side of these international teams, finding angles, working together. Doc sees a 1v1 potential. He's going for it, and he gets it.
GG Doc able to get himself that one. His first elimination of the game. Line of Santa QZ. Oh, able to find it. Waiting for him to stop peeking and spraying. Going to go for his own peek here. Got to be careful. So his vest is going to be slightly damaged, as he's going to be backstabbed fully by AG. What a good wraparound. The main issue is on Warehouse, if you lose one of the sidelines, sorry, not lines, lanes, you can instantly convert right back into the main building. And if any player like Federalis usually is there holding the line of sight, he's going to get taken on out. But Noble, the jump shot secured once again. And now they got big control of the ridgeline. There's also an orb in the hands off top that you will get instantly mowed down. That's Tianyu to secure the point with Xing.
Beautifully done there. Tianyu will be able to reclaim this right-hand lane. And now, look at the shots there from Federalis. But Federalis forced to take those plays in the open. And Xing, with that angle, making it happen. 9-11 now, as Tianyu pushing right down the middle, catches top, wide open.
I do have to say, really looking at these players, the way they're playing it, they're very aware. Also, this is a mistake I do. Is sometimes I'm feeling myself a little bit too much. I'm like, I'm getting so many eliminations. I'm just going to keep pushing into the enemy spawn. You got to keep in mind, players do have a period of time when they're invincible after respawning, so they're not getting anywhere near the enemy spawn, because if they do, you know those players are going to be abusing that invincibility period to just get a 1v2, 1v3, 1v4 scenario. So they're not making that mistake, and they're really just trying to get as far as possible from those respawn points until they make it to the main warehouse in the middle of the match.
Yeah, they're just playing this picture perfectly, as, man, the international squad getting a little bit of a lead here, 11-18. Nobu holding down this left-hand lane. So free fire action there, using the hollow on the AK. So you're going to have to try and do a tight peek. Yeah, he goes for it.
Yeah.
He's got the priority, and he takes it.
Yeah, bit of an advantage for Jing and AGS. They have a right side peek compared to top. And also Nobu, the 4-bit at least had a left side peek, which is not the best. It does show a bit more of your character model, which is a bit easier to punish. Nobu here waiting it once again, going for the jump shot with the AKM. And the thing is, the bloom's going to be insane. It's going to be Federalis actually to assist. He gets 1, gets 2 on AJ and Tianyu. So far, Federalis putting up some big numbers. Actually, 2 players kind of hard carrying here in Federalis and Nobu, 6 to 7 eliminations apiece. Looking on the other side, it's going to be 6 elimination differential. And I do wonder, POF MVPs, can they make the comeback happen? Because so far, it's 1 point over to the red team. If they can't get it once again here, it might just be falling right between their fingers.
Let's see what happens, though, as PL squad, getting taken out there by Doc. Doc's so good at being able to hold 2 different angles at the same time. Holding that right-hand lane, checking on that center, and that's what it's all about here, right? You got to be able to hold those spots, wait for those players to come to you, and if you can get an initial lead, all you got to do is just kind of sit back and relax and wait for the other team to come to you.
It just really is the way. QZ, good damage done, securing himself 1 extra point. Up to the halfway point for the blue side. Top,
yeah, you can't
Can't peek that one because Jing is there, holding the line behind the container, and that is just not going to work out. He gave himself a double. That's an instant conversion from Jing. They've got to be careful. He's down to about, 2 clips here, so he's got to try and maybe loot up a bit on the floor. And just get a little bit of extra ammo. Finds Noble right away as he gets pushed up by Top. Can he get himself 4 in a row? That's going to get shut down. The elimination spree will not continue any further. It's now Top. Good little hiding spot here. Could he get that 1v2 scenario? He's getting pushed up in CQC range, going for the big spray, and he connects it right onto QZ. But will he have time to heal up? That's a no.
Man, getting caught mid-reload. Worst case scenario here. Things are starting to tighten up just a little bit. Still a 7-point gap. And now we're going to see that go to 8. As the international team looking locked in here. This should be an easy back-to-back win. It's the international squads dominating the TDM so far.
And the PLF MVP team falling behind so rapidly. And it's at this point where you get very desperate and you give so many opportunities to the enemy team because you just keep making mistake after mistake. They cannot afford to make any more of those. Otherwise, they'll just be gifting the win on the silver platter over to the red team of the international FMVP squad. 37 though to 29. They had closed the gap significantly, but will it be enough to get us Federalis out in the open, taken out of the equation entirely? 39 now. 1 more elimination needed. Can they get it? Hot shoot.
Top up close and personal. He wants it. Trying to go for the. Did he? I thought he punched him for a second. That is wild, and it's a 2-0 finish for the international FMVP team.
GG, well played. I mean, yeah, he was trying to meme on them because they had such a big point gap. Why would you not try and go for the extra aura points and just go punch them down into a pulp and secure the win in the process? But no, it was secured by Federalis. Really has just been such a consistent player throughout these 2 games today. Really happy with this performance. Unfortunately, I would say the team play for them was just way stronger compared to the PO FMVP squad that were just pushing, and the lines of sight, and especially the spraying from the red team, was just so damn clean, really hard to go up against.
Wow, well, what a way to start things off, guys. The international squad's doing so well when it comes to TDM. We got some more action coming up for you very soon. We're going to be right back.
And here we have it. We're getting ready for our third BO3 and final BO3 of the day. It is going to be PEL FMVPs up against the PEL World Champions. It's a PEL showdown here. China versus China. And who will be taking it home? Will it be the blue or the red squad? Of course, very exciting to see if the Nova team will be able to get it as we're getting ready for the game. Bit of a truce at the start. Everyone looking to respawn, and we're getting right into the action once again on Warehouse. Third time in a row. As instantly, it's going to be a 3-1 push for the blue team. Sook holding the left side angle as a solo, making sure they cannot converge right in the middle, but that's going to be an instant line of sight found out by Jing. Though he's going a little bit too aggressive here, showing his back to Jimmy, and that's instantly going to get punished. So far, the elimination has been a little bit of a gap created to the advantage of the PL FMVP team. Things have slowed down. Center of the map secured by Tianyu and AJ. Jing and QZ both handing the off angles on the outskirts of the building. Things slowing down, coming to a halt. As Paraboy also got himself a good line of sight in the middle of the map on that ramp. Maximize his information with that third person perspective, but QZ gets a pixel and he gets an elimination. Now trying to convert it onto order as AJ's got the orb, and he does get order. What a great snipe.
What a great snipe at DQZ, getting some nice shots down range, and Tianyu putting that pressure on as well. But right now, it is the PEL squads. There we go, 9-4 here. And we're going to see Jimmy trying to hit some shots, trying to get their revenge. And get the dub. Order with a tight peek. Get the better of Tianyu.
Good engage, QZ. Ooh, good response here, good movement. He get himself back into hiding. Hopefully his teammate's going to keep him safe so he can heal up to 100% HP. 10-7. You know what? Not an insane gap at this point of the game. Pretty damn close. I mean, it's PL versus PL. It's the PL showdown here, realistically, Hot Jukes. But no one's trying to go for that tier 3 vest in the middle. I thought we might see a dock play where you just try and get up, cancel the jump animation to get that tier 3 vest. But no, not many players have been trying to go for it in this showdown.
It's risky, right? You have to literally expose yourself completely to get it. And this is so fast-paced that if you get up on top there and get taken out, oh, it's going to really hurt your team. Plus, I mean, everyone's going for headshots anyway, so the vest is kind of like, oh, what do we do at this point? But if you can get it, why not?
Yeah. But by the way, now it's been 2 games where it's been 2-0. I kind of want to see a game go to match 3.
That's right.
1 and see who's going to be taking it 2-1 in the end. Because, yeah, by the way, earlier we did confirm, just to make sure everyone is aware, the first match was a 2-0 for the international side. It looked 1-1, but it was not the case. So, so far, every game 2-0 has been just truly dominated by the international lads. But now I want to see a redemption arc from one of these 2 PL teams. And as of right now, the FMVP team might just be the one to make it happen.
Let's see. Sook making it happen there in the CQC. Nice shots there on the Jing as well. He is up. Remember, with TDMs, it's all about that KD. And right now, Paraboy gets taken out. And again, shots ringing back and forth here. Ooh. Nice shot there on a Tianyu. That's what you got to do, right? When you have those kind of spots. Oh, he goes for the vest. Did he get it? Yeah. It looks like he is.
He did get it. He did get it right there. Hopefully he doesn't get eliminated. Actually does find Jing. So that's going to be allowing him also to heal up slowly but surely back to 100% health. And if so, combo with the extra tier 3 vest, that could put him in a very healthy condition. He gets a huge backstab play. So the ninja getting work done. Round to AJ2. The off angle is literally denying the entire game plan of the world champions. You know what? It works. I'm sorry, of the PLF MVP teams. You know what? I have to say, I love TDM. We swap POV so quickly. I'm like, who's who?
It's so close.
I don't know.
Wait,
it's too quick.
Okay.
How do the players know who's who?
Slow it down. Okay, that's QZ. I just saw that one. There we go. QZZ getting a shot down range. He's up top so far on this team with 8 eliminations. Sook is on top with 10. Oh, wow. What a wild thing to see, as now things slowing down a little bit. That gives us time to really align ourselves, see what's going on. TDM just non-stop action. AJ getting caught, though. That's the thing, is you get a little impatient and you run out in the open, boom, you are eliminated, especially in a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, unlike classic Battle Royale mode, you don't have smokes to save you here. You know, if you want to reposition go in the open, you take that risk, and you better be ready to shoot back, or otherwise you're going to get melted down instantly. And you know what? Looking at these games in particular, before we get to the true ending point of this first game, Hot Jukes,
sure,
it makes me jealous. The AKM is such a fun weapon to see, and it's just not meta in the normal esports mode. I wish it was, because come on, these sprays are crazy good, man. It would be so sick to see it over in Battle Royale in esports.
Yeah, it's so good in CQC, but you know what's even better? The S12K.
Oh, so, yeah. I was going to say the M4, but yeah, okay, sure. If you want CQC, definitely shotguns, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be the meta, right? So, hey, AK, as great as it is, it doesn't spray long range like the M4 AUG, and up close and personal, it's all about them shotguns. But wow, nice little return shot there from Jing. Trying to get that pressure on, and he is going to apply it. Tight angles, Jimmy knows where he is. Ooh, but he was able to make it to safety.
But the thing is, their sprays are so clean. If they really wanted to, they could make it meta. Genuinely.
I mean, they could.
Like, we're just that good that we can take a non-meta weapon and just make it insanely powerful in the right hands. Now, Jing, hoping to heal up a little bit here, waiting for it to kick in.
Sounds like a trap, right? It's like, hey guys, why don't we all use AKs and try it out? And then just everyone uses shotguns.
I am wondering, actually, because I'm not sure if I'm mistaken here or not. I'm not seeing the healing kick in at any point in time. Is the healing just deactivated?
Oh, you're right. They're not. Yeah, they're not healing at all. He would have been healed up already to top. So I guess it is just like...
You are just going to be fully done. Which actually takes a lot of value away from the tier 3 vest, right? Because if you can't heal up fully, that vest is just going to go to waste most of the time. So might as well just not commit to it.
We have to see these different strategies ring out as time goes on here. And meanwhile, this is a very, very close one. 29-31. World champs need a comeback here. As right now, Paraboy gets one onto AJ. That's almost going to tie things up, 30-31. Time to slow things down, but man, the FMVP squad get a nice elimination in return. This is so close. Jimmy.
Where's Jason?
QZZ. Oh!
Okay.
Let's go!
Go on, get another one. He's got 3 bullets. Make that 3 eliminations, hopefully. Tries to go for 1 shot. Goes for the quick run, but he's going to have still backup from his teammate, Tianyu, to get it done. 5 more eliminations required for the POF MVPs to get game 1 of this PO3. So far, it's looking pretty good, but that gap is not insane. I've seen bigger comebacks happen in TDM as QZ just not able to hit that one, down to a single bullet, and the G almost just 1 HP, but the off angle was there. Jimmy shuts him down.
He's officially my favorite player. Arm shot in the finals. QZZ, I'm a believer. Let's go. Oh my goodness, this is close though. The comeback is real. The world champs trying to tie things up here. 1 elimination is all they need to do so. And the FMVP squad. Oh, it's so close. 38-39. You have to hide. Cannot allow that elimination to come to you. QZZ though, he wants it. He's looking for those angles. Oh, in the toes! Run! Jimmy, run! Trying to get to safety, but there's no healing, remember? So Jimmy's going to be big time hurt! And barely makes it to safety.
Oh, he almost gets so many eliminations in a row there, trying to lock it down. That 1 elimination. But instantly, I love it. Paraboy is instantly playing alongside Jimmy, very passive, putting the 2 players with full HP bars on the front line. That is a very good strategy to play through around.
The time,
yeah. 1 minute, 20 seconds is still enough really to get those few eliminations. But here we're going back to what happened last game, where everyone is just holding the lines, waiting for 1 player to make a mistake, punish it, and maybe secure the first game of this BO3. Down to a standstill.
Yeah, the FMVPs are like, push us. You're the ones that are down. You're going to have to run out in the open. Oh, so hard. They're going to have to find an angle because they know exactly where they are. QZZ, though, he might just want to get it right here. Will he risk it? Will he risk the tie? Maybe not. Nah, yeah, I don't think so. I think you just stay. You just stay and wait. Wait for them to push out in the open and then make the play here.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, he's not moving.
Oh, no.
Oh, the toes again. Order. Getting away from it. Now here comes the push. The last try here for the world champ squad. And they do tie things up. It's Sook against Tianyu.
Oh, be solo, Sook. 1 bullet. Jimmy, also 1 bullet. You gotta let it down to your teammate. It's gonna be Jing to go out there and get it done. It is gonna be won by the PELF MVPs. And that was just way eventually that final point is going to be taken on home. But still, respect to the two teams, they are Dukes. It was close almost the entirety of this game, and they were playing it so well too to hopefully get the final 2 eliminations. They do tie it, as you said, at the end of that game. But even a tie is not enough to take home that trophy.
So close. Oh, man. The FMVP's coming out on top as the world champ. You can see, look at him. He's like, I thought we had that one. So, man, what a play, though. What a play. I love this here. We're going to run it back one more time. And, hopefully 2 more times. We'll see if the world champs could come out on top in this next one. It looked really good in that last one. It was anyone's game. It really was.
Yeah, no, it was very close, down to the wire for these guys, and eventually, that's the thing. In these modes, only one team can take the win, and the other one will have to try harder next match. But it is a BO3, keep in mind, so it's still not game over for the PL champs. They can still make it happen. They just need to do it back-to-back, which not an easy task at hand, for sure.
Nope.
Definitely got their work cut out for them. I'll see how this is going to be working out. Look at the man himself, Power Boy. I miss you!
It's been too long.
Come back.
It's been too long. Hopefully we can see them there in PMGC. That would be an absolute wild ride. But I can't wait to honestly see what these matches are going to look like coming up here, Max, right? What is Paraboy going to do when he's back on the field of Erangel?
Yeah, well, it's maybe not now. maybe PMGC. Yeah. Actually, I'd have to check out the PL rankings, see how close they are from possibly making it to PMGC. I believe the point gap is quite minimal, so we might see him at the end of this year over in good old Turkey. Would be great. But going on to this next matchup, right? 1-0 so far. Who do you think is going to be securing our next match? I'm not talking about the entire game, well, unless if you pick one team, then it might be the entire game, right, Dukes? But which team do you think is going to get our second point for the showdown?
Man, I'm hoping it's the world champs, right? I mean, we got to see them get a dub in a TDM here. And I think this is their chance to do it. They had a really good comeback there. It was really, really close, down to the wire. But, all it takes is one singular play to make it happen. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I want it to be tied up. And then it's a final showdown into the final game of that BO3. But here we go. For what might be the last time today. Right back onto Warehouse Court, this final TDM. It's going to be QZ. Nice angle secured. As he's going to also have a little bit of assistance from his teammate. But that's an instant 1-2 drop down. Jimmy doing the work with the AK. Oh my god, the Spidey sense were tingling right behind him. He instantly gets it. There's 3 eliminations for his team here, Podjukes, and every single point has been secured so far by Jimmy.
He's owning. Nice little free fire here, but he gets caught in the 1v2 situation. Jing trying to get the revenge, and they do. Wow, way to turn things around on the FMVP squad. Zook gets a nice knock there onto AJ. Gonna be another close one here. Everybody holding very similar angles consistently in these matches. Uh-oh, AWM, Iron Sight, do it, it's on you. You can become one of my favorites.
Come on,
chance.
Okay, good timing though. Like instantly swarming that position, even if he gets one elimination with the Orm, chances are he's not getting the second. So good try. I kind of wish there were more than just 5 bullets on the Orm. Then players might be willing to play around it a little bit more, like give them 10, 15 bullets for all I care. Just send it. Make them want to play with the Orm. Would be definitely a lot more fun around the middle portion of the map. But so far, slight lead created of 2 points for the PLF MVPs. But we saw the comeback last game, right? At the very bitter end. So don't count them out just yet. 2 eliminations is nothing at the very early stages of this game.
That is correct. That is correct. Order. Look, using that 3 peek to try to get some angles, get a little bit of information. AJ as well, just waiting for Jimmy. Saying, Jimmy, come here. There's no one here. This is open. Now it's closed.
They don't switch.
Jimmy.
That's so eerie the way you're saying that.
Why
are you going to say it like
that? Hello, Jimmy. Here I am, AJ, getting the double knock as well. And now, going to go back to that same spot. Hey, it worked before. Why want to work again?
Here comes Jimmy. He's trying his best to make it work out. I actually do have a little bit of an opening between those 2 slates of wood. So actually, it kind of works like in a movie. But now it's going to be AJ. Here comes AJ, trying to go for the right side peak. down to about 50% worth of HP, so definitely a bit of a disadvantage against Jimmy, but he's going for the right side peek, and unfortunately only a bullet shot is going to be found as he goes for the push. But look at Tianyu, he's just prone, getting that information, feeding the intel to his teammates. He's really just the scout from his team, which yeah, you can be a scout in TDM, apparently. It works.
It does. I'll tell you what else works. Those shots from QZZ up on top right now as far as eliminations. Jimmy leading the charge with 7, though, on his team. It's going to be 13-19. Order needing to get into the mix here. Hasn't got an elimination yet. This could be the chance. Gotta watch out for that KD, brother. Must be strong. There he goes. Gets one on the board there for his team. Gonna slow things down a little bit as AJ and Jimmy battling it out here. He's like, I want that spot back. I want it back.
So 5-point gap has been created here between the two rosters. Now it's going to be increasing once again. Oh my goodness.
Shots.
Okay, the lead is starting to get a little bit crazy. 7-point differential between these two teams. But if it is won by the red squad, that is it. 2-0. It will be game over. We need to see a comeback from the PL World Champions. Jimmy, Order, Paraboy, and Sook. Would be sad to see them go out of this early on. And unfortunately, it seems like the lead just keeps increasing or remaining at the same level. And if this keeps happening until the very end of this game, to the 2-3 minute mark here, I feel like that comeback opportunity is getting closed even more as time goes on, Hot Troops.
Hey, maybe the world champs, but this is a squad of MVPs, and they are MVPs for a reason. That's because they put down the most work in the lobby. And you can see why here. The shots so dang clean. And when it comes to the TDMs, especially this one where there's no util, no healing, it's all about hitting those shots.
Yeah.
And they are definitely doing it. FMVP top up on top. If they do win this game, that is it. I know you're so bummed about that because I know how much more you want to see another TDM match from our world champs, Max. But it could be over right here.
Come on, Paraboy, do the thing. Do the thing, which is eliminating everyone. You know, drop your domain expansion. Do something. Drop the ultimate.
Yes. Ult right now.
Press R. The ult button. I guess on mobile. Here we go, though. More eliminations coming on through. 31-23. I feel like now the momentum's been completely lost. I don't think it's really feasible here. They're just going right through the meat grinder. Gets one good pro play. Unfortunately, will be taken on out, but still puts Sook down to about half HP, so that's still going to be a worthy trade. There's 26 points to 33. 7-point gap. It's been 7-point gap for like the last, it feels like 3 minutes now, Hot Troops, and it just is not closing towards the side of the world champs.
Someone grab the arm. That's what I want to see. The AWM again. AJ hitting those laydowns. Tianyu, do it. Grab the AWM. Make it happen.
Oh, I saw the orb.
Memes.
Yeah.
He's got it. He's got it. Come on. Tianyu! Do it. 3 shots. But he may not even get a chance here. As, Tianyu goes down. One more elimination here. And that's going to be it as the FMVPs win this one back to back.
Yeah, that's going to be it. GG, well played here. Well, actually, they did lose the last one against the international FMVPs. So this is going to be the actual first win here of the showdown. Yeah, so GG, well played. This entire lineup was looking just very clean. Not going to lie, my heart hurts a little bit seeing this. Was I biased? You know what? Yes. I'm going to be honest here, Hodrix. I was hella biased for the world champs, but it was just still not going to be enough to bring them through. So GG well played to your PL FMVPs as they secure a 2-0 victory. And with that, we'll be ending today's TDM matches.
You know what? TDM is always so fun to watch, so fun to cast, Max, man. But this one was over so quickly. I mean, teams just going undefeated here. Well, that's going to be it. We're going to get into the matches, and hopefully we see the previous PEL World Champs show what they can do when it comes to good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile esports gameplay.
Yeah, of course, tomorrow this tournament continues. We'll be seeing these extra showdowns, seeing who's going to be crowned your TDM champion, right, in the China and International Elite competition. a lot of money on the line, as we said earlier. I think total the prize pool is around like almost $15,000. So a lot on the line here, definitely not to be taken lightly. But you know what? I know it's not going to happen, but I have a pipe dream that maybe we can make it sniper only tomorrow, because that would be super cool. Come on.
Yes, please. Oh, my dream. I'm telling you, if only PUBG Mobile would make the AWM instant finish on headshots, maybe we could even see it in esports. Please, PUBG Mobile, my dream.
It's too much copium there. Too much. No, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry, but it ain't happening. Not in 1,000 years.
I know, but a boy could dream. You know what I'm saying? A boy could dream. Oh, man, you know what? Nothing more satisfying than that audio of a insane flick headshot. But you know what? These guys are going to do everything they can to make sure they get the dub. And right now, that's via AUG and S12K. And we're going to see a whole bunch of that coming up very, very soon here, as we are going to get into our matches, Max. Now, with this lobby, we're going to be going into Rondo, right? What are your big expectations from these squads going into Rondo?
Yulin getting kind of busy. That one's kind of a given, right? No, I am expecting things to be just pretty typical for Rondo. Though I do wonder, Podrix, we both covered, right, PMGO Season 1, and we saw teams hot dropping Aurora. That was Team Boom, where they were literally dropping on top of top. There was the recall player. I'm hoping we're going to see more of that. Maybe not Aurora specifically, because, come on, give them a break.
Yeah.
But maybe other teams, maybe not on day one, but eventually are seen as a potential threat to the top ranks on the leaderboards, and they're just dropping it right on that recall player. Because if you've done your research, if you know how they drop, where they drop with the 3-1 splits, right, going into the hot drops, and you just find that one true weakness, that one Achilles heel of a team, you can instantly try and punish that and secure yourself a little bit of a point advantage, and also reducing the chances of that team doing well in that particular game. So that's why I want to see hot drops on the solo players, really trying to bring the level of macro gameplay to its absolute peak here in Pmmi.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent strategy, especially on the final day, right? I think that's where we're definitely going to see it. Like you mentioned, day one, I think you just kind of play it just old school, tried and true, do your original drops, don't mess around, right? Because you need to put points on the board. But on the final day, especially if we see a team, or even multiple squads in that smash zone, it's 100% worth it, right? If you did your homework, you know where they send that single player, send it on them, take them out. Hopefully you can take that squad out early, and they don't get those 10 points in Rondo. Gives your chance, your whole squad's chance a lot higher, right? To hopefully extend the tournament. So, yeah, I love to see these different strategies ring out. And what Boom did to Aurora in PMGO Season 1, I mean, it really worked out for them.
Yeah, they did it twice in a row too, right? And I love it because I interviewed Reefus right after that happened, and I was asking him, okay, like, are you guys going to change your drop or anything? And he's like, no, come to us. And they lost it again. So, you know what? Maybe it is good sometimes to put your ego to the side and just think about the bigger picture going into this. But still, very good game coming up. 6 insane matches, plus the Smash ruling happening on Sunday. I cannot wait to get right into the nitty-gritty action here of the Macau Invitational 2026 and see, are we going to have a back-to-back win from Weibo, right, as they were your reigning champions from PMHI, or are we going to see a new name finally secure the trophy and take away that spot from Weibo?
Oh, man, I mean, it's going to be a close one, that's for sure. I mean, Weibo, I think definitely, without a doubt, came to play here. I'm excited to see what they could do, but man, this whole lobby is just so dang stacked. It's going to be more difficult than ever to see a crazy comeback, or a back-to-back win is what I'm trying to say, on the side of Weibo. I'm going to put it, like, the chances of it happening, personally, probably like around 10%. It's going to be so difficult. But if any team can do it, it could be Weibo.
Yeah, could be. I mean, Weibo definitely could be the team to make it happen with good old Sook. Give that man the explosive bow, and everything is possible. You know what? While we wait for our next segment here, we have a little bit of time. If you could create a top-tier TDM 4-man roster, who would be on your team? If you want a bit of time, I have mine already ready. I was thinking about it. Okay. Yeah? Okay. So
I'll go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I go for it. Okay, so I'm going to go with Nolbu. I'm going to go with Doc. I'm going to go with Revo. I'm going to go with Hyunbin, because I'm still a Hyunbin believer.
Hyunbin!
That would be my lineup. Hell yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go. My number one, like especially after what I've seen here, QZZ, man. This dude is so dang good. I'm gonna put Revo in as well. He was just showing some really, really good stuff. I think Doc, you can't go without him. And the last one, Nobu. As we take a look at this interview.
Match. We have
Hello，我是 JD Powerboy 三
from
在
Hello everyone.
你们比赛开始之前啊，我其实已经在网上就看到很多小伙伴在刷你们的这个 PL 啤酒馆乐队的一个新的名字。这新的名字是谁给你们取的？
主要是看一下我们这个战队的这个年龄啊，确实是到了这个层级了。
Our team members' ages, we are getting to the point where added together we reach 100 years old. So you're definitely veterans, but you're still very strong. So when you're facing the FMVP team, you were playing very well. Yeah, we almost matched up with them. Yeah, very close. So now you're matching up with a lot of the old rivals like Silas. A lot of these players you played against
其实今天
before.
赛
How
前
do
我
you
觉
feel?
得就是大家强度应该
I think
差不多，因为
before
赛
the
前我
match,
找
I
大家
felt
solo
like
了一把，
everyone
我俩
should
是打
be
平的，
around the same. I
但是
saw
感觉
Silas
比赛时候
before
突然
the
就不一样
match,
了，这个思维
and
自
we
如突然就不
actually
一样。
came to a draw. But during the match, it just
对，
felt
大家感觉大家
different.
都挺在
Suddenly,
状态的。今天
everyone felt much stronger. Feels like everyone is in at their
海外
peak.
的这些战队们，他们的
So yes,
状态是非
it
常的
does
好的。
feel
所以
like
说，你认为
the
在这一次
international
我们的
teams
总决
are
赛，我
also
们的 PL 是
at
能够
their
把
peak
冠军
performance. So do
留
you
在我们
think
的
that
PL
PL will be
还是说
able
是海外
to
赛
keep
区会夺
the
得冠军？
champion
因为我们
within
这
our
次
region, or do you
比
think
赛
the
区
international
出征了5个
teams
战队嘛，
may
然后我们
win?
踢了5个战队，我觉得
Well,
赢面还是
we
蛮大
have
的。然后
uh,
也看到了，
many
然后
teams
晋级
from
赛
PL joining
老干爹
this
的
year's
发挥，
competition,
然
and
后我们还
I
有那
think
个
LGD
王
is
牌
also
以及还没有
performing
出场
very well,
然后是
and we also have a lot of our key
没问题。
players who are doing very well. So I think we are able to keep the champion.
希望
So
兄弟
please
们今天旗开得胜
also
啊！
cheer everyone on
希望在我
from
们
the
的
PL
这个
region.
比赛的
Okay, we
明
hope
天的
we
比赛，我
can
们的 PL 的所
obtain
有的战队
victory.
都可以发挥
So
出
we
色
hope
啊！也希望
everyone
海外的所有
from
战队
PL
可以拿
as
出自己
well
的
as all
高
the
强的水
international
平，给我们带来
teams
精彩的赛
will
事，好不好？那么
show
也是我
off
们也
their
听说在这
strongest
个明
play
天后天
and
还会
bring
再
us
继续进行我们的对抗赛，对吧？也
amazing
希望你可以
competition.
在
So
之后的对抗赛也可以取得一个
you
好的结果。
will
让我们也
still
凑一把，
participate
行吧？
in
今天
the
不跟你握了。
好，那就后面再握，好
tournaments
吧？
for the
好，那么各
upcoming
位小伙
days.
伴，我们
I
的交
just
换
want
环
to
节
win
这里
over
告一段落，
tops.
现在把
Okay,
时间
so
交还给
this
这位
is the end of interview. Let's go back to the commentary desk.
And we are back as we take a look here at the match standings. Always good to hear from the man Pairboy. He just said it, right? He said that it seems that these international squads are at their peak here. But we're going to have to see every single team play at their peak as before we get into these matches. But we can just see, look at the difference in eliminations. Wild.
Yeah, quite significant, right, looking at this one. I mean, when you're looking at the international champions and also the international FMVPs, keep in mind, they only played really one game each compared to the PL team, so they played a total of 2 PO3s, so that's why you've seen a lot more eliminations on their side. Though, 0 wins secured by the PL World Champions, which, again, that hurts. That really does hurt. I was hoping for just a lot more. And there's still one opportunity to do so tomorrow. Is that Copium Hot Jukes? Maybe a little bit, right? But I feel like the international players are the ones that might just take it home and get that trophy.
Well, guys, what a way to start things off. We saw some incredible TDM action from some of the best players on the planet. We're about to get this show kicked off. The opening ceremony will be coming to you guys shortly. We will be back with you guys right after that to get ready for some PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals action. Don't go anywhere.
台下的人总会问：台上的人凭什么？来吧，我会证明最高的山峰只会开出一朵花，凭我的一切与世界一决高下。
Now please welcome the 2025 PMHI champion, Beijing WBG SUK, to return the championship trophy. The trophy is back in place and the throne awaits its new master. Next, let's invite the 16 teams that have qualified for the 2026 Pmmi. First up, the 2025 PMHI champion and the 2025 PMWC runner-up representing the PEL region, Beijing WBG. Once the rulers of Victoria Harbour, today they returned as kings. They have only one goal: to defend their throne.
Welcome! 接下来有请韩国赛区
Next, representing the Korean region, DK.
双核驱动
Dual
火
core
力
driven,
压制，
relentless
呈
in
现过后，我
firepower,
们依然
they
拥
still
有
carry the
突破
confidence
一
to
切的
break
底
through
气。
everything.
Welcome！ 接下来有请
Next,
PEL 赛区
from the PEL region,
苏州天霸，
Suzhou Tianba.
实力始终在线，真心
Consistently
实力
solid
伺
and
机而
always
动。
ready.
一旦出
When
手，
they
他
strike,
们的爆
their
发
explosive
足以
power
惊
will
艳
stun
世
the
界。
world.
Welcome！ 接下来有请
Next,
PMHI
the 2025 PMHI runner-up,
赛区的
representing the South America region, INF.
没圈能攻，有圈能
Fierce
破。
in
他
contested
们
zones,
不是
cool
冠
in
军的
safe
试金
zones,
石，而
they're
是强有力
formidable
的冠
contenders
军
for the
争夺
champion's
者。
throne.
Welcome！ 接下来有请中东
Next,
及
from
北
the
非
Middle
赛
East
区
and North Africa
ULA
region, ULA.
赛区新王，新
The
生
new
力量，
kings of
生
the
猛
MENA
无畏，
circuit,
一
fresh
往无
faces
前，
on the world
是他们
stage,
的战斗
fearless
底
and
色。
charging ahead, that's who they are.
Welcome！ 接下来有请
Next,
韩国赛区
from the Korea region, KRX.
战术多变，
With
攻势凶
versatile
猛，
tactics
这支
and
换血
aggressive
后的老
events,
牌劲旅，
this
比以往
reshuffled
任何
veteran
时候
squad
都
is
更
more
具威
dangerous
胁。
than ever before.
Welcome！ 接 接下来有请韩国赛区
From the
NS。
Korea region, NS.
步枪之后，这支
After
红色
roster
军团完
reinforcements,
成了
the
最
Legion
后一
has
块拼图。
completed their final
红色浪
piece.
潮
The
势不
Crimson
可
Wave
挡。
is unstoppable.
Welcome。接下来有请
Next,
东南亚赛区
From the Southeast Asia
RRQ
region, RRQ.
曾经的传奇，
Once
昔日的
legends,
霸主，
former
皇家
overlords,
底蕴犹在。
they
如
bided
今
their
重
time.
返世界
Now,
舞台，
back on the world
尽在
stage,
曲
they
尽
await
归
the
来。
return of glory.
Welcome。接下来有请
Next,
2026
The
PMGO 季军，
2026
来自南
PMGO
美洲
third
赛区
place
的
finisher from the
菲亚
South America region, Furia.
重装上阵，一鸣惊
Re-equipped
人。
and ready to shock the world, from regional champion to world third place finisher in just one season, the Black Panthers are unleashed and they strike to kill.
Welcome。接下来有请 PL 赛
Next,
区
from the
杭
PL
州
region,
LGD，
Hangzhou LGD.
敢打敢拼，
Both
敢硬碰硬。
tenacious and unafraid to go toe to toe, they rise to every challenge. Their sights are set on the championship
因为
throne
那里
because
有他们
that's
终
where
将抵
their
达的
destiny
万
awaits.
丈光芒。Welcome。接下来有请
Next,
来自 PL 赛
From
区
the
的
PL
广州
region,
TT，
Guangzhou TT.
他们的强是
Their
沉得住
strength
气的
lies
强，
in
从
composure.
起点
From
到
the starting
后座
line to
他
the
们始
throne,
终在自
they
己的
always
节
move
奏
at
之
their
上。
own rhythm.
Welcome。接下来有请东南亚
Next,
赛区
from the Southeast
EA
Asia region, EA.
枪法凶悍，打法
Sharp
疯
shooting,
狂，
wild
泰国
play
的
style,
国度正在
Thailand's
杀
new
向世
overlords
界的
are
舞台。
storming the
他
world
们将用
stage,
行动证明，
proving with
强
every
者
move
不
that
惧
they're
一
no
切。
pushover.
Welcome。接下来有请
Next,
PMHI
the
季军
2025
来自东南亚赛区的
PMHI third
BTR
place finisher from the Southeast Asia region, BTR.
拿过冠军，也走过
They
低谷，
tasted glory
唯一
and
不变
weathered
的
lows.
是他们
The
身上
only
与
constant
生
is
俱来
their
的
innate
取胜
winning
本能。
instinct and unyielding will to reach the summit.
Welcome。接下来有请土耳其
Next,
赛区
from the Turkey
S2G
region, S2G.
曾登顶世界
Having
之巅
once stood
折服
atop
之
the
后
world,
卷土
they
重
returned
来。
after a period of silence. The pride of Turkey is awakening.
Welcome。接下来有请东欧及
Next,
中亚
from
赛
the
区
East Europe and
Aurora，
Central Asia region, Aurora.
手握5个
Holding
MVP
five
的他们，
MVP
只缺
titles,
一座
they
冠
lack
军。
only a
这一次，
championship.
银河战
This
舰
time, the
被
galactic
圆梦
battleship
而来。
sails to fulfill their dream.
Welcome。最后，让我们有请
Finally,
2026
let us
澳门邀请
welcome
赛
the
唯一
only
直
direct
进阵队
invite team for the
必要赛区
2026
同号重分
Pmmi, the PL
2026
region's
PL
top
赛
seed,
总冠
the
军
2026
成都
PL spin
AG
champion, Chengdu AG.
赛区内断层领先的
Their
突破实力
terrifying dominance
已成
within
定
the
局
region
他
has
们是
already
必
been
证明世
established.
界赛的
Now
顶尖
they're
强者之
determined
阵
to prove
也
that
有
they're among the
AG
world's
的
elite.
一席
AG
之地。
deserves a place at the table.
Welcome。战场之上，从无
On the
风平浪
battlefield,
静，
at the heart of
在
the
风浪
storm,
中心，不
those
惧
who
者
step into
不
the
问
ring
归途。
never look back.
在这里，每一枪都是答案，
Here,
每一次的交锋
every
都会
shot
改
is
写
an
战局。
answer, every clash
千挑万
rewrites
次
the game.
万千
Surrounded by
变数之下，
rivals and
谁将
endless
冲
variables,
破阻碍，
who will
在澳
break
门
through the
杀出重围，
obstacles, survive the
最
Macau
终赢
storm,
家。
and emerge as the
子弹
ultimate
已
victor.
经上膛，
Bullets
胜
are
利
chambered,
已
the
经
will to
点
win
燃。
is
此
ignited,
刻，在
and
此
now
正
the
式
battle
开战。
begins.
Macau Invitational Grand Finals. We saw some wonderful TDM action earlier. It's time to get into the nitty-gritty, though, the serious time, right, where the big money's on the line. It is the finals. We're about to get into Rondo, Max, man. Are you ready?
I am so ready right now, Hot Jukes, for the Macau Invitational Grand Finals of the big old year of 2026. And the lineup, again, is just looking so incredibly stacked. We lost so many titans of this esports before making it to this very stage. I mean, last week, well, sorry, not last week, literally earlier this week, Hot Jukes was absolutely ruthless. So many big names completely taken out of the equation. Like, you would have told me before this event, Regnum, Ulf, Nigma Galaxy, Yangon, Alpha 7 don't make it to the finals, I would call you a dirty liar. But actually, you were speaking facts. And they're big surprise, big upset. And you know what? I think we're going to see way more of that happening this weekend.
Oh, for sure. I think we're going to see some monster squads just get eliminated, or not eliminated, but end up being on the bottom of the leaderboards just because of how crazy this lobby has been. It's going to be really all about consistency here. You got to be able to perform no matter what the situation is. I'm expecting Rondo to be just incredibly hectic, just elimination heavy, slow down. Then, of course, we'll see who ends up on top. But when it comes to Erangel and Miramar, man, I'm not going to be shocked if we see 64 players like 20 minutes in.
Could be. I mean, really, I feel like we've seen that already a few times during the group stage, so we might see something very similar here in the finals. But Rondo, you said it right. First map, the first one that all these players are going to be ready to drop onto. First battleground to dictate who will be securing the first chicken dinner of this stage of the event. And realistically, you've got so many teams here that are just so consistent when it comes to Rondo in particular. But not sure who's going to be able to get it here because you got, again, it's so stacked. I know we just sound like a broken record, Hot Jukes.
It's true.
Every team is so good. Wow. Like, we know, okay, fair enough. But I want to see something from Nongshim Red Force. I feel like I was hyping up this team so much back during the group stage. And they did deliver, right, by qualifying for the finals. But I feel like this is a team that their ceiling is just so much higher than what we witnessed during the group stage that this team, I need to see them just come out running right out of the gate. I want to see at least a Rondo top 3 with double-digit eliminations. What do you think?
I think so, too. I think Nongshim Red Force is one of those squads that need to have a strong game one if they want to have success in this tournament, because this lobby is just so dang stacked. And that's going to be for quite a few squads. I'm going to put RRQ up there. Like, a lot of these teams that just... You know, maybe we didn't see just insane consistency from them when it comes to the group stage. A good strong start here could spell things out differently from you. You know, and not to mention, I mean, we got all gamers here, right? So we haven't seen what they can do at all so far, at least when it comes to this tournament. But this is their day one. How are they going to fare, right? Are they going to use the fact that no one's seen what they can do to their advantage? Or are these players who had a few extra games behind their belt going to have an advantage?
Yeah, no idea really what's going to be happening here. But when it comes to all the PL teams, right, K1 didn't make it, and so did Kuaishou Gaming, right, KSG. Those are the only 2 teams from China that failed to qualify. So right now, the success ratio out of the 5 Chinese teams is actually incredibly high, right, looking at all the squads that did make it. And then, of course, you had one directly qualified straight into the grand finals in the side of All Gamers. So yeah, it's looking like a solid lineup. Chiamba, Weibo, LGD, Thundertalk, and All Gamers. This is one of the highest chances ever we have, Hot Jukes. I've seen another Chinese win. Of course, China won it last year in Hong Kong with Pmmi. The odds of that happening here again in the Macau Invitational is through the bloody roof. So if they can do it back-to-back, it would show again that China is an absolute menace on their local stage, but also on the international stage of PUBG Mobile Esports.
I mean, they're one of the top regions in the world for a reason, right? I mean, and there was in the earlier years, they were the dominant force, right? Nobody could touch them. Now we're seeing, you know, these different regions just level up year after year after year. And in 2026, I think it's the most even it's ever been, right? It's so wild to see every single time, like during the group stage and previous tournaments, and even now, right?
Yeah.
We always see, like, okay, let's look at the MVPs. Let's look at this. And it's, like, spread out so evenly amongst so many different regions. I mean, you call it out every time you see it, Max. And I love to see just how well this entire esport has just developed here over time.
It really is one of the most international mobile esports. Like, there's so many games out there. It's always the same
It's the
countries or regions that win it. It gets a bit boring. I love about PUBG Mobile Esport. It's always a different country that wins it. It feels like you just had Pakistan recently winning Pmmi Season 1. Here's going to be a different one because, yeah, unfortunately, Fourth Thrives are not here. But looking at the top teams of the group stage, I'm going to not say the team names. I'm just going to say the countries just for the sake of it. From top 1 to, let's say, top 5, it was Mongolia, Turkey, Indonesia, Thailand, China, and then it was another China and LGD. And then after that, it's actually going straight to Brazil with Furia. So looking at the amount of region disparity you have in this tournament is just so incredibly fun. Of course, as I said, it's looking quite likely for China to do a Hodrix because of the sheer amount of Chinese teams you have in this particular event. But it could be a non-Chinese team winning it. I'd be like, makes sense, yeah, because literally it is almost impossible to predict who's going to be claiming that trophy.
Yeah, you always got to give a little bit of love to the hometown heroes, right? I mean, this is where it's based. It's in Macau, so it'd be good to see, you know, especially for the home crowd, right? A Chinese team winning it. You're going to have to earn it. That's going to be the name of the game here because every single one of these teams wants it, and all of these regions are just bringing some heavy hitters here. Even S2G, they did really well during the group stage. They were holding the top spot almost up until the last minute where Aurora came and stole it away from them. But S2G, man, looking great here when it comes to the finals. Yeah, unfortunately, like we mentioned it, we're not going to see Regnum Karia. We're not going to see Ulf. But, hey, S2G, gonna make it happen here as we get ready for match number 1.
It's Rondo on the menu. Let's see who's going to be securing the first chicken dinner here of the PMMI 2026 Grand Finals. It's Rondo o'clock. As we take a quick look at the stadium, maybe looking a bit similar to the one the stadium the players are in right now. Ooh. As, of course, are we going to have a double plane? That's going to be the big question here for these guys. As you know what? Talking about the plane, players already left it. As it's going to be a plane path from Jadina City all over to Nanchuan over to the northwestern side of the map. Neox is going to be in reach, same for Danqing. Yulin, though, if teams really want to go for the hot drop here, Hodrix, they might have to go for a bit of a stretch or even drop, get a vehicle, and instantly send it in that city.
Yeah, let's get things started here as we're going to see Al-Ula hop out the plane very, very early. That's going to be a single player, just kind of holding it down for his team. And that's what we're seeing, right? All these single players get to their recall towers, allowing the other 3 to put in the work and try to soak up some eliminations early on. Let's go. All right, yeah, test track. Neox Factory completely stacked right now, and there's Nobu right off the rip, getting some eliminations.
Well, he was farming up points initially onto the North American team of Wolves, but there's no Wolves in the finals. He's like, who am I going to take down? Well, apparently it's going to be some of the players of Thunder Talk, or maybe even on the side of S2G and Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force, though, already got to be careful here as they have their forces spread out quite thinly. It's only XZY and Hyunbin remaining, right? So they're going to have to play as a 2-2 split for the rest of this early stage, unless their recall player just decides to go for a quick regroup onto that position, and which is a really good way to do it. Aurora do something very similar in Yulin, where the recall player, if he does get one single recall, then he goes on the offensive to just back up the play of his teammates and maybe get a few more eliminations in the early stage. We might see something very similar here, as though KRX and Influence Rage off to an amazing start for the Korean team. Because now it's LGD, Ling S also getting so many strong moments, but Sook is the man to step up to the plate and get that first elimination for himself. Oh, a double!
Hey, gets another!
Ooh! Oh, it's Suki. Okay.
Suki! Getting it done. That's a double right there. Well played on the side of Weibo. Suki and Sook on the same team. That's not confusing at all when it comes to player comms.
Definitely not.
They know exactly who's going to make the plays. As we look on over to Aurora. No elimination just yet, but they're getting ready for Tianba. Trying to set up a trap here. I don't know if Weibo knows exactly where they're at on this roof just yet. No, it looks like Sook does have an idea. Playing this very carefully. QZZ's got that nade locked and loaded. Is he going to be able to hit it on a Sook?
I think Bay might have seen it with third-person perspective, trying to jump his way down behind that smoke. Big pre-fire from Aking. And again, you call this area Parkour City for a reason. Any roof is pretty much playable, as QZ holding the front line with the JS9. Again, one of the best weapons currently in this meta, especially in Update 4.4, where it's been added to Miramar and Erangel. The Molotov going to spread out a little bit too far of a throw from Bay, so the utility not really having the intended effect. As XEY also picked up from Nongtron Red Force, so it really seems like they're having a bad early start in that hot drop in the Ox Factory. But Weibo finally fully committing to the fight. Hotchicks looking to take that 4v2. Or 3v2, really.
Now we're going to see Furia actually getting to do it with Aurora. We saw that in the feed. S2G getting one on a KRX. Fights happening all over the place. Got to take a look here, though, at Weibo. Nice. Aching, being able to get a nice shot there with that S12K catches. Sook slipping. Now it's 2v2.
Good. Flush that one out. Secure that point. You never know how long you're going to survive this encounter. But yeah, it's going to be now 2 players remaining in that fight. That's 33. Yeah, I believe that was a recall player actually taken on out. So this is looking really bad for Weibo. If they do struggle the encounter, as crazy from Bigatron's just in the distance, maybe looking to go for a cheeky third party. But Aching taking so much utility damage. But luckily enough, they got a good position, and also the rooftop is playable if he wants to make his way on top of those crates. That extra bit of elevation is just so tough to work with in this particular location, Hotchicks. You never know where players are going to be hiding. Bay in particular has got an amazing off angle. If Aching goes a little bit too far, and Wide might get punished, but he does make it to another building, so he will be safe for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because Bay was so still for so long. I think it was a little bit confusing, right? It's like, okay, where did they go? I'm starting to wonder where they're at exactly. Let's just back things off and then live to fight another day. So, not a bad strategy. I mean, as long as you're able to get to recall tower, you're able to get everybody up. Fuzi's throwing stuff around. Furia getting caught on the drive out. Zol punishing him in return. And now we're going to see Silence there. Got Zol at literally half an HP. Bay's angle is now taken out, so Tianba having 2 eliminations for making. There's QZ. Gonna get looted and scooted here real soon. End up on top in Danqing. Very, very nice start for all these squads for the most part. Able to put some points on the board. KRX starting it off with 6. Furia with 5.
Ooh. You don't see this.
Top.
You don't see this position used that often, right? On top of the actual test track itself, it's quite rare. But with the M249, as you stated, not with the extra ammo for the 75 bullets right onto Silence, gets some significant damage. We've got no utility, no Molotovs, no grenades. Would have made it way easier to secure it. Going for the jump shot, and he's sending it downwards. He gets it, connects right the headshot onto Silence. Top, going for the most insane plays ever, will get eliminated eventually, but still takes 1 point onto Silence. Only Top would go for plays like that.
What? M249 flying from the top rope
with a headshot.
Top, not messing around, saying, "You shot my teammates. I will have my revenge." And he definitely, vengeance was his, but he ends up getting finished in return. But it's okay, he's already back in the game. Man, I'll tell you what, Grand Finals not disappointing here. We're starting to see some crazy plays. And as we look over to Urena 3, Schweppes with 2. Man, this squad did so dang good when it comes to the group stage. It's all about seeing if they can replicate that here in the Grand Finals. And I understand why this is one of your teams that you predicted to be in the top 3 at the end of this.
Yeah, they're looking just so solid back in their home region. Of course, it's a very tough transition going from playing in your home region, doing well there, to doing well globally speaking. But if there's any team that can make it happen for the first time, I would say All Gamers is definitely the one to do so. As actually, I'm looking at the as the nade comes down, good damage here. Going to secure himself that knock. Will it get flushed down? We'll have to wait and see. As Flower H getting 1 nice knock found onto Urena. That's going to be a clash they just want to hopefully come out from on top. As Flower not going to have enough time to go for the reset on Maple, his comrade. As Flower now playing around his own utility. Good jump here. Will the bounce get the knock? Almost did, but he's hiding behind, but gets the backstab. Wow. Mushinderu right onto Tony K. And Flower now, he's got the backup of his teammate, and it's looking like an absolutely insane turn of events. Urena, it looked like they had the control, Hotchers, but they lost everything in a matter of seconds.
And now all gamers are going to go ahead and get that res on. Schweppes is hurt big time. He tries to go and get the play, but what a solid start here from this team. Doing a great job working together, making things happen.
That was such a good play. Really, you're looking at the movement take in particular from Flower. He delayed in such a way that, sure, he's moving around, being really hard to pin down for Iorina. And then it gives enough time for his teammates to join up in the fray and just overwhelm Iorina with the sheer firepower that entire roster already has. So, what a play. But, oh my goodness, that circle is terrible. It's pretty much a 50-50 river split. A little bit worse than that, actually, because of the eastern side. There's a lot of water in play this time around. But I want to ask you a question. Where is Weibo? I didn't see. I believe they're at Tenlong Garden right now because they were a solo player for the longest time, and they did get a full team reset. But yeah, they had to go super far out in the blue, Hodgix, to get that reset. So now, information-wise, they have no intel. They're going to be super late on their rotation. Weibo, game one, not looking too good.
This is devastating, especially with such a northern shift. Yeah, Weibo are just light years away from the zone. And they're going to be so dang late. Everything's going to be taken at this point. You can see the Great Migration happening so quickly. With a shift like this, everybody knows that the north side's completely wide open. So if you can just kind of bust the circle and get to that side, you should be clear as Razy gets a nice knock there on to Kami. Lost, putting some fire down range as well. Unfortunately, Kami's so far pushed up, it's going to be very difficult to pick him up.
Yeah.
And the rest of SGG have to start making some plays here.
Hopefully still have some recalls available if they want to get onto Kami, because that is definitely not going to be a good save attempt, and lost instantly getting back in that vehicle. Give it up. Yeah, as you said, it's just 1 point, and I'm pretty sure Kami's can be brought back to life with one of those recall towers. But actually, looking at the circle, there aren't many recall towers. It's like if you have a central circle or even a southern western circle, you have a lot of recalls available. Here in the circle, I believe you have 2 to 3 right now. There's a few players, I think, hiding recall towers, but it's not that many for a circle on phase 2. So these teams got to get the recalls early on. Late game, those positions are going to get camped to hell and back. As RQ playing next to the water, decent cliffside to play around. So one elimination was secured by Genfos, and they got 4 vehicles looking to swarm the eastern edge of the circle. This is a really safe entry point for RQ when all the teams are already pretty much set up in the center or southern side. Early eastern or western rotates are the way to go on a circle that's just so tough to work around.
Yeah, just hold your position right on the edge of that zone. Gatekeep anybody trying to pass up on you, and hope the zone goes to your side. If it goes the other, you're going to have a tough time pushing in, but you got to make it happen with your weapons. Meanwhile, in Nongshim Red Force, they're going to find a decent position, and this is where they're going to call home for most likely the remaining of this game.
It's not a bad spot. I do like it. Next to the road too, so you're going to have good lines of sight of players coming your way from a few, maybe 100 meters. So they should be enjoying it. As Aurora did indeed get the full reset earlier, right? As Top just going for the most insane YOLO play I've seen in a hot minute. Just dropping down with the M249.
That was crazy.
Yeah, no, it's just dropping down bullets like Father Christmas right now. It's just coming down, just missing a chimney, and it really feels like December. But Top loves to go. You know what? I feel like he got infected by Doc. He's just like, Doc's
right?
plays. I can do crazy plays too. Look at me.
I got to go for it, man. Hey, put me on the highlight reel, and that one's going to do it. That's for sure. As you take a look at the next circle, just pop on up. It goes back to the south. That's really good for a lot of these southern teams here. Bigatron, pretty central up right now. Aula gets Nongshim Red Force. Tries to get the free fire quick. Unfortunately, not quick enough. As Tizzy gets even the elimination. Gets shot in the back. Okay. That allows Claws to get a quick, easy thirst. It looks like he got shot in the back. Meanwhile, so easy. Yeah, so right now, Nongshim looks like they're going to just have to take that loss and try to rotate out away. Unfortunately, a lot of these spots are already taken. They headed towards the way of RRQ, but a nice driving is going to get them to safety, but this is back out of the play zone. Meanwhile, another fight rigging on out. Here comes KRX versus LGD. Benny in the backline, just kind of be scouting all this, but look at all the utility usage from LGD. It's always so difficult to hold these buildings when the enemy teams are up close and personal. And nice knock there from Linges, though.
Really good play. This is mainly because of the circle. The circle, it's been so tough for these teams. It's just forcing everyone to fight for any kind of real estate control. And this time it's going to be KRX sending it right onto LGD from PEL. We'll see who's going to be coming out on top. So far, 6 eliminations for KRX. South Korea looking just so strong at the start of this Rondo match. But can they weather the storm? It's QXC. Oh, that's a good angle with a U-tilt. But LGD do go back into hiding. Maybe Mau Mau just get build damage done onto that player. But Benny trying to get the spray through the smoke. Hopefully also going to get the reset onto TR8. Slowing down quite a bit. Go for the reset and then commit. I believe a third party's happening from a distance. It's going to be all gamers getting involved in that conversation from the range.
All gamers just applying that pressure to KRX. Now you got to try to throw some util out. Oh, those nades, though, are rock solid on the side of Tian. Catches TRE. It's forced to go for the other res. That's going to be good, though. Boom! Gets the knock, and now KRX getting shredded from too many different angles. Very, very fortunate for LGD.
This is the way for all gamers. Just, you see that rotation, shut it down instantly, and by doing so also, they're kind of taking care of all the northern teams. They just have to focus on 180 degrees, maybe a bit more, but degrees of land in front of them. So sure, they don't have a compound right now, but there's no threat realistically behind them at this point of the game. So I am loving the overall play. Sure, there's still LGD, but at least KRX is just taken out of the picture entirely. So that's going to facilitate their mid-game transition in this match. So yeah, all gamers, you got to be careful, Audrix. They could be a threat in the lobby like this.
Definitely. I mean, they're doing a great job. They're rotationally, they are crushing it right now, being able to sneak up and catch some players off guard and put some serious points on the board. D plus Kia are in trouble. KRX did go out already, first team out, but they had 6 eliminations, so not the worst start. Furia, very similar situation. They go out with 7. So heading elimination heavy here at the start. Next zone about to pop on over as D plus trying to catch these players of Tiamba out. And D plus are already down to 2. It's Chips. Does end up winning that 1v1. And now trying to use that utility to catch Eagle. Will it be good enough? It is. All right. So D plus getting some revenge on Tiamba.
That's it.
Ouch.
First Chinese team taken out of the picture, but Chips here in that position, very nadeable. That's going to be a big issue. And all gamers, we saw that earlier. They do not take any prisoners. No neighbors for them. You know what? What a clap back. That's going to be Chips looking so good. And Fabian has actually able to get himself that one done with the angle. Fabian looking to maybe rock up a little bit higher up on that ridge line. As he can heal up, use the first aid. GG, well played. Try and punish them. As you found the knock, you do have a slight advantage here. You got to leverage it as much as possible. But I feel like that's going to be a little bit too wide of a rotation. The off angle is unexpected. It's Liu to shut it down. Chips against the world. Can he get the 1v4? That is a big fat no. As all gamers up to already 7 eliminations in their first game of the tournament, Hot Shoots.
What a start. They're going to be able to get that res off too. I like that play from D+. You had no choice, right? You got to knock. You're down 2 players. If they get the full reset, you're done anyway. So might as well make the push. But unfortunately, with no vehicles, it was just a little too slow. But a good effort nonetheless. They're going to end up with some points on the board. 5 total. But man, all gamers starting so strong. 7 points. And that's the thing, is that they have not played any of the group stage matches. So to come on Rondo swinging like this is going to definitely put the lobby on notice.
I mean, look how high the elimination board is right now. 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 5, 4, 4. Like so many teams with 4 and 3 eliminations too. It is insanely high. Of course, we already lost a few teams, right, in total, but it is very high for a Rondo match. You know what? We might be getting close to 100 eliminations total this game. With the Riku Towers, though, being deactivated very soon, team's got to be quick. If you're going to lose a player, lose them now. They can be brought back to life, but only for the next few seconds. Otherwise, that is going to be game over for that player.
Yeah, let's take a look at Al-Ula trying to get into this next zone. Yeah, this is a good idea. Nongshim Red Force say, hey, you guys take that side, we'll take this side, all right? Let's just get into this next zone, and then we'll worry about each other. That is the right play, because if they fought it out, and on that edge, both of them are going out.
Most definitely.
So, take your time, take your time. Uh-oh, Tian. Could be a grenade here. Looks good, just a little short. And now we're seeing the cover flares ring out from Influence Rage. So, like, this is where we're going to have to set up right here on the edge of the circle. And they have a nice dip here. Let's see if they're able to hit these shots. The one bad nade could spell disaster for them. Yeah, little boy said, ooh, that hurt. Let me back things up just a little bit. As LGD spreading their wings out here, trying to find some off angles. That could work. The thing is that if one of those players gets knocked, they're getting thirsted immediately.
I mean, look how all gamers, they're just waiting in the wings. They see, well, they maybe don't see the fight directly, but they definitely hear the fight happening between LGD and Influence Rage. They're going to wait for the elimination feed to light up, and then they're going to send it forward. As Weiji not going to be in that damage range of that utility. But yeah, all gamers, they're waiting for the blue zone. It's really causing an issue. They want to wait for the third party, but the blue zone has different plans in mind for them, and they've been forced right over to the west of their location, so that third party might not be happening anymore because of the circle. As Tian, Weiji, and Mao Mao looking to send it on Influence Rage, but they are not giving it up. They are holding that ridge line like their life depends on it, because it literally does, as the utility is huge. Weiji put extremely low, out in the blue zone too. He might go out to that blue zone damage.
Oh, it's hurting. Mau got a nice knockdown on the little boy. That opened up the door for LGD to be able to make some plays here. But they're going to have to do it again. Tian catching Pedrino. That's huge. Now you have the numbers advantage. Now you got to find a way to make a play. The only thing is that Lauren's in. I don't think they really know where he is. He sees Tian wide out in the open here. And Tian is in big trouble. Let's see if Lawrence is going to beat that play, though.
Oh, leapfrogging.
Morales trying to pick up his team. But S2G waiting in the wings right there in the corner as well. Oh, Weiji. He's just going to try to move to a different location here. Tough plays here from LGD, trying to figure out what the heck to do.
It's unfortunate for them, though, because they had such a good advantage onto Influence Rage.
Leave us alone. Okay,
down.
that's it. It was a joke. Leave us alone.
They almost got the full reset. Aurora, though, Al-Ula just getting completely surrounded by foes. It's not looking too good. Weber, though, after one of the longest rotations in this entire game, are able to make in the play zone. But this time around, it's going to be against the side of Al-Ula. It's going to be quick, down to 7 bullets on the shotgun. Also going to be so easy. Oh, Nongshim Redford just sending it forward, looking for a piece of the pie as Weibo do get eliminated and so do Al-Ula. That is Mina out of this game entirely. And another win headed the way of Nongshim Redford, just shy of double-digit eliminations in game 1.
You said it, Max. You wanted to see Nongshim Red Force pop off at Rondo and start off strong, and they did. 9 eliminations is how you get it done. Max Man Curse, what? Not this time.
Well, I didn't pick them in my top 3, actually, so kind of.
You said you did say you wanted to see them pop off at the rip, and they're doing it, man. So, and all gamers are as well. 8 eliminations. They are down to 2 players here. Another team, though, you got to keep your eye on is Aurora. They are set up pretty. Influence Rage are able to get their full squads up. I love that disengage between Influence Rage and LGG. Sure, that fight was going on for so long, but when you're outside a circle, at a certain point, you got to say, hey, boys, it was fun while it lasted. Let's get into the zone and worry about each other later. And it worked out for both of these teams.
A little bit of a truce in the meantime. Yeah. Just like, you know what, let's reposition and let's put the fight to later on. But, you know, with the circle closing, the whole point of Battle Royale, you can't put fights off for the entirety of that game. It's going to be a bit dicey eventually down the line as Aurora still got 5 eliminations. Actually got so much space to the western edge, right? This 2-2 split is amazing, keeping the entire ridgeline in check. Those 2 southern players in Ziol and Rethus just completely denying that playable area away from all gamers. So, sure, right now the elimination's not as high as your Nongshims, your Irinas, or your All Gamers, but that chicken dinner potential for Aurora at this point, Hodgix, is through the bloody roof.
Especially considering that their back is against a wall right here. They have nobody behind them, so all they have to do is look forward and use their gun skill, and that is literally what Aurora does best. So they are locked and loaded. Tian using his last smoke from that weapon, from the smoke gun. Now we're going to see Bigatron. Bigatron with 2. 2 eliminations, 3 players up. And now the fight that happened earlier, hey, it was pause for a minute, unpause. Let's go.
The truce has ended between these two squads. Oh, no, maybe they're going to sign it again.
Pause again.
Okay.
Mini pause.
Truce 2.0.
Wait. Oh. Okay, now pause off. Let's go.
Okay, send it. Back to the fight. Pedrino on the front line, getting picked off first by Tian with the S12K. Not the best way to kick it off. Good smoke, actually denying line of sight away from Loranzin and Lil Boy, but Bigatron, they see this as a golden opportunity to clear the East. Influence Rage, LGD, even if you win it, you know what, you might still get taken down by the Indonesian super team. Is Axel, Razak and Razy for the win, and they've got so much utility. 5 grenades for Razy. Influence Rage in a world of hurt in this fight.
Oh, they are turning this into a red zone, and that is Influence Rage out. LGD in big trouble, because now it's not just Bigatron. You got Irina on the other side as well, saying, hello, how you doing? And I think Bigatron, after seeing Irina, are like, okay, we got our eliminations, let's go back to safety. Man, they just all destroyed Influence Rage, and LGD's like, all right.
That was a good pincer. Good pincer maneuver, right? You get yourself a nade range. You don't even really take a risk by doing so. Just stay hidden behind the ridgeline, chuck those nades, get those eliminations, and you clear so much extra space for themselves. Literally, they're one of the only teams that's on the hard east alongside LGD. So Bigatron definitely having a bit of an easier time to just survive this game. Though the circle was not kind to the Mongolian team, right? Aurora having their work cut out for them. They have to go for that western rotation right into the western side of the circle. And a lot of teams are looking their way. In particular, it's Nongshim Red Force, All Gamers, and S2G just looking all together at your location. If they survive this rotation here, Aldrix, I would be genuinely surprised because this is so tough, especially in the lobby of this caliber.
They got some good hills, though. They got a little bit of room to work with. This is kind of where they work their best, right? Outside of zone, using their weapons to find a way into the next circle. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that here. It's going to be risky. Doc ends up pushing kind of by himself here. He's saying, hey, get in their vehicle. Let's get going. We got to get into this next zone. Doc is already almost there, and it does look like they end up sneaking into a spot. So it looks like they have enough room just to barely sneak themselves in. And as we look on over to E Arena, so this is the team pretty much closest to Aurora. Yeah, they have no sightlines on them at all. Aurora was able to push up almost for free into this edge of the zone.
Come on, they get it. S2G were just completely surrounded. Couldn't do much in that situation as a duo. But E Arena, respecting the push of Aurora. You know what? Take up that position. We're just going to give it up to you for free. And Toppy's got 8 grenades. Okay, definitely want to try and get away from that 50-meter range. Otherwise, you will be Aurora hurt. Schweppes also picked on off by Reefus, the man himself, the savior of Aurora, stepping up to the place once again. It is looking insanely likely they can win this fight out to E Arena as Schweppes completely eliminated. That's going to be Reefus getting an extra point, up to 6 eliminations. Now it's just Mormon. And really, if Mormon goes out, this is them just literally sweeping every team under the rug from the western side towards the center of the circle. Mormon taking so much damage. Eliminated. Aurora going hard on game 1.
The Mongolian team popping off during the group stage. #1 placement, top finish, and they're looking to do the same here in the grand finals. Looking rock solid. That is 8 eliminations, full squad up. The only team up with 4 total right now. Nongshim Red Force also have 4, but one of the players is knocked. They do get the revive, so they are going to be another squad that are going to be completely up and ready to go here. 9 eliminations on their side. So we got Nongshim Red Force on the south, Aurora on the north. Let's see who's going to end up on top here.
All gamers have been so smart with their rotations too, right? They saw a fight that the circle was not really allowing them to take, and they just gave it up and instead snatched away a very central position that's been center for the last 3 circles, realistically. So all gamers, if they can miss out on the entire group stage that we talked about a few times, right, Hodgix, how that could really be to their detriment. But they come out in game 1 making a statement that we mean business and get the chicken dinner on a rondo game with inflated elimination points. Oh my goodness. Will this team try and create just so much momentum on the opening day of the Macau Invitational Finals? And also a few good dips, exploded vehicles. They just created a mini compound in the circle out of nothing. This is huge.
Yeah, this is so huge. And a good thing for them, too, is that they are in this next zone. The next zone blesses Aurora big time as it hard shifts on over to them. So this is literally poised for a Mongolian win here as they are on the edge of the circle, nobody to their backside, and every single player has to come to them. All gamers are in a position to gatekeep so many squads here. They can catch a lot of eliminations as they try to rotate on in. Can they hold on, though? Can they handle all that pressure? Because all these squads are going to be looking for any opportunity here. Nongshim Red Force very, very close, looking for some utility usage, but man, they're getting even pressured from Aurora. Yeah, Nongshim's in trouble.
This has to be an Aurora win because everyone has to fight each other. Look at that right now. It's going to be Nongshim Red Force, Bigatron, all pushing onto all gamers' location. LGD's just got 1 player up there in Tian. So if they time it right, Aurora, unless they mess up massively, this should be their win to secure. Now it should be possibly a fight for second place.
Ouch.
Flower barely tanking that grenade, but the second one will put the nail in the coffin. That's him taking out the picture. Maples got himself a P90, by the way. We saw what that could do in the hands of Xiol and Silas in the group stage. How can he play around with that weapon? As the third party is just never-ending hot shoots. The shots just keep coming, and Top connects it right onto Tizzy.
Now they're even starting to move up. Aurora is really just starting to wrap their claws around this game. The chicken dinner looking imminent. Doc end up catching Tizzy as well, and it's going to be a big one. These guys are going to get some serious eliminations here as we're watching fights ring out. All the other teams forced to fight each other due to the zone shift, and Aurora is just picking them off one by one as they try to push their way in. All gamers forced to keep eyes locked on the Nongshim Red Force. The next zone does come up. Aurora are going to have to push up, and I think that's a bad thing for all these other teams.
Ooh, the grenade bounce. Pretty good for So Easy, avoiding that utility damage. Second one, going to try it. Also going to be missing the mark. Every team is in a circle except for Aurora, so they kind of also have in the situation where they want to work together, eliminate the Western threat in Aurora, and then kind of reignite their own fight and maybe go for the chicken dinner. I would say that is the only way Aurora don't win is if all these teams on the East work together against the Western threat.
Yeah.
Because right now, though, it's Aurora with the man advantage and everything in their arsenal. It's going to be tough for them to not get this one, but again, it could slip through their fingers if these teams work together in tandem.
Yeah, I think the only teams that can do that are going to be All Gamers and Bigatron, because this Nongshim Red Force team is going to be forced to fight All Gamers here.
True.
So let's see what they could do. Maple has a P90 in his hand. That's the weapon to have up close. And I think Nongstrom's out of utility because honestly, if they'd have it, they'd probably be using it right now. Never mind. Do I see one of them? No, never mind. Yeah, no util left at all. So they're going to have to do it with their weapons while Aurora is staring in this direction. Ugh. Oh my gosh. The mop coming out. Perfect timing for all gamers. And they're going to get another confirmation as well.
Oh, this is bad. Hyunbin is like 2 meters out in the next zone. He's not going to be able to actually make it, but that nade is massive onto Flower H. Perfect timing, and also Leo drops from all gamers. That's Razy, Bigatron, and Nongtron Red Force working together hand in hand to get rid of the PL threat. And so far, though, taking also a bit of a beating. 10 eliminations for Aurora. Now with that utility, they had so much they looted up from E-Arena early on in this game. Also on the S2G crates. And they're making it rain onto Razy and Razak, the deadly duo from Indonesia. But will it be enough to fight back against Aurora? Not sure, as they're taking just so much damn damage.
Oh, good nade from Razy as he catches Yol. Pops up close and personal, though, with the nade. Bigatron, gotta be careful here. That's all gamers' chance to shine here. They gotta start pushing. That's just so easy. There you go, P90. Got him. Okay, now your backs are cleared. Now time to focus on Aurora. Top goes down. Razy down as well. Razak down to 1 HP. Gets taken out by Reefus. It's Maple versus Aurora.
What do? Do you send on the solo player now, or do you go for the full reset? You got center circle position control. So you know what? You're going to wait it out as Maple trying to heal up back to full HP with a P90 though. That nade cooked up Reefus. Is this going to be the game-winning grenade on match 1? The grenade comes out, but it's going to be Doc with the spray to lock it down. And Aurora Gaming back to Aura Farming on game 1 of the Pmmi Grand Finals.
Aurora starting off so dang strong here. Not messing around. They ended up on top of the group stage. And come Grand Finals, they're on top off the rip. Man, it is like top squared at this point. This is ridiculous. You got top on going crazy, and these guys ended up there. What a start for this team.
Ooh, they still got their dog tags right now. No one took them away because no one was taken down. That is the Aurora way, and you know what? I love to meme on this team. They troll early on, they're slow burner team, but you know what? When things line exactly as they intend to, as the game plan remains completely untouched, they can just dominate a lobby of any level, and they did it right here on match 1 on Rondo. It was just so clean, and I feel like really this is one of the few times where you can really say for this roster, it was a team-wide effort, everyone putting up the damage, the angles, the splits, the utility, and also reviving your fallen teammates. Looking like one of the best, I would even go to say this is one of the best games I've seen from Aurora Hot Jukes this entire year so far. And that's keeping in mind Reefus got a 1v4 grenade in PMGO EECA. What a clean way to kick off their finals.
Beautifully done from the squad. And look at this, MVP, of course it's top. 6 eliminations, 1,300 damage, edging out the rest of his team when it comes to contribution. And that was all done by him flying off the start of this map. Oh my goodness. Hopping from the test track, getting it done with the M249, and then once he was revived, the dude just went absolutely insane here. So Aurora starting off strong is a dangerous one here, Max, because they are not showing any of their previous history of a slow start. They're starting off stronger than anybody else could have imagined.
I mean, their team, when they start getting these big games, they just start to get strong performance after strong performance. And you need the entire roster of teams, right? 15 squads to work together if you want to get rid of the Mongolian threat. So still, what a great start to them. By the way, I don't know if you saw on the map feed, Hot Jukes is really funny. On the eastern side, Bigatron, Nongtron Red Force, and all gamers. Look at it here. They're all red. It really felt like it was just one massive team against Aurora, and still it wasn't enough to take them down.
No, it wasn't, man. Aurora, I mean, once they got that zone shift, they had this game in the bag, and they're one of those squads that they're not going to lose that opportunity, right? If they get the chance, they're going to capitalize on it big time, and that's why they're so dang dangerous. 15 eliminations, 3,600 damage.
Look at
oh
East.
My goodness.
Look at East on the perfect tree doing the shoo.
He's like, that was insane.
That's an old meme he's using right there. But you know what? The damage also almost making it to 3.7k damage on the Rondo. Of course, it's Rondo. Higher amount of eliminations and damage because of the recall system. But still, when you get close to that 4k damage, you really had an absolute banger right there. But We talked about Aurora already for the past 5 minutes now, so let's move on. All gamers, Hodrix, that was the biggest question mark, I feel like, for myself and also maybe yourself and a big portion of the community as to they didn't play group stage. How are they going to do? Boy, a 16-point game on match one for them without playing the group stage is a massive achievement, and I hope it continues.
Hey, that's what I like to see. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese team coming on in saying, you know what? Yeah, we got invited to the finals. You know what I'm saying? We got a little cozy spot, but we got invited for a reason, baby, right? We ain't gonna mess around, and they didn't, right? It's always good to see a team that gets that privilege show the reason why we got it, right? I mean, let's put it this way. If all gamers were in the opposite position where Aurora was, they would have won just like them, right? But for them to put up so many points, considering how tough it was with Nongshim Red Force right behind them, it's a great finish and an excellent start to the day.
Absolutely excellent start to the day, as you said. But though, I want to really highlight also a very strong positive start here, which is E-Arena. I think that you in particular, Hodrix, brought it up as they were looking very aggressive, very committed to their skirmishes back in the group stage, and you wanted to see that continue. I would say, man, a 10-elimination game on Rondo, definitely it shows that confidence remains for the Thai team, and I'm really happy in particular Schweppes was the MVP of, I believe it was Group Yellow, right, back in a group stage, and it was him, but also the entire lineup putting up some massive numbers. So I'm really happy that E-Arena are able to convert that previous success here on day one, especially on game one, and I just hope it can continue with the next 5 games of today.
Man, there's so much positives to talk about here. As we take a look at the elimination leaders so far, top on up there with 6, Ayala with 5.
Whoa.
Okay. I mean, that's crazy considering that Fudia only got 7 eliminations, 7 points total, and Ayala had 5 of them. So this guy is not messing around. Even Fudia going out early was, you know, everyone's like, at the same time, though, I mean, 7 elims, that's a solid game, right? You can't shake your head at that. I mean, for Rondo, you want the crazy map, but, I mean, they're in 7th place right now, and they got to be happy. Not a bad start.
Oh, very happy. I always love seeing Ayala doing well in the city because he's such an OG player, and he was playing on Team Kesso back in the day. He really, I love seeing this guy play, and he's still here after so many years in the esports scene. Love to see Ayala putting up big numbers. Though, talking about big numbers, Top is the man to bring the biggest number. Wow, the big number of 1,321 damage. Of course, Top will be doing it. I didn't see his loadout for a big portion of the game. Of course, we saw him do some weird drops with the M249, but maybe I didn't see a DMR in his loadout unless I'm completely blind and I missed it. But if he did that without a DMR, those are some crazy ratios to have for himself and his teammate of Ziol.
I mean, they just came out swinging here. What a start. For Rondo, that is it for day 1. We are going into Erangel. That's where you really got to put the pedal to the metal. And we'll get to that in just a few minutes, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026. I am Hot Jukes. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show so far. We saw some incredible TDM matches and one heck of a rondo. These teams are not messing around in the slightest here. Aurora, just, what can I say, guys? Dominating off the rip. 25 points. These guys are so hyped. Their whole region have got to be excited because they know that, okay, the chances of Aurora not being the champions here, the way that happens is if they start off super slow and just can't get that momentum going. But a 25-point game, day one, woo, they're looking dangerous.
Let's get it. I mean, really, when you look at Aurora, there's so much on the line for them because, keep in mind, except for Ziol, which is the exception because he won PMGC a few years ago back with IHC, right? These guys have never won a global title. It's never been won, and they've gotten global MVP awards, right? Like Dog got MVP twice last year during PMWC and during PMGO. Top got MVP during, I can't even remember how many. It's been so many global events he's been an MVP on. All they need is a global trophy, and if they can get this one, finally we can see that. No, the unfortunate streak end of them just barely missing out on the global trophy, and they might be making it happen here in China at the Macau Invitational, which would be a huge achievement, and I'm sure so many fans would be so ecstatic to finally see them secure a global trophy.
Yeah, I can hear the fans shouting right now. You love to hear that, and you're absolutely right. I got the chance to party it up with the Mongolian squad in Thailand after their performance. And I remember I was talking to Doc at the after party, and man, we were turning up, having a great time. And I was like, Doc, how you feeling, brother? You guys didn't end up winning it. He's like, hey, you know what? I don't care. He's like, I won the best player in the world. He was talking about Top, a brand new car, and we had the most eliminations. So we are the deadliest team. And I was like, let's go, so they were just happy to say that, you know what, when it comes to the most elimination heavy squad, we are that. We know we have the gun skill. It's only a matter of time. So now they're like, you know what, we got that title. It's time to get the real title, right? First place. Let's do it. And this is how you start, right? So they're looking very, very good. Hopefully we see them continue that dominance.
I would love if you asked them the same question after they win, a global title one day, and he's like, oh, you also got MVP and stuff. Bro, I don't care, we won.
It's like, oh, no, you know what?
He's like, oh,
they're probably gonna, if they do, let's be real, if they end up winning it, they're probably gonna get both, right? That's how they play.
Yeah, could be. I mean, I feel like that comment you just said of him saying that, I think is a bit off coaching. Yeah. I feel like they would definitely prefer.
Right,
like, which one, if you were pro Hodrix, which you were back in the day, but what would you prefer, MVP or actually winning the tournament? Come on, don't say MVP.
Do I get a Porsche or not? You know what I'm saying?
No, you don't. Oh my!
I'm kidding.
You're not gonna say MVP. Please don't.
That was a nice car. I'm gonna lie. No, of course it's champion. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want. You want to be the champs. You want to raise that trophy up, and that prize pool is just absolutely phenomenal. Plus, it's all about a team effort here. You know what I'm saying? It's not about a single man's performance. And even the MVP, you can only make that happen if your squad is on point. And these squads are going to need to be on point as we're getting into Aragale. We're going to see 3 of them here today. I can't wait to see where that plane is going. Max, where's it going? Tell me.
Well, we have a map feed, so it's going Western Military Island Coast to
I was hoping to see if you're...
No, I know.
I gave you a layup. It's like, no, let's go, though. All right, we're going to see a nice tried and true play path here. And
that was correct.
Most likely see Aurora, go down from military base, and they do.
Yeah, as per usual. Again, I'm really happy that this year they've been willing to go for a secondary drop in Severny. They've done it during the group stage. They even did it, I think, a few times during PMGO, if I'm not mistaken. So just happy they're willing to go for that. No more big ego for this team. They need to make it work out in the long run. Here, looking at where the teams are dropping, Weibo going to go for their true and tested Primorsk drop location. Especially, it's great because of the potential spawns of hovercraft. So they're going to be really happy about that one. And actually, you know what? You remember during the group stage when Alpha 7 left Ferry Pier to go out in the blue zone to the west, right? There were some people that were theorizing they went out there to try and get a welding gun for their hovercraft. And I feel like that's a terrible reason to do that. So my tip for the teams here, Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't get eliminated for a welding gun. I know it's good with a hovercraft, but it's not that good that it's worth almost getting fully eliminated, okay?
That's crazy. I was wondering, like, what are they doing, right?
It's a theory.
Get a welding gun.
It's not
sure. Is
it
a theory?
Yeah.
Wow. Regardless of whatever idea that they were trying to go for, in my opinion, dumb. Just not the right idea. You know? I'm sorry.
He dropped the D word. Oh my god.
It didn't work, you know what I'm saying? But you know what? If it did, brilliant. You know, that's how it goes in this game sometimes. You have those 50-50 decisions, or I don't know what percentage it was. Yeah, here we go. LGD.
Okay, yeah.
Put it up on the arena.
Go for the right side angle. Yeah, you don't want to get. You got 4 players in one car. LGD, there's no way they survive as a full team. One dies at least. Come on, so much damage. They're making it. He gets the headshot joker with the ASM Abacan and E-Arena right in the vehicle, looking to chase them down. That's one, and another one picked up by Tiamba. That's it. E-Arena and Tiamba working together to eliminate that team. And that's going to be the end of the line. LGD not even able to loot a single weapon, it feels like. And that is the end of the game for them. GG, well played.
Look at the face on the bottom. Look at the player cam just grinning ear to ear. He said, I'll take that all day long. Eagle getting 3 free eliminations. Man, a worst case scenario here for LGD.
What just happened, man?
Ouch. That's what happened, right?
Like you send 4... Sorry, but this is kind of crazy that they took 4 players in one car, by the way, and just like, oh, let's go. And Yasnai Poliana completely blind. Don't do that.
What kind of play is that?
What? I'm not dropping the dumb word. I'm going to say it was not an optimal play. I'm going to be very smart about my wording it.
That is correct. We're just joking around here, guys. You know, it's an early game of Erangel. We usually get a lot of time to just kind of talk about what's going to happen, as usually it's a very slow LGD in that case. And that's to Rondo. So they're going to really have to try to make it up here in these future matches. Great start, though, for Tiamba. They'll take those eliminations all day long.
Yeah, like, oh, thank you, E-Arena. You're forcing them in our direction. 3 points. Yum. We love that. By the way, I want to highlight one really fun early macro decision that was made by Influence Rage. As we know, right, Hodrix Enigma Galaxy failed to qualify, meaning Pachinki, it's free. It's open for the taking. Who's going to be snatching it? Because you don't only get a central position on the map, which is great for rotations, all the loot also inside of Pachinki, and also a lot of vehicle spawns, right, especially in the garage. But in particular, you have the loot truck that we did see there for a few seconds on screen. I do wonder what they got. I did see an M24, which can spawn in the loot truck, so maybe that was the strong weapon they got in that arsenal. But if they got himself a P90 or something similar to that, maybe an MG3, that would definitely be a good reason to change your drop to just Pachinki, because it's just amazing, especially with that good old loot truck.
Man, that loot truck has just been a game changer here in esports. I love it. I love the addition of it. I think it was a great decision to put that in the game, because it definitely adds a little extra spice to these main drop locations, right? Because at the start of this game, you know, we always saw a lot of teams head towards those crazy POIs. There's Alula just sneaking away from all gamers. And it always felt like there was a lot more loot in those areas, right? So now that you got a loot truck, it really makes Pachinki worth it, because you can get level 3'd out, you can get a lot of gear from it, and set up pretty. So I love it.
I do love also seeing sitting with the hovercraft there, looted up from the outskirts of Eastern Milta City. Also, keep in mind, there's also going to be, right here, you do have a gas station, which does, usually, it's not 100% sure, but it does spawn a welding gun, which if they can get that one for themselves, it would be great. But Nongtron Red Force has got a perfect line of sight to just deny that loot. We've got to be careful though, because the best policy, you see a hovercraft, you just instantly shoot at it, and it's already smoking. I can't see the exact HP of it, but it must be incredibly low. So that hovercraft is already here, battered and almost fully busted, Hodrick. So it's, oh no, but I do hear the welding gun. Okay, so they did get the welding gun, so that means we are going to have the hovercraft back up to 100% HP. Let's go.
Let's go. Welding gun coming on out. Love to see that. This players doing everything, using every little tool they have in the game to give themselves an advantage. So they're talking to be holding this ridge line by the bridge. I love this spot, especially for a circle like this, because if the zone shifts, you have a lot of different ways to rotate away from it. Down that ridge line there, you can go on the other side with the hovercraft on the bridge and go rotate the other direction. Very, very solid for Thunder Talk. And they're going to be dead center of this next zone as well. Aurora, on the other hand, are going down the western bridge. So that's interesting. They're going to go actually up it. Okay, so they're going to be rotating on the opposite side direction. Yeah, they have a good feeling that the zone is probably going to go back to mainland. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, Aurora just telling to themselves, it's so much easier when Fourth Drives is not holding the bridge. They're loving it. It's like, oh, free bridge rotation, no gatekeeping. Oh, this feels great. If only we had that going at the end of season 1, but unfortunately, no. Fourth Drives had a really good position in that event. But Tiamba, though, playing on the outskirts of the mountain to the east. It's going to be Lumberyard in particular. Influence Rage sending 2 plots tower, which I'm always a little bit skeptical of teams going in that position so early when teams are nearby, because it's very hard to protect your cars. I feel like they might have put it at a perfect angle here. It actually is going to be somewhat protected. We popped it. Yeah, okay, that's. I was going to say Lorenzi, I think just a little bit more, but they will take the shots, and I believe it. Yeah.
Oh, he's rolling back.
No.
Oh, you gotta put the parking brake on that thing.
They're locked in place. That sucks, man. That's terrible.
No, worst case, my car. Oh, he's not happy. Little boy's like, you gotta be kidding me. No way it rolls back.
You fail the driver's license. You fail the exam. Don't get it. You forgot the bloody brake.
He wants it. He's like, give me my car back. No, I need it. I need it. Oh, tough. Next zone does pop on up, and it does go to mainland. So, yeah, Aurora had the right idea, right? They're like, you know what? South ain't going to be the play. We're going to have to go up north early, and it pays off beautifully. And I'm telling you, when you play so many games, your instincts are going to tell you probably where that zone's going to go. And Aurora made the right decision here. Lorenzen does take down Milu. Yeah, what do you see?
This was a great circle, by the way, because it pretty much takes all of Military Island and also 90% of the water out of the equation. So this is actually a very kind circle for this lobby, except for teams like maybe your Weibos, Auroras, still going for a wide rotation for the play zone. But outside of that, this is a great circle. Teams should be very happy about this playable zone. But yeah, Influence Rage, again, losing their position, their vehicle is going to lock them in this position.
Dude, that was terrible. Yeah. Honestly, that was the worst. I was like, it's getting shot. Oh, they found an angle, and then we just see it rolling slowly back. Man.
Yeah. I mean, Tiamba were quick, right? They saw that, we can instantly just deny any escape route you have from Harry Potter Tower. We're just going to eliminate it right away. So, a good response from Tiamba on a very unfortunate mistake. Well, I wouldn't even call it a mistake. It happens. Bad luck. Bad luck at that point, yeah.
Straight up. Man, he's like, are you kidding me? This thing decided to roll back on its own. Rough. But, hey, you got to do what you got to do, right? Regardless of the situation, you got to adapt. You got to rise to the occasion, especially when it comes to these lands. So many different trials you face, but the team that ends up being the champions are the one that can overcome them the most. And let's take a look at Tiamba. Tiamba, you got to keep on holding on this little ridge line here. Just on the south side of Shelter up the mountain. And yeah, Influence Rage, they're going to be holding this Wizard Tower for such a long time. They got nowhere to go. They got no vehicle. Can't do nothing.
It's not even about the vehicle at this point. It's about their resources, right? Every shot you take is a bullet that you cannot get unless a team crashes onto you and you get their death crates, or you find a way to swiftly exit the area, which as of right now, not going to be easy. And they do have an interesting split too, right? They got these players inside of the tower, and they also have some players over near Shelter, which is going to be Pedrino in particular over on that off angle. And the main issue I have with this split is that they can't see each other, but because of them losing the car, they don't really have too many options. So it's just, okay, we've got a very unfortunate scenario happening for us. Let's try and make it work out. It's already kind of turning the salvage play because of that position. The regrouping is going to be incredibly tough. And I would even go and say I would not recommend them trying to regroup because you're taking such a big risk at this stage. Not worth it. Stay in your positions, and if you can win the fight as a two-man team, GG's, well played. But otherwise, just try and survive until the circle maybe allows you to eventually regroup by having no one left behind you.
Yeah, little boy and his teammate can't even move. There's nothing they can do, right? So they're just stuck there. This is what they were hoping for, though, right? I mean, yeah, we're stuck in these towers. Hopefully the zone just comes to us, and we don't got to move a muscle. So perfect situation for them. Meanwhile, S2G Furia, Igor, going to have to jump into that Wizard Tower. He's all by himself in this position. Where's the rest of the team? Unfortunately, not nearby, and Igor is going to get naded by Solke and thirsted.
Nice point, S2G. Bit of a tough game last match, Ryan Rondo. I feel like the circle was just very unkind to 99% of the lobby, so they were really struggling to make their way in there. But S2G, as a duo, were just trying to remain undetected, which actually kind of worked out for them, right? They got themselves a few placement points and such, but they were really lacking on the elimination front of things, which is what you want on a Rondo match. So they're going to try and make up for it a little bit, and especially when you look at PMGO Season 1, S2G were just so consistent on Miramar, and I was scared we were going to see something similar here in Pmmi, but no, actually their angles were by far, I would even go to say, Hot Juice, their best map. And if they can do it in the finals, that'll be huge, as Claws and Alula getting slightly chased down, doesn't get knocked, but instantly fighting right back, as Liu left stranded here in the compound, getting one down onto Claws, and instantly securing that elimination.
There we go. Doing a great job here as they secure that elimination, but this is outside of the play zone, so they're going to have to find a way into this next zone to have a great game. They did a great Rondo match, so they are poised to repeat it here. It's just their position is not looking the best, Max.
This is a bit tough. Come on, Alula. Using Claws. I mean, yeah, we saw so many good moments, but all of their momentum was lost literally after their own day. That glimmer of aggression back for this roster. We know they can do it. And it's literally the only hope for Mina, right? I'm looking at the lineup. They're the only team. We lost NGX. So if they're going to try and put Mina on top, they're going to try and do it now. As Tiamba and Influence Rage going to be clashing. It's going to be Lil Boys. I believe that was around the Harry Potter Tower. And that 2-2 split just not working out, as unfortunately we did kind of expect Hot Jukes.
Yeah, so Tiamba decided, you know what, let's go ahead and push this. We have the man advantage. We need those points. We want to secure this location, especially considering that it's pretty much dead center of the zone. So, all because of that vehicle rolling back, they were taken out. So crazy. Just goes to show you how perfect you have to play in order to win here. Chips getting a nice elimination there. That's Alula out. Had a great start in the group stage. Their day 2 performance, though, was very lackluster. Hoping to see, their whole region is hoping to see if they can make something happen here in the finals. They're going to go out in the mid-pack right now.
That was not
Meanwhile,
a push. Send it through literally 3-4 teams ahead of them from the eastern side. I mean, look at the eastern side of the circle. There's so many squads, and they just try and send it, trying to find a random dip that's free, which there were none. Surprised they decided to hard commit the way they did. So unfortunately, that's going to be the end for Al Ula, as RQ and Nocturne Red Force going to have a bit of a cheeky encounter here on the roadside. Good utility, nice dodge from the Pekka. I think he knew the nade was coming. He heard that pin out, instantly repositioning with a buggy. Good response. As RQ looking to maybe leapfrog slightly this position on the roadside onto Furen's spot in particular. So RQ, a team that I would say also impressed a lot of us right in the group stage, Hot Jukes, because they
nice shot.
were kind of a non-team back during PMGO Season 1, but here definitely bring in a lot more consistency and especially elimination points. Let's see if they can climb out of that 16th position on the rankings.
Yeah, they have won so far. They're going to be holding this Milta position. It's going to be a tough one for them because most likely the zone is going to be going away from this spot. I don't know if they should have a vehicle, at least in this building, secured. But you have Nongshim Red Force right behind you. It's going to be a tough game for them. But you got to make something happen, especially since you're in 16th place. Aurora, on the other hand, they are on top of the leaderboards. They're going to be holding this prison spot, which is fine because they're going to still have a lot of room to be able to enter this next zone. So right now, I think they're just going to be holding it, trying to maybe catch some eliminations from these players on rotation. They do pop some shots there onto all gamers. That's going to kind of just play keep away. Unfortunately, not able to knock any players out for them, but all gamers are going to take this tower for now. They're going to use it as a spot of just kind of regroup, reset, and find a way into this next zone.
XCZ going to be left far behind, though, so hopefully they can regroup from that 3-1 split. Good little plateau to call home for the time being. As Sion does have a line of sight, you've got to be careful. It's not playable, but they do go for the clapback straight onto Sion. XCZ actually with the off angle is going to be the one to actually secure that for himself, so that's going to be able to buy just a bit more time for his squad mates. As Maple going to be brought back to life hopefully very soon. But this is a fight that I feel like none of these two teams really want to commit to. They don't have a choice, especially because of XCZ's angle. Aurora, every position is going to be spotted by XCZ as he's now into the blue zone, so you've got an extra time factor. He needs to reposition quickly as the nades are flying by. And Doc hoping to heal up, and he does so just in the nick of time. as the nades were coming his way, but I feel like all gamers might just be out of utility. They used already a lot earlier this game. Flower does have at least one extra grenade ready to go, but Dog, he's got 5. He's looking to make it rain onto AG.
Oh, that was close. Just another half second earlier, you would have been able to hit that nade perfectly. But now you see Maple, Flower, I think it's time to go, guys. Let's get out of this fight. But Nobu, Nobu now has some sightlines. So all gamers leaving at the perfect time as Nobu is taken out there by KRX. But they walk right into the jaws of Top as he applies a lot of pressure there with that M4. They get a quick heal off, pop in that buggy, and get on the go.
Just get the hell out of Dodge if you can. But yeah, even E Arena want a piece of the pie. They see this as just a free opportunity for 3 points. Push up to the ridge, spots out Flower 8. That's going to be a nice elimination. Snatched away for Top, trying to just pad his stats, but down to just a duo when you are literally surrounded by E Arena, all gamers, KRX, and T plus Kia waiting a little bit closer to the center of the circle. It ain't looking too good for Aurora as Top gets knocked. Reefus the savior. Can he redeem it? Find himself XZZ on that elimination. That's them up to 2. But again, E Arena just waiting in the wings for time to strike. They will go for the quick reset on their falling teammate. The Reefus with the smoke just hoping to survive a little bit deeper in this game.
Instant smoke right behind him. Great plays there from Reefus. Unfortunately, he does have some stims left, so he can stim up. But it's not looking good. He is completely sandwiched between 2 teams. There it is. He peeks. He catches the U. Wow, okay. So that is all gamers out. That's the second place team. So Aurora is going to hold that first place position unless E Arena pop off. But let's see how long he's going to stay. Oh, Sook! He's got the explosive bow. Let's see what he can do with it.
Yeah, there you go. It's Meta and PL, a little bit less globally speaking, but you know what? He's the only one that can make it work. He is worthy of that weapon. As here, Nongshim just completely pushed into the dip. Can't really peek over, otherwise there's going to be a back angle from RRQ just instantly waiting to pop their heads off their shoulders. Weibo, they got the vehicle. Ready to push up for Bay, or they can still go for Western Rotate. Actually, 33Z, you can't see him right now on the map, on the mini-map, but he gets slightly there, actually. He's higher up northwest from his squad mates. So he's just trying to create a bit of a easy rotation angle for his team, as Reefus is still alive. I thought he'd be taken out, but no, he's able to make it up right into the play zone. Well, not the previous one, not this one. As KRX and D+, it's literally all of South Korea versus Reefus. The poor man. Poor man.
Reefus, though. He'll catch you if you ain't careful. Let's see what he can do though. The only problem is that blue zone is starting to close on him. He don't like that. And Reefus forced to run right open. He's shimmying, he's shaking. And Vinny is going to take him out. So KRX putting a point on the board finally. That's Aurora eliminated. Getting some nice early points. Oh, that nade was way too close. Tizzy barely survived that one.
Really strong bounce. Yeah, I was scared with the shimmy of Reefus. I was like, no way he survives an entire clip. But no, he does eventually get snuffed out. M79 used up by Suki, just trying to deny, I guess, a line of sight from both Bigatron and Furia as they try and initiate a bit of a push. I would say just commit onto Nongshim. You go into the western side, it's tough, the circle. Unless you get insane hard western shift multiple times in a row. I don't like this play from Weibo. I feel like they have to snatch the dip from Nongshim, but they just let it happen. And Nongshim getting a position in the zone for free without really having to fight. That's a South Korean W right there.
They'll take that, but they do end up finding at least a spot in the zone for now. So Weibo do rotate away. The next rotation will be very difficult. Oh, look at that. E plus Kia punishing KRX, and they are eliminated in an instant.
They didn't take a single knock. They just like, yeah, we just damage? You have damage? Clearly not. Denied. Notable Fabian, Susie, and Chips doing so much work in that fight. GG well played, taking down KRX. Very low pointer for them, going to be pushed down in 10th position. Maybe lower based on how WVG and S2G perform, but S2G talking about them actually looking to go on the aggressive side of things. Breaching this compound, decent entry point too. It makes it really hard for teams like Chiamba to third party from a distance. So I'm loving this breach from S2G. For those grenades, that utility is doing a lot of work. Thunder Talk looking to occupy the higher portion of this building in Squad House. It's a western circle shift, great for Weibo, but Thunder Talk's finally here. Getting overwhelmed, Totrix down to a solo player, and S2G also, just like D+, successful breach without losing a single member. What is going on?
That's how you do it. This building is always so dang difficult to hold on to. Every player knows that building like the back of their hand. They know exactly where to throw the util, where to punish those players. So if your squad is 100% in there and you don't have any angles to put any return fire on, it's light work. And S2G just showed that, taking out the Undertalk, one of the solid Chinese squads, just like that. So S2G on top for now. D+, though, with just Fabian up all by his lonesome, going to try to make something happen. But, man, it ain't looking too good. S2G putting the clamps on him.
I mean, a team for who it's looking incredibly good is going to be E-Arena. Still got 4 players, right? Bunch of eliminations.
Yeah.
Aurora and All Gamers already taken out of this match. So if they perform even just a strong top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, they could be up in first place. Already, the win is what they're going to be aiming for. Chiamba, though, going for a nice entry point. This is a good wall to hide behind. Really hard to... I was going to say it's hard to third party. Actually, no, it's quite easy for Turny K. I thought he was going to go for the other wall instead, but no. Makes himself very vulnerable in that position. Good nade. And look at the man himself, man. Axel doing so much work here from the off angle, and Razy with a bounce on that utility. Can he defend it as a solo? Unfortunately, does get overwhelmed. Bigatron, there was no backup. They just left him solo. Where was the assistance on their fallen comrade?
They did not want to leave their building at all, and that just allowed him to get taken out there. Fortunately, he wasn't able to hold it all by himself. Turn K looking for some different angles as Tianba is trying to get this reset. Now here comes Bigatron. A little too late, though, to save their teammate, but can they get these eliminations? Axel trying to get the jump shot with the DPS. He gets knocked, and it looks like Bigatron end up getting punished there. Influence Rage are eliminated. Yeah, Bigatron gone. That push denied. S2G applying some pressure down to Furia. They have the angles. They're pulling up their util. S2G looking on fire here.
Yeah, with the Groza just doing so much work. Again, these fights from S2G are so impressive. They're so quick, so snappy, and yet barely lose any players. One player's going to be out in the blue zone very soon, knocked away. You know what? Still keeping 3 players alive with as many eliminations as they've got. 16 points total so far. That's without really counting the placement points of this game. Ooh, S2G bringing the heat just like they did back in the group stage. As now with the elimination feed, RQ getting rid of Weibo. Their Western rotation just didn't work out as planned. Even though the circle was really kind to Weibo and RQ, they were not able to subvert expectations and secure the dub. The Arena, 5 eliminations total down to Mormon and Joker. Can they win this one out as a duo?
I don't think so, man. S2G are looking a little too strong here. The only team remaining from the region of Turkey, S2G, looking so dang strong. You know, all their countrymen now and women are going crazy, so excited for what this team's going to do. The only thing is that this is a very tough position to hold here. Their vehicles are dwindling down, and it's going to be they're going to have to drive pretty much in the wide open to try to find the next safe spot. Their best bet is hoping that some of these teams get distracted fighting each other, and then they can rotate away. Yeah, they're going to try to do that right now. But RRQ, fortunate for S2G, are not just staring in this direction. Narpeko going to be forced to lay down here. Hamsuji, yeah, they're like trying to figure out, what do we do? Where do we go? Looks like Kami did find a spot, though.
Yep, going straight over there. Actually, they did get also the revive on one of their teammates. So they back up as a 4-man team.
Mini?
3-1 split right now on Kami in particular in the circle, on the road. Yeah, different weapons being used up here. Did have that mini. S2G waiting for the circle. I mean, you've got 5 seconds before the blue zone starts to push on the mountainside. You've got to go for a quick rotation. Chiamba know exactly, but Chiamba, I would maybe not focus too much on S2G. I might focus on the team literally behind me, which is E-Arena, because that is going to be a clash that could be deciding who gets that win. It's Kami getting one tapped by Firen, but no bullets have yet to connect.
Calm before the storm here, guys. This is going to be the last rotation. So this zone will change one more time here. E-Arena do make the push. Tianba with the quick stiff arm, and it looks like Joker's just going to go ahead and deny the point.
Yeah, trying to heal up a little bit there with first aid, and he doesn't get it in time. As you said, Hodrick's denying the point away from the insane squad of Chamba this game. They've just been absolutely mental with the aggression, with the mid to long range shots. Rebecca, though, finally able to light up the off angle of S2G. That's going to be coming out, I believe, very hard to revive this game. But though, revenge from Lost will come down and fall upon his location. Instant retaliation. As Chamba, the only thing keeping them alive in this circle is going to be that smoke. But with their vehicle, they're looking to go for the push. Where are they going to send it?
such a huge knock there from the side of S2G. Taking away that angle from RRQ allows you to get that reset and really spread your wings in this position of this circle. Now S2G is going to be dealing with two different squads at the same time because they're the only one with a decent position in this next zone. Because this next zone is going to pop here. Let's see where it decides to go. RRQ's little ridge line most likely going to be out of it.
I believe so. This ridge for Tiamba is just amazing. Very slight dirt pile that Solkay might have a slight line of sight onto that location, but they're just going to stay hidden. Because you know what? So far, the circle is not really just behind you. It's not on your doorstep. So you can wait it out just a little bit more because the team that currently really does not have circle advantage is going to be some of the members of S2G. If you can get rid of Solkay, you know what? You might be actually start to get some solid angles to convert this game into an actual chicken dinner. Solkay, what's your game plan? I don't see a vehicle next to him. So unless he has a bunch of smokes to create a smoke road between himself and the play zone, it's going to be kind of tough to work around.
He's stuck. Very fortunate for RRQ, by the way. This next circle did pop in their direction, so they are going to be in this next zone. If it went to the other side, they would have to literally walk in the open. So it is going to be a battle, right? Who can hit those shots? The problem with S2G is, yes, you have a good, solid position, but literally all of RRQ and Tiamba are staring directly at you.
I feel like RRQ right now have the best position because no one's fighting them directly. No one's looking their direction, and they just third-partying Tiamba versus S2G. So, okay, they're finally peeking. We said his position was going to be tough to play around, but you know what? He makes the most out of it, finds QZ. But he does get picked off by the blue. You know what? Might as well deny it. Don't want to give that extra point over to the side of Tiamba. That can become an issue later on in the leaderboards. But RRQ not suffering any casualty for the past few minutes now. Lepar, Peko, and Thiren looking to go hard on this game, Hot Jukes, and secure that chicken dinner.
That is going to be it for S2G. Yeah, they are cooked. It's just lost all by his lonesome here. Wide out in the open. Tiamba are going to have some great sight lines, but you're right. RRQ holding on to that ridge line. They have the best cover in this game. But Tiamba, they have one of the best players in this game. That is going to be QZZ. 5 eliminations all by himself. You know this man can hit the shots. It's going to all come down to the gun skill here at the end.
Just exactly it. Lost. Oh, most of his cover is going to be taken away, but he's got himself that Groza. You know how much of a difference that weapon can make. If you hit your shots, though, the recoil is still a beast to tame. 14 elims looking to go over the 15 elimination mark for Tiamba. As RRQ now with the vehicles trying to send it right into smoke. The setup is huge. You know what? Great cover behind that rock. And now they're going to be in that grenade range. Lepar's got 3 pieces of utility. But Firin just sends it right on the player. He gets it done, and the combo of loss is huge. Eliminates the entirety of Tiamba. And he even finds another one on RRQ. It's down to the 1v1.
1v1, lost with 1 HP, hits the play. 15 eliminations on the side of S2G. He wants that confirmation. Get those points. Now it's just Lepar. He has the rock, though, and that rock is a big one. Could this nade do it? Lepar. Oh, just a little bit too far to the right. Lost is running in that direction, though. Ooh, that does piece him up good. How about this nade? 1, 2 nades? Nah, just a little bit too far to the left. Lost is going to have to hit the craziest shots he's ever had if he wants to win. 17 eliminations, will it be 18? Lost in the open. Shimmies! And that is Lepar going to get it done with the cover. RRQ get the chicken dinner. But it's going to be S2G to end up with the most points with that one. That's a ton of eliminations. What a game from a crazy amount of squads in this one.
So many of the teams that did so well during the group stage are bringing it back in the finals. RRQ, S2G with a ton of eliminations, as you said. Tiamba too, right? One of the top PL teams actually back during the group stage, especially with the man himself, QZ, just dominating with that overall damage and those eliminations. But loving it overall from RRQ. And one of the best plays from them was clearly how they were able to wrestle away that Western position on the road, away from the hands of Weibo. They did it so early on, actually, they made it so hard for teams to third party you because they were all fighting for real estate on the mountain to the east. They take that single fight, they just wait for the circle. Circle being, I would say, very kind to the Western teams of Weibo and RRQ eventually with that position, but they make the most out of it. And sure, it does get dicey with that final 1v1, Hard Jukes, but you know what? Lepar still able to bring it home with the second chicken dinner of today.
I love those pictures. Domain expansion, last man rock. You know, I'll take that all day long. He had the bullet in his hand for a reason, and he was able to pull it out there towards the end. 5 eliminations, 466 damage, half of the team's contribution. What a way to finish the game off for RRQ. And that's what I'm talking about. It's like, yeah, they got blessed with that circle towards the end. They had that ridge line, but you still have to clutch it up, and he did. So great game for RRQ. You know, these guys have got to be so excited. They need every single match they could possibly get, and that was a great one. But, man, we had such great performances from so many different teams in that one, Max.
Yeah, it really was super well executed, and it was great, especially that Aurora and also All Gamers were taken out of the picture very early, because it just means there's a chance to close that Rondo gap that was created literally after game 1. Though, looking at the highlights of this game, still not sure what was happening over here, and you can see the final player, Mau Mau, just running about with a knife in his hand. So my tip to LGD for next game, don't do whatever that was. Just go somewhere else. Don't go to Yasnaya with 4 players in one car, because Yasnaya is already occupied.
Yeah, get a weapon. That will help.
That's
right?
a good tip.
Yeah, that's a good tip. I think so, too. I mean, what can I say? Best advice NA right here. Tianba going and getting some nice knocks. I mean, this was a wild one, to say the least. S2G putting up a wild amount of eliminations here for their first Erangel, and they almost had the whole thing. But RRQ, yeah, you see Lapar securing that rock, and that was the victory one. I like that drive over as well, securing those eliminations. That play right there, though, man. Whew, that is how you get it done. 8 eliminations there, 967 damage. Majority of those eliminations coming on the side of Lapar. RRQ, 18 points. They got to be happy.
Oh, most definitely. After a game like that, they are going to be loving it. I believe in first place it was Aurora with 28 points total. So you know what? They're really kind of closing that gap significantly between themselves and the lobby leader after game 1 on Rondo. Almost 1,000 damage too, right? And it was just not an easy game. You can't say they just had Circle being super kind to them the entire game. Like, no, they were playing from edge, trying to go for these wide southern rotations, trying to backstab teams. Like at some point they had a fight between themselves and Nongs from Red Force, eventually into Weibo, take away that position to eventually claim the chicken dinner. And even then, when they knew they were getting pushed over the road, the execution was just so clean, so I was really happy. But you know what? Even though it is an RRQ chicken dinner here, Ardukes, they're not even second place. They're third place behind the likes of S2G and Chiamba because of how many eliminations they got that game. What the heck?
That is crazy. I thought they were going to be second, right? Because I knew that S2G was without a doubt going to be on top with 17 eliminations. Are you kidding me? But Tianba as well, getting 14. These guys were not messing around. And I'm telling you, I mean, I think as far as like just straight player gun skill, Juzy's, I think, my favorite player right now. I mean, just every time I see this, yeah, I think so, man. I mean, just watching the way this man plays, the snappiness of his flicks, his spray downs are just so on point. I put him up there with some of the best in the world right now, and he's proven it. I mean, putting down some crazy damage. He had the most damage during the group stage, and I think it was for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's after every single tournament win, he adds a C to his name. Maybe that's
right.
It, actually,
that's what it is.
Yeah, if it was per elimination, he would have way too many of those right now. Too many letters. There you go. Looking at the overall standings after 2 games, 1 Arango and 1 Rondo is still going to be Aurora in first position, but that gap has been closed significantly. It's a 1-point difference between Aurora and S2G. Technically 2, because a win did go the way of Aurora, meaning if it was a tiebreaker, Aurora would end up winning that one. But yeah, so far, these top squads all looking so hungry for an international trophy, and it's still really hard to tell who's going to get it. Of course, there's only 2 games out of a possible 18 total, right? But still, with the caliber of gameplay, impossible to predict who in the end will be number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That gap is gone, right? Literally gone after 1 game. So beautifully done. Looking at the second page right here. Which teams stand out to you here? Influence Rage got so unlucky multiple times. I think they've had just a rough start. Hopefully we can see the Brazilian team make something happen. Fudia as well, just getting picked apart here. Just can't find that right opportunity. As we look at the most eliminations, though, still on top there with 7, but now tied with Lost.
Yeah, that's going to be them tied up with 7 eliminations apiece. Rico's up there with also 6. He got himself 2 right in that game, I believe. Just trying to survive, get a few extra points in there, just kind of salvage that performance. And QZZ, always there, just lingering in the shadow, waiting for his time to strike. He's going to be aiming for that number 1 position up top. As top, still going to be number 1 in terms of overall damage. In case you guys did not check out the group stage, also, these graphics combine all the eliminations and damage of all the games so far in the grand finals. So this is, for 2 games, 1.7k damage. Fair to say, Hotchukes, that is pretty damn good.
That is really good, man. I'll tell you what, Aurora looking so poised here in this game. We are going to be getting into the next one here as we go back to the Erangel. So, guys, go get your drinks ready, get set up, and we'll be back very soon. And just like that, we're back for some more PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026 Grand Finals gameplay here. 2 matches are in the books, guys, and Aurora Gaming are on top. S2G, though, right behind them, only 1 point behind on the leaderboards here. So many teams performing so well here off the rip. Some other squads, a little slow start. That doesn't mean that they can't make it happen here in match number 3, though, as we're going to head into Erangel once again.
All I'm going to say, deny the airdrop weapons away from Kami. He was insane with that Grozo. He was doing too much heavy lifting. I believe at the end he had to swap over to the AUG. Maybe there was just an issue when it comes to ammo, etc. But definitely doing some big work with that airdrop weapon. Which is cool to see, right? Because you don't see the Grozo played that much. The FAMAS is definitely a little bit more meta right now when it comes to those airdrop weapons. And it's very far behind the likes of a P90 or an MG3. But I do like seeing some weapons you just don't see that much in competitive being used to its full potential. And we saw back in TDM Hotchukes how they could control the recoil of an AKM, so we just saw a glimpse of that here with the Groza, and it did so much work. Really love to see it, and I hope we're going to see more.
Yeah, me too. That's what I want to see. I just want to see some more airdrop weapons being used, some crazy plays, and just players just pulling out all the stops at this point, right? I mean, you worked so hard to try and make it here to the grand finals. Now's not the time to slow down. That is for sure. So, looking at the leaderboards, I'm going to look at the bottom of the leaderboards here. Weibo have 10, Judia have 10, and D plus Kia have 10. So, those 3 teams in particular, I think all they need is just one good opening, and they're going to definitely start closing that gap. But you just want to do it a little sooner than later, especially considering that a lot of these top squads here so far have been playing just so well off the start.
Yeah, it's been some top-tier gameplay from start to finish, which is weird to say because there's only been 2 games. So the start is game 1, the finish is game 2, I suppose. It's still been very interesting how these teams have been able to maneuver their way through the battlegrounds. Though Furia, right now, 10th position, as we look at them on screen, one of the teams that you said all on 10 points, right, tied up between themselves, D plus Tier and Weibo. I need to see more from not just Furia, but Brazil. Influence Rage, they're down in 16th position, and Alpha 7 failed to qualify for the finals. I need to see Brazil get a strong finish on this game. As we look at Pmmi, the new drop location of Influence Rage, can they get themselves a solid finish?
Let's see, they need those great, need all they can get in order to catch up to some of these teams because they're already starting to put a little bit of a lead on here. We got a nice eastern playing path coming from the north all the way down south, and it looks like Aurora, instead of heading to their secondary drop location of Severny, since Millie is right online, they're going to wait and be dropping most likely right in that direction. Are we going to get a military circle though in match number 2? That's my question.
Could be happening. We'll know in just a few seconds worth of time, but I'm happy to see LGD not going anywhere near Yasnaya Polyana, so that's going to be Severny for themselves, and as you said, right, Aurora not going to have to go really to that secondary drop, so that is going to be free for the taking. Plus, as you know, Severny does have a loot truck, so that's going to be LGD definitely geared up pretty nicely for the start of this match. As looking at the end of the playing path, it's going to be Weibo. Also, usually their drop remorse. Maybe they're looking to go for a quick send here, as the circle is going to be very eastern, somewhat similar to last game, just slightly higher up north. So that eastern bridge in particular might get a little bit busy later on down the line.
Let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, it definitely is, that's for sure, because we had pretty much almost the same circle that we did in the last game. Alula started to chase down Arena. Claus has a UMP, but he only has 25 shots. Yeah, gonna give it up. Say, not worth the time.
Yeah, I would not recommend it. Just get the hell out of there. Don't want to miss out on having a full squad the entire game, and he gives it up for Wilbo Crash. That's all good, no worries. And also, up north, just got to be a little bit cautious, right? You got E-Arena, which you saw, they're chasing down one player for a little bit, and also LGD is going to be next to them, they're shooting range and Severny. If you want to go for a stretch, it's fine. Just look around you. Use that extra bit of elevation to make sure no team is encroaching on your terrain, and you'll be good to go. Does E-Arena have a similar rotation path? And you don't want to really crash into each other later on down in this game. So hopefully they're just really efficient at scouting, checking around them to make sure they don't take a very unnecessary casualty.
Yeah, you can't afford it right here, right now. You need every single player up you possibly can because these teams... Oh, here we go. Hey, look at this. Loot truck. John said, okay, let me get what's over here so I can get the weapon so I can shoot this truck. And that's what's going to happen. Ling S is going to have to just wait and watch. Like, slow down, truck, please, slow down. Oh, shotguns it.
Okay.
A little over and under action.
Yeah.
How about another one? How about one of these? Hold on, let me reload real quick. Pow, pow. Okay, let me reload it again. All right. How about some of this? Pow, pow.
No, welding gun's not going to work.
Calm down. Okay, let me look at my vehicle.
Who wins, a full team of LGD or a loot truck?
They got it. They got it, though. Tian finishing him out, and he's going to get all the loot. He said, okay, hey, I took it out.
P90.
I get the P90.
That's huge. Okay, massive loot picked up by LGD. That is already a win in the first few minutes of this game. I don't see Influence Rage's loot truck yet. Has he arrived? Is it a bit late? It was like the French train station. It's always a little bit behind on time. But yeah, maybe going to get that one. But yeah, P90 is massive. We've seen it be huge in the hands of players like Silas and Ziol during the group stage. So always best one to get if possible. Though they were really desperate to get that loot, right? They're just sending everything. Just hopefully maybe we can get it done. I'm surprised they couldn't get it right as it was passing Severny, but I guess because the plane was very eastern, they had to stretch it and lost a bit of time to actually just convert fully around the loot truck. So it just delayed it a little bit, but still they're, 1,000 meters away from the blue zone? No, sorry, from the circle. So it's still not going to be an issue whatsoever. Nothing has been lost so far for LGD.
Yeah, and that's good because they were lost immediately in match number 2. So it's always, that's the worst thing that can happen too. You had no time, no shots downrange, and with that, your fingers kind of get a little cold. You have to sit for like 20 to 30 minutes just waiting before you can even play again. So it can be difficult to shake off, especially with all the pressure, everything kind of going on in the LAN. So hopefully they could do that, and they could do that sooner than later, because when you have a 0-point game like that, the lead really starts to get away from you. And a back-to-back bad performance, ooh, that lead can be pretty much gone at that point.
Can you not just go in like the training grounds, you know, and just stay warm, just shoot a few targets? That's what I would do if I was out like literally the first 5 minutes of the game.
It's just not the same, though. You know what I'm saying? It's not the same.
Yeah, it's like, you know, oh, I beat this target, I'm going to beat someone, and then you're 1v1 against, I don't know, top, and you're like, oh, wait, this is a bit harder.
Oh, he shoots back.
He shoots back and he can move? No way!
I don't like it.
But definitely, there's some ways to stay a little bit warm, even though you do
He's
get
not
taken
standing
out
out in
early,
the open.
He's not just showing if I got a headshot or not. Oh no, it's so hard. But no, so far not losing a single player, which this is a little bit more up to expectations. We saw that a lot, especially during the group stage, where you would not lose a single player for the first 4 circles. Unless you have a terrible plane or terrible phase 1 circle, which really this game it was not really the case. Sure, the plane was a bit eastern, but it wasn't that bad. As teams like LGD, Al Ula, Irina, Weibo, RQ are still alive as a full team. So yeah, teams are adapting very quickly, and they are just avoiding being taken out of the conversation early on. As KRX did spot D+ for a split second there. They are split, but I would not recommend committing to it. But it is KRX. Who knows what's going on in their minds?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? That's so easy. He's going to go ahead and take down Soul K there. And he's going to get there. And Soul K knows he's done. That's for sure. That is it. So Soul K back to the lobby. And this is going to be on the side of Shelter. That's going to be the first blood for this match. Nongshim Red Force. 7th place, 16 points. Not in a terrible position at all. And S2G won the last game, and they're going to lose a player, the first one in this one.
It's quite unfortunate. I mean, Soul K is the IGL too, so I always have this idea that it's better to use the IGL because they can steal IGL from the grave. They can look at the different POVs from all the 3 teammates if you have 3 players still alive. So it's fine. It just sucks when also your IGL is also a top tier fragger. Like, for example, who comes to mind right away is Doc. That's like, that's a bit unfortunate, but I know Soul K is not the main fragger on the team, right? You're looking at, especially Lost, you're looking at HamCG. So it could have been worse, is what I'm trying to say, right? Soul K still is great, but it could have gone way worse at the start of that match.
It could have, you know, and I do agree. I think it was a little bit better back in the day. It's just like these days, like when you get taken out, the spectator is just not the same as it used to be. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I feel like it's just not as reliable. So you can't really like see what's happening. Makes things a little bit more tough to try to IGL, you know?
Well, I don't know because I never get eliminated in game. I win every single match I play. So I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Yeah. You know, unfortunately for me, I'm the opposite, right? I do get eliminated. I always just get my old, you know, esports habits of, you know, when I play a regular match, after 5 seconds of nothing happened, I'm like, okay, I'm pushing on the open. Let's go. You know, let's get this going with. And boom, I get taken out just like that. But yeah, you know what? Regardless, you could still, of course, you know, tell your teammates where rotations are, kind of help them out from that front. But right now, the Weibo is like, hey, let's get moving. We are all the way in Primorsk. We got a long trip here, but I mean, we did see them make it into a long rotation in a couple games, at least in the last game. So let's see what they can do here.
I mean, especially Rondo, right? They went for Southern Recall, and they had the most insane northern circle that just kept shifting north every single time, it felt like. So if they can do it on Rondo, they can definitely do it here on the Grand Canvas. Bigatron and Influence Rage going to have a bit of an encounter out in both the fields. As Federalis instantly taken on out of the picture. That's Little Boy with the M4 securing the headshot. I believe trying to squash him down next to Alamo. And actually, there's a position that's really valuable nearby, right, which is going to be Heaven. That has been secured by LGD. So we'll see if they can try and get himself a strong finish here, as LGD currently are standing in 15th position. Just got pushed down by Influence Rage. LGD from that position, top 5, definitely in the cards if the circle is not too unkind to that area.
Let's take a look here at Influence Rage. Pretty down low on the leaderboard, 14th place, 6 points total. Lauren's in wanting to add that total, but BTR are going to be able to get away from them. Oh, actually, Razak, holding on a little bit too long there. Almost got knocked. But he should have been able to get res regardless, because I don't think they were going to push that. Look on the other side, RRQ. Yeah, right now, everybody just trying to find a spot into this next zone. It looks like RRQ are going to take up Lipovka here. So, not the worst place, especially considering the zone could be heading in that direction. The only thing that could go wrong for them is they spread themselves out a little too thin, and one of their players gets knocked, especially from a player like Sitting from Thunder Talk. It does look like Al-Ula, though, in the feed, do end up taking one player from BTR. Actually, BTR is down to 2. So, their rotation not really working out for them.
I actually really like what Thunder Talk are doing here. They're quite split around the map, but they just had these 2 players right outside of this compound, outside of the city of Lipovka, just waiting and letting RRQ leapfrog their position, because it's just not worth taking the fight because you're split. You're in no really shape or form to take the fight head on. So just, okay, you'll pass forward. We're not going to make any noise so you don't know we're here, so you don't want to really take the fight if you have the opportunity to do so. So yeah, very respectful play, Thunder Talk. Loving it, especially right now they're in 16th position. A lot of Chinese teams actually towards the bottom right. Weibo 11th, LGD 15th, 16th for Thunder Talk. Not looking too good for those 3, but you know what? All Gamers and Tiamba redeeming it slightly as they are in 6th and 3rd place respectively. So out of all the Chinese teams, you know what? They'll have a ton of events, but Tiamba, with especially how QZ was performing, Hot Jukes, it's good to see him be on the podium at this point in time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm telling you, dude, this guy is built different. Like, the way he plays, the way he hits those shots, those crazy flicks, and the way he holds positions too, man. I'm telling you, this dude is one, if not the best player, at least in my mind right now, individually. Next zone does pop, and Tiamba are actually in a really good position here. Let's see what they can do with it. Aurora are going to be pushing against S2G on the south side, but man, things are going to really start turning up now.
Starting to get to the point where there's just maybe not going to be enough compounds for all of these 16 teams. Sure, 3 players were taken out of this match, but Tiamba and All Gamers, that's going to be the PL clash as QZZ instantly getting himself that one secured with the DBS, securing that elimination for himself and instantly trying to put the focus. But he's solo in this building, aching. Milu, we need to see a bit of a backup play here. QZ finally getting it done again with the DBS, and finally the cavalry is here. All Gamers down to just a solo here, stranded behind these barrels on the outskirts of the buildings himself, and getting picked up once again. How does he do it? 3 eliminations for himself, getting the 3-piece, dominating on the compound breach.
I'll tell you how. You try to run into a window like that, that is automatically, you're going to be taken to the lobby, and this man does not miss those shots. I'll tell you, I said it for a reason. This man is on point. QZZ.
Ooh.
Showing off his stuff. Doc with a nice one there. Oh, and Todd's got the explosive bow now. Let's go.
He's like, Sook, you're not the only one who can play with that weapon. He's got himself 31 arrows, explosive arrows, ready to go at a moment's notice. So he's really stocking up on that utility. If he's got that many arrows, really, he has a plan. He has a plan. We just don't know what it is. He's trying to become Robin Hood in the lobby. As Awake, trying to make his way out, and that's going to be Reefus with the long-range spray to connect it onto Awake. Very hard player to res up for Thunder Talk, and that's going to be actually snatched away by Firen from RRQ. So unfortunately, Aurora not able to secure their second elim.
You know that's got to be so frustrating. You waste all that util to be able to get, one knock, and yoink, just like that, it's gone. Al-Ula, slow start for them. Going to try to bring things, at least turn things up a little bit. You got KRX right above them. I think they mind sharing this location for now. As All Gamers going out, few players going out from different teams does kind of relax the lobby a little bit here in stage 3. How those rotations are done with. Weibo now finally entering the circle. They are super late to this party. Let's see if they can find a way into this next zone. Where to go? Where to go?
I think they might be trying to go towards Heaven, but I just looked at the map feed. Bigatron just set up shop on Heaven. You can see actually on the map here, that's been taken away. So if they want to take up Heaven, they might have to commit to a full-on breach. But at this point, if you can get a position without fighting, I would definitely recommend it for Weibo. The western side is just straight up flat terrain fields. Unless your terrain knowledge is a 10 out of 10 and you know one dip that is slightly playable in the zone and you can actually hide your cars, you might have to commit to an engage. Weibo just doesn't have many options. They're actually going to go and dip out in the blue a little bit, wait for the next phase to dictate, do we have to go on the aggressive or passive side? Circle goes hard to the western side, Mansion's still in play, and Weibo might just be sending it straight onto BTR on good old Heaven.
There we go. Heaven is in play here next zone. Yeah, you can see right now, little boy popping some shots onto 33Z. 33Z hitting the lay down there. Does unfortunately get knocked by Furia Ayala. taking that low boy, trying to steal that elimination away, but unfortunately not going to be able to do that. As things are heating up here just south of Mansion. Hansuji pushing up close, but Bay getting the better of him.
What an engage. He was, you know what? Not gonna lie, I didn't know what was happening. I was looking at my screen, just everyone's getting eliminated around that tree. It was definitely a lot thrown at the board all at once, but S2G, indeed, as you said, getting taken out of the picture entirely. 27 points, that's going to be a non-game, unfortunately, after their previous second-place finish. The Influence Rage, now still got these vehicles. Good little dip to play around, and Weibo going for the more passive approach. I was really expecting Weibo to crash onto Heaven. They were going in that direction, but maybe Bigatron took some shots in their direction, saying, actually, you know what? We're going to shut that down pretty much right away before it even happens in the first place. It's a good response from BTR, as LGD even having a line of sight onto Weibo. Unless the circle goes right on their dip, Hot Jukes, Weibo, this game is just not heading their direction.
Yeah, man, Weibo. Tough start to today so far, and these are your previous champions, and unfortunately not able to do, actually the only champions from last year to compete here in the grand finals. Not the best start so far, taking a little while to get warmed up. They do have a decent position in this next circle though, down a player. Let's see what they could do. Aurora meanwhile on the south side, all four up. They're going to be playing more of that edge-style play we've seen so far. RRQ just driving around. They did hold Lipovka, but with the zone shifting, they're going to try to find a way into this next zone, hopefully trying to catch a fight in a third party.
Could be the case as Aurora, trying to make their way outside of prison up north. Decent position, got a little few trees and a bit of terrain to hide behind and keep your vehicles in a decent condition, so that shouldn't be too bad of an entry point. Though Furia, maybe having a different plan in mind. They're actually going to be somewhat looking in the direction of Aurora, so Furia are going to try and become the southern gatekeepers of this zone, which I would say we need to see. I want to see something from Furia or even Influence Rage. So far, I've been kind of silent on the first two matches. Hopefully can try and put themselves in the limelight on match 3.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go, what?
AJ, in the shack, gonna throw some smokes down. Might as well.
No, I
Might as well.
I don't like that. They're kind of putting a lot of focus on the location. Not everyone was looking their way, but that smoking out Aurora, like, wait, there was a player there? Okay, we're going to be locked on there.
Or maybe some random person threw a smoke in there, right? Yeah, no.
It was the wind.
There's someone in there. Yeah, it was the wind.
Top has got an explosive bow.
There?
If he gets an angle from that distance, he can literally squad wipe all of Thundertalk with the explosive bow. It's perfect at that kind of situations.
I want to see it. I honestly want to see it. Come on, let's go back to the explosive blow. Let's see if that we can see Thundertalk hold it down there. As you got Tianba over there towards Mansion. Next zone pops though, and it's going to be LGD getting a good circle here. They went out super early before. Hopefully they can come back now. As now we're going to see Al-Ula start pushing onto KRX. Yeah, I think they're going to fight this out here on the edge of the zone. Just see who wins it. Usually we see both these teams just say, hey, you know what, let's go into the zone. But no, KRX up on top, getting a nice knock onto Al-Ula. Oh, the utility just too strong.
Oh, TRE getting the double knock with one single piece of utility. What a magnificent way to kick off the fight. And yeah, just send it. You got the man advantage. KRX, you got to leverage it to its full potential as only Quick remains. And you know what? He could not even do anything in that situation. KRX, an easy 4 points. QXZ and TRE getting 2 each. Great spread. And now the fact they take it so quickly. Easy transition. But RRQ also going on the offensive straight onto the dip of Influence Rage. And so far, Influence Rage not suffering a single casualty. RRQ swept right under the rug.
And teams are just doing some very bold, risky pushes here, and they're getting punished big time. Fury now all by himself. He's going to have to just try to snake it to make it at this point. Meanwhile, we're starting to see the feed light up. KRX putting some more points on the board. They have 11 total points here. Looking on the south side as well, you got Furia, you have Aurora. Aurora are going to have to push into this next zone. Right now, we're going to look at this fight here. E+, KRX, Dolbu. Oh, getting knocked in return. Where's the rest of the team? Here's Fabian. Going to try to help his team out. Can he get this knock? He does.
I feel like I'm watching PMPS, KRX, and T+ just keep fighting each other. Like, they have some kind of rivalry in these games, but I'm kind of enjoying it. Absolute cinema right now for the South Korean teams. As Top able to get himself a great nade onto Higor. That's going to be able to create a little bit of a decent entry point for themselves. He's actually just going to retreat slightly. Top though, a little bit unfortunate, does crash into that tree for a bit, going to deny some momentum. The Aurora, they do get everyone under control. Ayala out, and even getting secured by Top, man. They are just carving their way through right into the play zone. And they still got to move forward slightly, and Nongshim Red Force and Influence Rage are right ahead of them.
Top. Gonna make something happen here. Let's see if he can. Joel is gonna be driving around as well, so they're just hoping to get a position in this next circle. They're gonna have to do it. They're gonna have to get a big fight happening. They're gonna have to edge on in. Okay. They said, you know what? Let's not push into Nongshim Red Force. Let's just move a little bit to the side here and try to catch a third party. Never mind. They go straight into Chief, and a beautiful shot from Doc there. Does open the door a little bit. But now they are getting pressured from so many different teams. It's up to Top to really try to buy his team some time. The smokes are ringing out. He's going to go ahead and commit, though. Barely makes it to his team.
If I have to be honest here, I feel like pushing onto Nongshim Red Force would have been a better option, because now they're just out in the open. Their cars getting absolutely wrecked by every team that's a line of sight onto their location. I'm not the biggest fan, but you know what? So far, it is working out. They do get the reset on their fallen teammates, and that's going to be them back up in a healthy four-man situation. Look at the cars. Most of them just smoking up, completely wrecked, and now Rufus also getting headshot by Pedrino. Maybe not the best option, and Circle 6 is just not favoring their location. Yikes. Aurora, I feel like, losing any kind of control they had in this match.
Yeah, mistake. You know, they pushed left when they should have gone right. If they would have gone towards Nongshim Red Force, I think they would have had a much better... Oh, man, yeah, they're in trouble. There's no way they make it out of this. I think E-Arena is locked in on them. So is Nongshim. Yeah, Aurora are toast. That nade there, ooh, just short. Can they pull off a miracle, though? That's going to be the question. What can Aurora do? You have 0 ground advantage. Now, can you make it happen with your gun skill, though? That's the question.
That's the only way they can really make their way out of this tricky spot, out of this very, very dire situation. But yeah, I love how E-Arena was so opportunistic. They see a team that really, their mobility is kind of cut down to almost nothing. It's a really good response trying to get a cheeky third party onto them. Though, Nongshim Red Force, good utility being chucked their way. And that's going to be held off by the man himself, Federal. And you know what? That's all he can do with a pistol. Imagine if he has himself an AR and a bunch of utility to chuck in the direction of Nongshim. And so far, they are going to be moving back slightly, but they're still getting knocked, taking so much damage, and they're not even in the play zone. All these southern teams of Influence Rage, Aurora, and Nongshim Red Force surviving this circle transition is going to be incredibly tough, Hot Tricks.
Definitely. Super tough. There's so many squads down here. Just even trying to move at all is difficult. Yeah, Aurora just getting shot out in the open and all their vehicles being gone. They just are getting picked apart. Doesn't matter how good your gun skill is when you have, 8 of the best players in the world staring right at you. Top just going to most likely go out to play zone here.
The only thing that could save you really is cover flares, and they're Rondo exclusive. So, unfortunately here, the hopes and dreams of this match is just going to be torn to shreds, and that's Lil Boy to put the nail in the coffin. GG well played. That's going to be them up to, what was that, 8 eliminations? A really solid performance. From Influence Rage, they definitely needed it after a very slow start here in the Pmmi Grand Finals, though, sending it solo forward. Pedrino getting slightly overwhelmed by Nongshim Red Force, as Lil Boy now, sole survivor, trying to just cling on to life for a little bit longer in this match, maybe making it to top 5 to get some extra placement. And he does have that smoke that was dropped by Loranzin, trying to refresh that defensive utility. But they're still not in the play zone, and he needs to commit now. He does get the reset, Loranzin. The moment you heal up, you need to send it right onto Nongshim if you want a chance to get something done this match.
Lorenzen from the back, trying to throw that nade. Is it good? Just short. Needs it, though. Needs to clear these guys out. Does get a nade, enough on to so easy to force him back just a little bit. That opens the door, but that nade will do it right there. That's on a dizzy. And XYZ both knocked. So easy now, going to eat some utility himself. And he goes and peeks, hits the shots on the little boy, but Lorenzen is right there to pick him up, and it's Influence Rage getting the better of that fight. 10 eliminations. This is the comeback they needed.
Look how the turntables right now. What a good turn of events. Influence Rage able to actually subvert expectations. I thought they were going to get completely snuffed out of the game by Nongshim Red Force, but no, the utility and the angles were just so clean. So, very well deserved. on that W, as now we just have 5 teams remaining. Tiamba, E-Arena, Influence Rage, Weibo, and LGD. 3 out of the 5 teams are from China. The PL domination all over again. Weibo have to really make a big move here. I don't even know if their vehicles are in working condition. Literally, you have no cars as these southern teams. Your game is just straight up over, Hot Troops. You cannot make that push into the side of Mansion.
You can't. And the thing is that LGD have the best position. They have so much coverage here. The problem is they only have 1 elimination, right? They're down in 15th place. You really got to try to capitalize here. So if you're LGD, you may want to start trying to apply a little bit more pressure. Start spreading your wings. Suki end up catching Little Boy out in the open. Bay is too far away to support his teammate. There could be another elimination there on the side of Influence Rage. As Turney K just hitting some pop shots as well. Yeah, Lorenzen's going to leave his teammate and push up on in. And, yeah, Little Boy does get eliminated there.
No way. That's Lorenzen again stuck. His car exploded down to just a pile of rubble and dust. Keep in mind, they did loot up that loot truck very early on in the game in Severny, Hot Troops. They got the P9.
Yeah, they did.
I don't believe it's been used once this game. So the moment a team gets in CQC, which might just be Tiamba or E-Arena, that P90 could be the difference maker here as to who secures the top 3 and who goes the entire way for that chicken dinner. As E-Arena finally using the vehicles, closing the gap, making it right through the open gates of Mansion, right to the main building actually, the Mansion itself. And Weiji instantly respecting that push, jumping down from the high ground position, looking to reposition with his team, but he is kind of stuck because of Schwepp's angle. He is going to be forced then to take that 1v2 fight. He can't escape easily.
The rest of the team cannot help him either. Yeah, he's going to have to make a play all by his lonesome. He's throwing to Butilla. Oh, is that a vehicle? Yep, US. Goodbye. Out of here. Need to get some support fire. He does. Great. So he does make it to his team safely. So you guys can have the Mansion. We'll have the high ground right here on this building. Meanwhile, QGD hitting LGD. That's a good opening knock. Are they going to push this now? It looks like they are. Here they go. So now LGD getting the clamps put on them from 2 different squads.
You know LGD want to play the roof, but they just can't because they have 2 teams looking their direction, which unlike them, Joker from E-Arena can play the rooftops. He's really just keeping every angle in check and forcing LGD to not go on the terrace. They just can't go outside anymore. They can't touch grass. They're just going to remain here and touch concrete. Chamba still got a few vehicles, and they know E-Arena made a mad dash inside Mansion, so if you're Chamba, I would say just wait for stage 8 to close. Right, it's going to go dead center, and actually, Chamba's got a bit more terrain control than E-Arena. If Chamba play their cards right, they let E-Arena take the fight first onto LGD and they third party and secure the win. That should be the way Chamba does it, but it's based on who's going to be giving up to the pressure of the circle first. Is it going to be Tiamba crashing first or E-Arena? That is going to be the difference maker in this final fight.
Which one is it going to be? Which one is it going to be is the question. Stage 8, stage 9. You know what I think is going to happen? I think that we're going to go all the way to stage 9. The blue zone is going to start closing, and we're just going to see it all happen at one time. I don't think any team is willing to make a move at this point. I think they're just going to let fate decide who wins this.
Oh, that's a good angle. I love that angle from Tony K. Don't think QZZ has any idea. He does have a Groza in his arsenal, but he's going to be looking more on the ridgeline. And actually, he did look on Tony K's angle. Maybe he did spot a pixel or 2 moving. So he's like, oh, okay, I know what he's cooking up over there. But yeah, I feel like you're right, Eldrix. It is going to come down to Circle 9, the circle closing around these players and just forcing a fight, and then all hell is going to break loose. But did I see an MG3 now? They got a P90 and an MG3. Loadout-wise, that's an easy win for LGD. Come on.
These guys are stacked. These guys are stacked. The only thing that can go against them is if both these teams crashing at the same time. Yeah, you cannot get knocked. He's gonna throw smokes. Get away from that. You know the nade is coming. You gotta survive this.
Ooh.
Nade almost breached the window. Mau. Gotta be careful not to get knocked here. He does put some pressure on. Is that safe? He might get naded. Let's see. No, he lives. Okay.
Yeah, LGD can't take a single casualty. If they do, they're opening the
They said, you know what? Oh, is there a party over here? Can we join it? And just like that, taking full advantage. 13 eliminations, 8 of them from the side of QZZ. It's just Joker. And this is not the building you want to be in because Tianba know exactly what to do. Ooh, nice jump out here. Creates a 1v1 opportunity, but it's not going to be enough. That is it. Tianba getting the chicken dinner for match number 3, and they did it in style.
And we just had a glimpse there at the very end of the game, Hodgix. We saw Tianba rocking up in #1 position, and that's without adding the placement points from the chicken dinner. So they're not just going to be in #1 place. Normally, they should also have a decent lead created between themselves and the other 15 squads in this lobby. But what a game. QZZ in particular, you said he had, 8 eliminations, maybe more, after that final fight? Absolutely carrying the hell out of this game. And Tianba, it is good to see a Chinese chicken dinner here in the Pmmi Grand Finals.
I'm telling you, man, I think he's my favorite player now, especially after seeing that arm shot and that TDM. I think that sealed the deal. And he is just continuing his dominance in this lobby. Yeah, with that game, it's going to rocket launch them up the leaderboards for sure. What a crazy turn of events we've had so far. We've only seen 3 matches. But, I mean, we've seen so much potential from such a variety of squads. I love this tournament so far, man. It's been an absolute blast to watch from the group stage until now. Just non-stop action.
It's just been some lovely gameplay for every single game. Oh, well, yeah. He was like, you know what? I wasn't MVP enough during the group stage. How about we do it again here? 1.2k damage in a single game, 8 eliminations, and almost 40% of the team contribution stat-wise. This guy is he's built different. You know, I know it's a bit of a meme sentence, but literally it does apply when talking about QZZ. His utility, his spraying capabilities are just through the bloody roof, and I'm really excited with his performance. And Tianba is a team that I think it was 2 years ago, were looking really strong back in PMWC for some of the players. Of course, I know the roster has changed somewhat, but it's good to see this name, this org, back on top and willing to compete for a trophy here at Pmmi.
That's what it's all about. That's what it takes here, is to just put everything on the line, make every single play count. Yeah, look at this fight here. QZZ, look at this. Instantly, you try to reach that window, goodbye.
Yeah, like Maple goes, he's like, I'm going to jump over. He's going to do anything. What do you want to do? Nothing. His reaction speed is just too insane, hot juice. He's playing on 0 ping. Literally.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, he just knew. He's like, if anybody even touches this window, they're gone. And that's exactly what happened. Influence Rage, put some nice eliminations on the board here for this game. That's going to definitely help them out on the leaderboards. So you got to give them their flowers for sure. Nongshim Red Force tried their best on the south side, but it was just too much to handle.
Yeah, I got to give Influence Rage their flowers. This was them being truly tested by the play zone, and I feel like they made the most out of it. You got to understand in the situation when in Pokemon Mobile Esport, this is a very important thing, right? Is that you need to understand when you know as a fact you're not going to get those chicken dinners. And in this case, they're like, yeah, we know we're not going to win it. Let's just try and just farm up a few eliminations all over the place down south, and they did exactly that on the likes of Nongshim Red Force. There was even Weber and Aurora at some point, so sure, it's not chicken dinner, but this has given me hope for Brazil once again. GG well played, Influence Rage. I loved it.
Yeah, me as well. I love this play from Tianba, too. Look at that. 14 eliminations, 24 points total. Yeah, Influence Rage with 11. That's going to be 14 for them. They'll take that. Finally, we see something from Weibo as well, right? Weibo getting 8 is their best game so far, and they'll definitely take that. Aurora just showing their consistency. Overall, I'm telling you, these leaderboards are just going to get crazier and crazier as every single match goes on.
By the way, if you want a crazy stat, I'm pretty sure, I wasn't super confident, so I was trying to recheck on the mainstream. I'm pretty sure I saw Tian have like 20-something grenades.
What?
That's like, you are the red zone at that point.
Literally.
Yeah, I don't think they had time to use it, unfortunately, right? Because LGD did not secure themselves that win, but still a very, very good showcase at the end of that match. But yeah, looking at the overall rankings, though, a lot of teams with 0 points, especially looking pretty bad for the likes of SGG and All Gamers that were lobby leaders previously, and now kind of fizzling out because the new generation is here on match 3, and it's really good to see some different teams be on that podium.
Yeah, you love to see it here. You love to see it here, man. I can't wait to see what the overall leaderboards are going to look like, because I'm pretty sure things are going to shake up, and they are. Tianba moving all the way up to first place now. 47 points in the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational. China's on top for now.
Yeah, there's so much work being done here. Love to see that chicken dinner, especially for a team that really, it's fair to say, they had a non-rondo, right? Looking at their points, 4 points on a rondo, that's not great. Then you follow that up by a 19-point and then a 24-pointer, 47-point hurdle. Lovely, lovely stuff for them. And able to create not just a position for themselves in first place, they got an insane 12-point lead, which the fact that you have a 12-point lead in 3 matches played, including 1 bad rondo for yourself, is truly a testament to how strong Tiamba as a lineup can be. So now the big question is, who's going to chase them down? Can Aurora catch up to the Chinese team? That's going to be the question for our next half of today.
Yeah, I think they definitely can. I think so many of these teams could. I mean, it's all about just getting that one fortunate position, and they're going to capitalize on it. That's for sure. The only worry that the lobby needs to have right now is, will Tiamba keep going, right? If they have a repeat match, man, it's going to be real tough to catch them. That's for sure. Some of these other spots, though, right, like Weibo on down, need to start stepping things up a little bit, right? I want to see some more, especially from a team like Furia. I have a lot of high hopes for the squad. I think they have a ton of potential. They just haven't been able to get things going the way they want just yet.
Yeah, for sure. Can expect a little bit more. By the way, I feel like I said Tian had 23 eliminations. Sorry, I mean Tiamba had not even elimination. Nate. Big mix-up on my side. Sorry, the games are so crazy. And also, it's a bit warm in my office. I'm having a heat stroke. No, yeah, I do agree. Furia needs to just bring a little bit more to the table, especially Ayala and Silence. I've been no pun here, but a little bit silent as of recently. So I am hoping to see just a bit more presence on the next Durango and especially the next 2 Miramars. As QZZ is going to be your lobby leader in terms of total eliminations and... yeah, this guy just can't be stopped. It seems like Hodrix, he wants to be number 1 in every graphic we see. Is he going to be number 1 in terms of damage, though? That's the question, but I would not be surprised if he is indeed number 1 there also, because, yeah, this guy's just crazy.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, he just did not like the fact that he wasn't MVP immediately, and he said, I'm going to make it happen here in this next match, and he did. So, yeah, top in elimination, 100% top in damage, right? There's no chance anyone's behind him. 0 chance.
No way. No way, Jose.
No way.
Come on, show us the second graphic.
And, top. Still on top.
Come on. I mean, this...
Look at QZZ's picture. He's like, really? Really, bro? Not going to happen for long.
Yeah, you know what? I wish he held on to the explosive bow a little bit longer. I feel like he did give it up when he was looking to go for those pushes on the western side, which makes sense. It's not a meta weapon unless your name is Sook, so I get it. He was trying to use it in the mid-game portion of the match, which I appreciate, trying to go for something a little bit more outlandish. It just didn't pay out as he was really expecting, but QZZ is going to be second with almost 2k damage. And then it's followed by, so right now it's just a 2-horse race in top and QZZ. Who's going to be number 1 in terms of top damage? That is going to be like a mini tournament in itself that's going to be happening throughout the entirety of these finals. So keep an eye out every time for this graphic to see who will be number 1 after every single game.
It's so funny how you said that to me, because it's like anything besides an AUG M4 or a shotgun is outlandish at this point. But it is what it is, man. Hey, we got one last Aaron Gale here for day number 1 coming up, guys. Don't go anywhere. And we're back here. This is going to be, well, we're officially, we're done with the halfway point, right, Max? That's it. So we're going to go into this final match of Erangel to Miramars, and that'll be it for day one. That'd be nice to see here. As you can just see these players just getting locked, loaded, ready to go here. Everybody taking their drinks and just getting set up and ready. Looking at the leaderboards. Looking on down, there are some teams I definitely want to see a little bit more out of. Bigatron, we saw, not the worst start from them, but, they have 14 points right now, so they could definitely step things up. But all it takes is one game, and we could definitely see the top of leaderboards a lot more congested.
Yeah, it's going to get really tricky. I feel like some teams at the bottom now, they're not going to get desperate maybe at this point in time because it's still only 3 games, right? I feel like it happens the team has a bad half a day, right? So all your bottom squads, Thunder Talk, Al Ulaf, Furia, LGD, DRX, KRX. I still need to get used to the fact that I have to say KRX instead of DRX. But I wouldn't be scared just yet until the end of today. Then I'm going to be like, okay, second day, you really got to have a massive step up because, just to reiterate what we said at the pre-show today after the TDMs, Hot Jukes, would you have the Smash ruling in play? Meaning, day 3, it could be a non-day, or it could go the entire 6 matches. You just really don't know. So these teams got to especially be in contention tomorrow at the end of the day if they want to have a chance. For now, not too bad. Could be worse. So I feel like those squads are definitely going to try and get some points on board, but they're not like rushed to make it happen right now.
Yeah. Take your time, right? Take your time. Make the right decisions is going to be the name of the game. But you know what? I'll tell you what. That time is going to be dwindling here every single match as we go by because these top teams, Max, at least the teams that are on top of the leaderboard, Tianba, Aurora, right? They're not winning by a little, right? When they win, and I think that's what makes things so dangerous here because we're in the grand finals. This ain't about making it into top 15. This is about ending up in first place and winning the global championship here, right? So, man, if you want a chance at it, you can't let off the gas, right? You really need to start stepping things up here now.
But also, I do want to bring up a very important topic. You know what? I'm kind of surprised I didn't bring up earlier. So I'm going to bring it up right now for everyone to in the chat and also for us to discuss a little bit, Hot Jukes. All these teams, really, outside of the Chinese teams, their path to PMWC is already decided. The only teams for which that has not been the case are all the Chinese teams. Because their points system to qualify to PMWC includes, of course, their PL regional tournament, but also their performance here at the Macau Invitational. So based on whoever performs out of this one, it could decide if you make it over to Paris for the Esports World Cup, or if, unfortunately, you just miss out on one of the biggest events of the year, and you go right back to playing in your home region at PL. So Tiamba, really in particular, the fact that they're #1 right now, this is huge to increase their chances of making it to PMWC, and they don't want to give that spot up for anything.
No, they can't. I mean, that's coming up right around the corner here. So, yeah, you cannot do that. And I definitely want to see him there, especially the way we've been seeing QZZ playing, man. This guy has been on another level in this tournament. Really impressed me so far. And I know that he's impressed his countrymen as we get ready for the last Airgale match of the day. It has begun. The plane is flying. These players are lock-loaded and ready to go. Let's take a look here at this plane path, and it's going to be going pretty much almost down the middle here from the south to the north. Aurora are already out of the plane. They're heading towards military base. Let's get this match started.
You know what? We always talk about Aurora and how, like, oh, which drop are they going to go to Saverny or also military base. But you know what? There's also a lot of other teams that have secondary drop locations. And one team that actually I would love to see be a bit more adaptable when it comes to their job is actually Weibo. Like, they love Primorsk, and that's completely fair. And most of the time, Weibo is going to be available for you to make it, even on the bad plane path, because you have these big roads on the west and north of the riverside that are very easy to get access to Primorsk. But I wouldn't say no to, like, a good, safe option that's on the other side of the map. Is that really feasible in this lobby based on the drops? Maybe not. But just on the long run, that would be an improvement that I think would help Weibo be just a lot more consistent overall on Erangel. But outside of that discussion, though, all the teams going to go back to their main location, and one team that's going to be very happy about this phase one, Hodgix, is going to be LGD. They got a central position, a free compound without a hot drop, and especially that loot truck that they're going to be loving here for this match.
Let's go. All right. Yeah, I mean, they're going to love it indeed. The team that is going to be taking Saverny, yeah, it's going to be LGD. They're going to get that loot truck for themselves, too. They need to make something happen as Yo's got the SKS. A pretty deadly weapon, actually, to have very early on. All it takes is one shot, one headshot.
What?
And you get the knock. Oh, not the yeah. Okay, not the tree.
Don't chase it.
Back it on up.
Yeah, just leave. It's not a good idea.
It's worth the chase, right? If you get a headshot, then you get an instant knock, and you'll take the point, right? But once they hit that tree, it was like, oh, okay, bad sign. Let's get out of here.
He was dazed.
Out of here.
Yeah, no, it was good. Just as you said, with the SKS, just see, can we get a cheeky headshot? Maybe we get 1 point early on. But no, good response from Thundertalk. Instantly regrouping. I feel like they're just scared off Aurora, just making it no, if you fight, we're going to be ready to fight back. So they're just creating a bit more space for themselves. Good response, Thundertalk. The currently is in 16th position, so it's good to see that even a team at the bottom of the leaderboards, the very, very bottom of the rankings, Hodgix, is willing to show that they are willing to fight and bully teams out of position. Even against a second-place team run out, such as Aurora. So it's a good showcase that the mindset's still there. They haven't just given up, even though it's only been a few matches, right? 3 games played out so far. So happy about it. And I wish we would see something similar from Al Ula. That you said it earlier, and I'm just going to repeat your point you said at the start of the broadcast today, Hodgix. They've just disappeared after their amazing opening day in the group stage. Their second day was just pretty much non-existent. And right now, 8 points over the course of 3 games now going into match 4. It's just absolutely, it's a nothing burger. And I need to see Alula go back, especially for Claws and Quick, and just put up some big elimination games. Even 5 elims for a match, and I'd be like, you know what, that's enough. That will keep them at least in the discussion of a team that could pull a comeback.
Yeah, you know, it's really unfortunate for them. You know, I posed the question on day 2 of their group stage, because I was like wondering, like, all right, well, they popped off in Rondo, and they just capitalized on that. What happens when they don't get that kind of performance in Rondo? And it just showed that it was just nothing, right? And unfortunately, it's been kind of the same situation here. So Alula, and it's going to be a little bit difficult. I mean, it's not going to be a little bit. It's going to be insanely difficult because this lobby is not messing around here. Like, if you're Alula, you have to make every single decision count at this point, and you have to capitalize on it fully. So it's definitely a difficult road ahead, but it's not impossible, right? I mean, they definitely have the skills to pay the bills. It's just tough when you're going against the best players on the planet.
When there's a will, there's a way. I'll see if they'll find the way up in the rankings. By the way, talking about these lobby and how strong this lobby is, we talked about this, I think, on day 1 or day 2 of the group stage, Jukes, and talking about, is this lobby better than PMGO Season 1? And I feel like we both agreed that, yeah, this lobby is stronger than what we had in Jakarta for PMGO Season 1. And I realized that I got a lot of DMs after of people saying they disagreed. They think the PMGO Season 1 was way stronger. I feel like a lot of the people saying that was because of Fourth Rives being there. And of course, Fourth Rives has got this massive audience. But I feel like not having the Chinese and in particular the Korean teams play PMGO Season 1, I feel like definitely made it a little bit, quote unquote, weaker. And for me, they're bringing so much top-tier gameplay. I mean, in particular, you're looking at Nongshim Red Force top 6 and then Jamba #1 with QZZ in particular. Come on, those two countries alone have leveled up the lobby massively, especially now in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how just this whole lobby is just so consistent from top to bottom, really. And it's wild to see on the bottom Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk with only 5 points so far. Super rough start from this Chinese team. And we know they have a lot more. Going to wake up. This match, honestly, it kind of needs to be. They've wasted all their bad games for the day, that's for sure. Let's see what they could do, though. Damn, a lot of questions. A lot of questions. I like how this match in particular, you can definitely tell that teams have tightened things up a little bit, right? There's no shenanigans happening off the rip. This is what we like to see, especially grand finals time. There's teams playing it very calculated, realizing that, all right, you know what? Tianba is going to go crazy if they get an opportunity to win this. So will Aurora. Now it's our time to make it happen. So let's mitigate every single risk factor that we possibly can and just put some consistent points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the first angle was a bit messy in the early stage. Here, all the bolts have been tightened to their absolute extreme. So all the early rotates, the drop locations, etc., pretty much have been cleaned up, just squeaky clean, and making sure they don't lose any player in the early stages, especially phase 1, phase 2, unless Influence Rage maybe find a player of BTR chasing it down. I don't think they're going in with the intent of fighting Bigatron. I feel like they just want to create a bit of space for themselves in a circle, because that spot we just saw on camera is at the riverside. Whoever maintains that position under their full control has a really good opportunity to go very far this game. So I understand why Influence Rage is willing to just show willingness to fight and just to scare off potential squads such as BTR. So I feel like this is good for Influence Rage to hopefully make a cheeky little jump in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, Influence Rage, we definitely see some signs of life from them, that's for sure. They're in 7th place, 19 points. A chicken dinner, and they're easily towards that top 3. So anything can happen. Just the biggest, I think, concern on this whole lobby, obviously, and we've talked about it before, but it just reiterate it one more time, is just if Tianba and Aurora win another game. If they win this game here, yeah, man, things are going to get spicy for sure.
It's definitely going to get dicey. Got to be careful how things will pan out. So
different circle, though, at least, right? Now we're on the north side. We're not towards that Milta area once again, so that mixes things up a little bit.
That is true. Definitely something a bit more interesting. Just a bit more variety, which you're always happy. There's not enough spot to fuel up your car. Got to try and find the exact pixel-perfect location there. Definitely fueled up the buggy. I wonder if they were able to get himself a repair gun or even some wheels. We did see, I think, once in a group stage, right, where player, I think it was on Rondo, the player actually was able to repair his vehicle and get out from a really tricky spot. So that was interesting, though I can't say the same thing for Furia. His car's literally burning up to a crisp. That's going to be 1 point. Actually, no, they didn't even get it. So I guess he just crashed there and got eliminated. So no points headed the way of INF. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, it feels bad. Fabian going out there. Always, it's so tough losing a player early on like that. Next zone does pop. Let's go down south. Okay, so we're going to have a split finish. You're going to have to decide, right? Where do you want to go? You want to go to the north side of the water, or do you want to go to the south side? Aurora, since they had to come all the way from military base, they're going to be taking the south side, no doubt. But the rest of the teams are going to have to start making some decisions here. Undertalker moving into this circle quite late as well. And only one player out, 10 minutes in. Bigatron. I want to see this team get active, man, because we know what Federalis can do and the rest of his squad. Will this be it? Oh, going against Tianba here. This could be a big fight.
Well, they're definitely getting active here, taking just literally a single bullet onto Milu, being like, sit down. Don't fight us. You know what? It seems like they just want to try and set up a decent defense on the ridge, while Bigatron occupy the western compound, so that's going to be theirs to call home for the time being, as D plus Kia, Sizzy Going for a cheeky scout with his own vehicle, right? Just trying to get a good idea of what the hell is happening here on the mountain north of Rozhok itself. But yeah, this circle, as you said, very hard southern shift. It's pretty much a 50-50 split over the riverside. You've got to decide, where do you want to go, north, south, or what I would recommend if possible is to play a compound right next to the water, especially next to bridges, so that if the circle is very unkind to your current location, you can quickly pivot into a better spot. But those amount of compounds are very, very limited, so or you got it early and you got lucky, or you have to fight for it. And this is circle 2 going into circle 3. Early fights, I would not recommend it, so you might as well just go for plan B, which is playing edge and hoping for the best.
That edge style play has already worked out so many times so far. It really, really has. It worked on the side of Aurora early on, so it's not a bad play. You know, you just got to find the right opportunities, and you got to make sure that you're ready to turn up that aggression when need be in order for it to work out. Because sometimes you take that central position, it's a spot that everybody wants, and then every single team is just staring at you, and you get evicted from that. So don't be scared to take those edge positions. And one thing I really want to stop seeing here, Max, is those teams that do take edge, the zone shifts in the late game, and they're like, oh, let's just try to just find a random middle spot in the open. They just drive and they get wiped out. I'd rather see them just commit on a team, and if they do end up getting the squad wipe, then great, right? If they don't, hey, at least you tried.
Oh, trying to play a bit of hide and seek. One of those was a headshot, I'm pretty sure, for Tizzy. But yeah, just commit. Even if it's a bad play, we had this discussion a few days ago, even if it's a bad play, better to commit to as a full team than doing just a very hesitant approach to these circles and situations. So I would always prefer a team just committing than a team that's very indecisive. Talking about some teams that committed to an early rotate was going to be the side of Nongshim Red Force and Aurora, occupying 2 decent portions of Rozhok. I really like it, especially for Nongshim Red Force. They got the high ground plateau with the warehouse, which is great to see these northern teams just crossing the road, which actually, they're crossing the bridge is going to be 2 teams, going to be Tiamba and Bigatron, right into Aurora, but Reefus being respectful, moving back with Doc and Tior for top, a little bit slow to make that move. He's going to get punished, taking a lot of damage, but he does survive it for now.
There we go. Yeah, he does barely make it out, but Doc is going to get knocked by Hyunbin. And it is a party in Rozhok. S2G are here to play. Rezi is going to put some shots on him. Zyo up close and personal with the Bison. Does get 1 knock. And now Hamsuji is going to be holding that behind the car. Aurora down 2 players, though. Zyo putting a little bit of a grind in right now. Hamsuji does get knocked by Hyunbin. That is him out of here. No way he gets rezzed. Yeah, and that is it. He's gone. So Soul K is going to get the res under loss, and Bigatron with the push-up. Actually, no, it was Lil Boy. He just got a little confused there because of the nameplates. But Lil Boy influenced Rage now in the mix. What is going on?
He has to, right? His team is getting completely decimated in the distance. He finds himself one singular building, but Kami doesn't want neighbors. Oh, look at that AJ on the top left side of your screen trying to occupy Rozhok Hill. Trying to get a bit more of a decent line of sight. One thing I would recommend on this position, you can share it. Aurora, S2G, if they do get rid of Lil Boy, just work together. Don't fight each other. Otherwise, you're going to take a third-party opportunity as Lil Boy going to get pushed up. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's left so low. Can he get the 1v3? Unfortunately, that is just not going to happen. He gets third-party by Hyunbin. But oh my goodness, was that close? And you know what? If you're Aurora, you see S2G suffering so much in that encounter. Might as well send it. Now you don't have to share that spot. The nade is huge. And that's it. S2G out of the game.
Just like that. That is the team in 4th place as well. Aurora are going to be able to get a full reset with 1 elimination. Very fortunate situation for them. Hyunbin, man, from all the way across, just being a thorn in the side of so many teams here. That's what Hyunbin does from long range. He's going to hit those shots all day long. And there you go. You see XYZ going to get knocked out of Federalis. Looks like Razy should be able to get that res, though. What a way to start things off here, Max.
Yeah, insane start from these guys. We'll see if they can keep it going. Looking at the side of Ruins, it's going to be a quick exit from the arena, at least trying to make their way out. Because look at the setup of LGG, man. They've got so many lines of sight around the main castle on top of this hilltop. They got vehicles, luckily enough, so they're going to try and get the hell out of there if possible. Swagey, another nade coming out, and that's it, finally secured. Followed up by also a really good combo, right? They do get a nice line of sight on an extra player, so that's going to be LGD down to just a duo, unless they get the double reset on the 2 Nox players. Schweppes on the western side, I believe that will be the end of the line for him. But still a little bit of a tricky fight. They're also going to have to make their way through Boatyard itself, but now it's going to be in headshot hills, and all gamers looking beautifully set up in the center of that zone.
And now you're going to see LGD Ling-esque dock. Joker gets docked by Tian right at the right time as well. That is going to allow LGD to try to get this reset, but Turney K is right behind him. Will he go for the res as well? Nope, he's getting into action. He said, I'm going to get that confirmation. How about you as well? No! Did he think it was just one player?
He just went without a single weapon in hand. He was
like, oh, I got you. No, I got the thirst. No, Mao Mao was there waiting for you, my man. Now let's see what Mormon can do. A little bit of a mistake here on the side of E Arena, and they're getting punished for it.
Can't believe he tried to play the John Wick card. Sending it forward with a pen in hand is unfortunately, you really got to get up in there in that CQC range. But yeah, that was definitely an interesting decision to commit to. Maybe he was also out of ammo, something to keep in mind. We don't know exactly how many resources he had. But it's down to Mormon with the GS9 again, newest addition here in the esports crew in update 4.4. As Mao Mao over to the S12K. Which one will be stronger, the GS9 or the S12K in this encounter? Down to this final 1v1 over to the Western Ruins. He's just holding the angle, just waiting. But the blue zone's going to start to take hard too. So really, he can't linger here for too long.
No, this is stage 4. The zone is definitely going to start chunking you down little by little here. So Mao Mao going to have to make a play here. He's going to try to hit a little bit of bounce nade. Nope, he's going to be having the angle. 1 second left. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to accidentally nade himself. Going to have to hit the shotgun shots down to 1 HP. Got him. Now he's going to go out as well, though, to the blue zone.
Hey, you know what? Extra elimination. It might go a long way. Who knows on the leaderboard. So GG still a really good try. LGD and give himself at least something extra on the board. As now we just saw a little bit of an Indonesian showdown. RRQ taking the fight to Bigatron. But RRQ will have himself a great dip to play from. And also a hovercraft. And this potential open-ended finish in the headshot hills next to school and apartments. This could be such a valuable resource. If you have especially that repair gun, that welding gun, and keep it in decent condition until the very bitter end of this game, that hovercraft could be do or die for RRQ.
Let's see what's going to happen here.
Oh, Nate Chucks.
RRQ, yeah. In a good spot, but they're in trouble. Tianba have Rasa kill, but they are getting pressured from so many different angles here. Weibo, ooh, trying to climb this mountaintop here. It's going to be a little bit tough here. Ooh, Mila with a nice knock on to Reethus. And now, but getting shot from different directions.
Nice the nades.
Right now, he's just trying to buy some time. Yeah, buy some time. Let your team get back up and try to figure out what you're going to do in this next circle.
Yeah,
but it's going so hard, he can't move.
He had 2 grenades in that sniper tower. I'm really surprised he didn't try and use it a little bit earlier. I guess he just really wants to hold on to these resources because he would have a really bad time getting access to their death crates. But I feel like there would have been at least an easy double knock while he's getting some significant damage done onto them. That's it, though. End of the line. KRX getting terminated by Al-Ula. It's going to be Reb getting that final blow. Yeah, Weibo is still just surviving there. I feel like this should not be allowed to happen. These teams should be fighting directly, but, like, you know what? We're left to live on. We're surviving. We're just going to go ahead and repair our 2-seater to maybe go for a quick rotation. But finally, the nades come out. But it's a little bit too late, and now they have lost that information.
Super unfortunate situation. QCZ just playing up that pressure down to Weibo. He's going to take the shots he's got to, right? He did in the laydown, though. And, yep, that's going to make Weibo leave this area and go to that one little dip right here on Rasa Kill. Not a bad little spot, but it's kind of a last resort one, to be honest, because you're just going to try to hold it down for as long as you can. It's very weak to that hill above you. But fortunately for Weibo, RRQ can't really crest that hill because of Tianba on the other side. If they do, though, Weibo is done for.
It feels like the wall
literally
from
one nade in that dip and you're done.
Yeah, that feels like the wall from Game of Thrones right now. It's separating the north and the south. And it's keeping everyone alive, for now, at least. It will be torn down eventually when one of the 2 squads has to peek over the ridgeline. Nongs from Red Force, Aurora, in Aussie. Gonna have to go for a push out eventually outside of Rozok. As QZZ got himself a strong angle with the org, but it's gonna be hard to confirm at that kind of range. I do also believe that he's gonna, actually, is he in nade range? I think he could get that. If he does a little bit of a run animation with a jump, he might be able to hit it. But Tianba, you know what? They send it. Don't even wake up
and get
this time. Not the side of. Actually, Aurora got himself already a few elims this game. Got to be careful though. Peeking over the window side is going to be so easy. Is he going to be able to make it easy? Well, it seems like that's going to be a really straightforward piece of utility. Ziol, he puts it right through the window, actually goes right back into the vehicle to dodge that incoming damage. What a good play from So Easy. I do believe it will not be enough, as actually it might be. You know, maybe I lied.
It's enough.
It is enough.
What is going on here? We're starting to see just like everything just kind of go out the window. Reef is going to molly, though. That should do it. He saw it coming, and it was short, but he backed up just a little too much. Weibo will take that point all day long. Now look at All Gamers starting to put some pressure on S2G. S2G have put up non-stop 0-point games here. What can they do to bring it back? They've got one elimination. Okay, that's something rather than nothing, but you need a lot more than that.
Maybe they knew there were 3 teams in that compound, so they went for the Eastern rotation instead, right onto All Gamers. They've got to be careful, though. There's still QXE behind them, which I do believe they have no information on that location whatsoever. And same as LGD, that do have a little bit of line of sight. But Cammy's down to 15 bullets on the QBZ, so he's definitely low in terms of resources. But Aurora going for the wide western rotate to the compound. They're getting very desperate for that position, but Tiamba is ready to defend it.
Here they go right now. Aurora on the push. Can Tiamba hold it down there? Oh, some suppressive fire. That's Tiamba. Second. Re-extend their lead. So Tiamba are going to get a full reset here. A great start for them.
I don't think it's because of the timing that they couldn't send on to Tiamba. They're scared of the other team third-partying them. Like, if BTR push and fight Tiamba, if they get wounded, then Weibo third-party it. And same if Weibo go for the fight first, then it's going to be Bigatron to third-party it. Maybe even S2G in the distance looks to get involved in that discussion. So why those 2 teams didn't go for it, they really want to wait for the Blue Zone to do all the heavy lifting for them. So I actually kind of get it, and I do respect that decision from both Weibo and Bigatron. Though LGD finally pushing up, and that is going to be the end for S2G. A little bit of a non-game here this time around, down to top 7. Finally, we're going to see some placement points start to roll in, Hot Tricks, for these teams. I feel like in the next 2 minutes, most of these teams are going to get eliminated. We have now reached the breaking point of Miramar.
Well, there is some of these buildings still in the zone, okay? But Tiamba, I believe, is out of it. So Tiamba's going to have to start pushing up onto some of these other teams. And you can see they are going on the way towards Weibo. BTR is applying some nades, though, to disrupt them. And that's exactly what they did with that knock on Eagle. Yep, throw all the util at this point if you're BTR. Make something happen. This is a little bit early, though. They could wait a second. Just wait a second, wait for the zone to start pushing, then throw it.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting a little bit desperate with their utility. Just wait, as you said, Hodge, just wait, because literally the circle is forcing Tiamba to fight W Gaming. You just need to time it when the 2 teams are at their absolute weakest. When they're trying to lick their wounds, come back up as a full team, and that is when you strike, when the iron is hot. But this is a good smoke, actually. Really keeping 33Z fully hidden, almost chucking a few extra flashbangs here to try and keep his location undetected. But Tiamba, they get the full reset. Hodrix, they're looking to join up into Longhouse. Weibo taking the 2v4, and BTR waiting for the fight to unfold.
Molotov comes on out. That's going to hurt Bay. Bay should be able to get a little bit of a med kit off here. And he does. Gets the first aid. Let's see what happens, though. Tiamba going to have to make a move. Is this in zone? I think it's right on the edge of it. That nade should do it. Nope, actually, there's a little bit off the mark. Here they go. Tiamba pushing on in. Weibo doing their best to hold on, and they're doing a good job of it. As it's just up to 80.
No way.
1v1. And just like that, he gets the finish, but he loses his squad. Here comes Bigatron to clear them out. And that is Bigatron on top. Tiamba and Weibo eliminated.
I believe most of those eliminations were actually secured by Weibo because they got the last player. So GD well played, but Bigatron played it exactly as expected. Textbook in that spot, but RRQ going for their own push onto All Gamers. They do take the win, but now that did extremely nadeable. So weak to that incoming utility. So you've got to be careful here. Can RRQ actually just fully heal up from this encounter? That's going to be the big question that we're going to answer very soon. But Furia, are they going to give them the time to pull off that comeback? That's going to be a bit tough as Federalis now pushing up to the ridgeline. That's a beautiful nade. The bounce is a bit too wide, and it is going to be dodging the damage. But RRQ, how are you guys still alive? I have no idea, Hodrix, but they're still here and kicking in this game.
holding it down. RRQ looking to make a comeback as they are the team most supposed to do so. 37 points on the board. Let's see what the rest of the teams can do, though, as Federales gets knocked. Razy trying to make some moves here, trying to get some room for his teammates, throwing the smoke for the support, but he needs some of that util in those boxes. RRQ, meanwhile, in the center of the map, using that dip to their advantage. When are they going to get active? But, Furia, Igor gets some good angles and applies that pressure to RRQ. That's definitely going to slow him down.
That's a Molotov. One of them goes down.
Now Bigatron have the advantage. Yeah, this nade should do it. Razy looks good. And that is RRQ in big trouble. Lapar. Yeah, Razy, one more nade. Will that do it? It does. That's RRQ finally out.
17 limbs.
17 limbs. Razy with 10 all by himself. It is Bigatron versus Furia. Bigatron as a three-man dominating. Here they go to push on the silence all by himself. And they actually catch Federales. That's silence with a nice knock. But with Igor going to try to pick up Chief, it's going to be a 2 versus 3.
He does have the time to pull off that heal, right? You had 5 seconds before the blue zone was going to push up, and the blue zone is pushing up right now. So that clock is ticking. In the next few seconds, we'll see who's going to be taking the win. Will it be Indonesia or will it be Brazil in a 2v3 scenario as Axel has got that nade? A bit of a wide toss on that one. Not trying to really go for that shed. And you know what? Instantly, Axel put down to his knees. Is now down to a final 2v2. Can BTR climb back into this game and secure the chicken dinner, as that's Axel instantly confirmed and shut down from this game?
He's blind. Oh, the blue zone's pushing. Chief trying to get to the vehicle. He does. So he gets to safety here. That is so huge. The blue zone, this is stage 9. It's going to go down to nothing. Igor got that smoke. That's so clutch! Chief catches Federales on the angle. They did not know that he moved already. And just like that, Furia have turned this into their advantage. This is their game to win.
Oh, beautiful smoke road here. Just a 9 full vision for Razy. Able to actually go ahead and confirm that elimination onto Federales. Razy now taking an absolute beating. Looking to heal up. He's out into the blue zone now, taking an extra bit of damage. Going into the vehicle. But it doesn't matter. Furia out of nowhere. Taking the final chicken dinner of the Macau Invitational Grand Finals. Day number 1.
And that's Brazil getting their much-needed chicken dinner. They had been pretty quietly lurking in the background, but now they finally roar their way towards the top. Great game there from Furia. Wonderful game for Bigatron as well. That was one of the teams you wanted to see win it, Max, man, and they almost did. Regardless, a huge game for them. They're definitely going to move up the leaderboards.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to be number 1 in terms of overall points, though. I believe that's Bigatron. They got like 17 eliminations. I don't believe they got an extra one, so I don't think it went up to 18, but still, Bigatron, an absolute field day this game, really. Just destroying every team they encountered. What a great also third party on the fight of Weibo versus Chiamba. They got just so many of those points at the very end, so I'm really happy. And looking at Furia again, congratulations on the win. But I do believe the conversation might be going for this team, Hotrix, of Chief telling them, you know what, it's definitely easier when you have a full team backing you up in the finishing moments. What a play.
It really is. It really is, man. But hey, you got to give props to Bigatron to do all that work with a 3-man. It's crazy, right? Regardless, though, what a game. Furia, Chief, 2 eliminations. They end up on top on this one. Brazil gets their first chicken dinner here for the grand finals. And they did it, right? They made it happen there towards the end. Tianba put some points as well. This was just a wild day overall.
It was, like, really so many unexpected turn of events that have been happening for so many of these teams. And teams at the bottom, like Furia, as you said, I was hoping to see Furia kind of step up out of the shadow, and they did it in a very flashy fashion. So I'm really stoked, and hopefully they can maintain that going into tomorrow's 6 matches. As we go over the highlights of this game, and great moment, but really the most interesting part of this game was this 3-squad household agreement kind of. I don't even know what to call it, because you just never see this kind of stuff happen really at this level of play. But yeah, Chiamba, BTR, and Weibo working all together hand in hand to defend their location until the circle has something to say about it. But I would say you would not expect that to go down the way it did. But the mindset and the execution was very good from every one of those 3 teams.
Yes, it was, man. What a way to end things out here towards the end. I mean, every single match has just been action-packed. You can see Furia end up being your winners with 14 points.
Absolute cinema. He's doing the meme. He's doing it.
Yeah, he is. Absolute chicken dinner towards the end there. And even though it was a low elimination one, those placement points just come up so huge. But it's just so wild to see every single game here, right? On top, 20 points minimum. It has been wild, right? That just goes to show how insane these leaderboards are going to keep getting here as time goes on. Yep, Bigatron on top with 24 total.
So they did get an extra elimination. I guess I didn't see at that point, but he did get himself from 17 up to 18. You know what? I kind of wish they did go for that chicken dinner. That would have been a 30-point bomb. With the 10 placement points and 20 eliminations, the two they could have gone at the end onto Furia. Oh, I wish, man. I wish we could have seen that happening. But you know what? It seems like Furia had different plans in mind. Really good from all gamers, though, to see them get 11 eliminations. Same for RQ. But Tiamba getting 7 points. Sure, it's not as big as their previous performances where it was like double-digit hits all the time, it felt like. But that's such a big lead. Those 7 points are going to maintain that lead to be in a very healthy condition. So Tiamba doing exactly what they needed in that game, especially when you're getting actively third-party by BTR as you're fighting Weibo. That was not an easy fight.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't. Take a look at the second page here. KRX don't do anything in this game. And S2G, once again, man, had a great chicken dinner and just super quiet for the rest of the day. But, you know, we still got 2 more days to go. So anything can happen. I mean, yeah, we see some crazy leads now, but we can see easily a totally new team on top at the end of day 2. But let's look at the overall rankings for now. It's Tianba, of course, with 67 points. What a phenomenal day from this team.
Yeah, really happy about their overall performance, especially their first 4 matches. You kind of exclude the Rondo, right? But match 2, 3, and 4, just absolute bangers back to back from these guys. And QZZ in particular, right? I believe that he might still be number 1 in terms of overall eliminations because he's been putting up numbers the entirety of today, except for match 5. But we don't talk about match 5, okay? It doesn't exist. But Aurora, 53. I feel like there was a big question mark for them after the group stage, after winning the group stage, right? Arjuk says, are they going to start off day 1 of the finals by trolling a little bit? No, I would say this is a very serious Aurora, quite consistent throughout to the, well, consistent. You know what? Maybe not quite. I'm looking at their points as like 3, 7, 3, and then a 2 at the end. Not really what you want to see when it comes to consistency, but their 2 chicken dinners were pretty big, especially the Rondo. If they can replicate that on Rondo tomorrow, Hot Chooks, first place is in the cards for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's first place is in the cards for so many of these teams because, I mean, none of them are wasting their time whenever they get the opportunity, right? Tianba, obviously, are super set up for that. They just cannot afford to have a bad day. And it's so crazy because if they didn't have that 0-point game here, Max, these guys would have just been just so dang set up. Looking on down the second page, though, it is wild to see, you know, Thunder Talk so far down, even though they have chicken dinner.
Yeah, really. I mean, you look at the point differential between all their games, 20-point game on match 4 with that chicken dinner, so 10 elimination chicken dinner. And they got 25 points total. It's really, we need, Thunder Talk, we need to see, even, I'm not even talking about eliminations, I just need to see them get to the late game. Because outside of those 10 placement points to go match 4, they got 0 placement points in the other games. Those extra 5 points are pure eliminations from match 1 and match 2 combined. Thunder Talk, a massive fall-off, right, for a team that was in 5th position back in a group stage. They've just completely changed up. It feels like a different team. And I can't even tell you exactly what's wrong, Hot Juice, about this squad, because outside of that win, we haven't really seen many of their rotations and fights because they just go out so damn early. Come on, we need to see a step up.
Yeah, it's just been just nothing. So super tough to see on the side of Thunder Talk. You know, it's also hurts to see Weibo, you know, Influence, Rage. So many of these different teams down at the bottom. They're gonna have to definitely change. It's QZ on top. He is right.
Yeah, but how many did he get? I feel, didn't you say like he had 10 at one point that game?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, crazy. So like literally one game and Razy went from like, I'm guessing maybe in like the top 20, top 30 players of this lobby into, bam, right away, top 2, just behind the man himself, QZZ. And even then, there's still a 5 elimination differential between those 2 players. So, Razy, that was a good performance, but I don't think QZZ is ever going to stop getting eliminations because this guy's just too damn consistent.
Man. Oh, what a crazy crazy end of the day here. I mean, it's also top started off so strong. The team did great overall. I mean, 53 points on the whole day is incredible, right? That just goes to show you how well they did. But just Tiamba was just on something else here. There's a great damage. Whoa. What is okay? What's happening here? This just goes to show you guys how important one single game is.
I believe it might be because at one point.
And making things happen when you get opportunity, you gotta take full advantage. And Crazy Bigatron did. I love to see that. Love to see that. Love to see some them push themselves up to 5th place, man. I mean, they were in trouble there almost the entire day, and then in one game they're like, all right, we're good. We're set up for tomorrow. No problem.
Just one game, and then we're going to go back on vacation mode. No.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do so, especially because tomorrow we are going to be setting the point threshold when it comes to the smash ruling. For those who are maybe a little bit unfamiliar with the smash ruling, even though it's been in effect for like, the past year and a half now. Maybe a bit more, actually, now that I think about it. But it's going to be the points on number 1 place, which right now there will be Tiamba. You get an extra 10 points, and that is going to be your smash zone point threshold that you want to try and overtake. That point has been reduced a little bit because of Tiamba not really doing insanely well in especially match number 5. So it opens up the gate for teams such as Aurora, for example. But Bigatron, if they maintain these kind of results, hey, chances are they can catch up, be on the podium, and maybe chase down that smash ruling.
Yeah, man, that smash ruling is going to definitely make things interesting, and I really do think we're gonna have a few teams in that range there because of just how consistent some of these squads have been, how easy it is to just rocket launch yourself up the leaderboards. It's not too far away, right? I mean, yeah, Tiamba have a little lead, but literally with Rondo tomorrow, that could wipe that lead out completely.
Really, it can just be so quick. Your lead you got created in 6 games. All it needs is, a game or 2, and that lead is wrecked, especially with Rondo being the first game of tomorrow. So we'll see how that is going to be going down. By the way, I do believe we're going to have a little on-site interview very soon.
Yeah.
I guess it might be with Tiamba, our current lobby leader.
Okay.
That would make sense. I would definitely like to know, have a bit of insight on what was happening between themselves, Weibo and BTR. I need answers right now, please.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人郑奇。站在我旁边的呢是苏州天霸的亲志，来先跟大家打个招呼。
We have from Pmmi
在今天的发挥是非常的出色的啊！我们一般说场均9分的分数的获取，这已经是争冠级的表现了。今天天霸达到了场均11分以上的分数的获取，非常的夸张。但是我们回想一下，其实也就在2天前，我们从小组赛晋级还只是以2分的这样的一个分数的优势压线晋级的。
qualified by
一下子有了如此巨大的反差。
gap of 2 points. How did you improve so much? I think
小组赛的时候，
we were quite
我们也
lucky
学会了很多东西，
because
去
in the
更适应国际赛场了嘛。
we actually learned a lot and became more familiar with the international stage. Yes, it does seem you're playing much better, and also you reached 20 eliminations today, leading others by a large margin. And also in the group stage, you also held the highest spot in damages. So your team performed very well, but your personal performance was also quite excellent. So
其实我感觉是因
I
为
think it had to do with the choice of my guns, both the mini as well as the shotgun. So you definitely were playing very well as were in a great condition, and also were lucky today. So today I saw that Eagle's direction was quite good, and you were always in the right place at the right time. But every time Eagle had the great leadership, but sometimes we just didn't hold up in terms of the gunfights. But today you definitely performed well in all the team fights, and you won almost all of your fights.
其实我们回顾一下在往日的这个世界赛的表现啊， 其实除了在当时的这个沙特拿下来了一个季军之后，在中间的几次世界赛啊，我们基本上要不然的话就是没有进入到总决赛，要不然就是在去年的这个时候，我们要是一个倒数的这样一个成绩。
You either did not qualify for the finals or you did not place very well. So this year, coming back, do you feel stressed?
其实从小组赛打进之后，压力就小特别多了，因为
Our
往常都是小组
stress
赛才有
has been
机会。
greatly completely alleviated since we passed the group stage. So now that we're more relieved, so you do feel that you have overcame a great challenge, a great obstacle. So now you feel much more confident. Yet you're playing so much better now. And we have another great news for you. So if 苏州天霸, if you keep performing at the top, and if you keep the top two at the end of our, if you're part of the top two, you're able to go to Paris to participate in the PWC. So now you have this opportunity. Do you feel excited?
特别想去打
Yes, we really want to go to the PMWC, so we'll definitely practice hard and work hard. Yes, we do hope you can keep up the excellent performance, and we look forward to it. And that's the end of our post-match interview. And now we will return to the commentary desk.
同时，我们在接下来马上也会进入到我们的这个清
And
算
also,
时刻。
we're going to go to the moment of reckoning.
队来到舞台中央。
Let's invite Suzhou Tianba to our stage. Day 1 ranking leader, Team Suzhou Tianba initiates the time for the reckoning.
顺着主宰清
The
算
victor
开
reigns
启。
supreme, the reckoning begins.
今日战局已定，但风浪
Today's battle has settled, but the storm has yet to subside. The first round of clashes among the
各路
16
入
teams
局者的较量，
has drawn
明
to a
日
close,
将会继
but the
续。
contenders'
接下
fight
来把画
continues
面
tomorrow.
交给
Now
这
let's hand it back to the commentary desk.
Hey, the moment of reckoning. Tianva end up on top today when it comes to points. Razy ends up on top with the highest damage. But what a crazy day so far, Max.
You can't ask what are they cooking anymore. It's what are they smelting? What are they melting up
What
that
are they
metal
smelting?
for? Oh, they're making something. I'm telling you. Maybe a welding gun is going to be necessary here if they want to try and make it work out. But looking at the top players of today, of course, going to have so many big names. Razy, QZZ, top Razy again, and QZZ again. Just top is going to be up there, which of course 1.3k damage makes sense. The man himself with the mini 14 is doing some big damage on the leaderboards. But I really like that interview we just got with Jamba, right? Hodrix, especially talking about their goal is to try and get 9 eliminations average per game. That is a really, really good kind of line you're setting up for yourself. If they can maintain that tomorrow, no place with 9 points per game is easily achievable for this lineup because they've been playing out of their minds recently.
For sure, and I like that mentality, right? Don't slow down, just don't think about anything else. Like, they're not even talking about average points, right? Some people are like, oh, if we can put up just 9 points a game, that's fine. No, they're like, we want 9 eliminations a game, all right? So, Tianva starting off so strong, and we just saw plays happening from all over the place. There was teams at the bottom of the leaderboards jumping their way up. Very impressive day 1 so far.
I do have to say, and I would love to know if you feel the same way, Hot Troops, I feel like this lobby is... And I don't mean this in a bad way, but it's a very passive lobby, right? We're not seeing some very random big Hail Mary sends for no particular reason, just very high calorie, those unnecessary happening. Yeah, what do you think? I feel like this lobby is looking like one of the best we've seen in recent memory, globally speaking.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct, right? I think the word high caliber is the right one, right? Because you're correct. They are very passive, but they're passive when they need to be passive.
It's a good kind of passiveness, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good passiveness. It's also a very aggressive lobby, right? Because right when the opportunity comes, they take it, they push, they make the moves, but we're not seeing the super risky, like let's just make something happen to try to win the game kind of lobby, right? At least not yet. Everybody is just playing very, very tactical. They're just trying to get as many points on the board as possible, and they're doing it in the right way. But you are right. We're not seeing those ultra risky sends that we see from someone like the, lesser quality teams in some other areas.
Yeah. All I'm going to say is that the IGLs, they deserve their paycheck after this event, and it's been a great opening day of the Pmmi Grand Finals. I cannot wait to see who's going to be our lobby leaders tomorrow, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's get it going, guys. And that's going to be it for us. Myself, Hot Jukes, and Maxman, thank you guys for watching. Mark your calendars. We will see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals.